understanding that you have to treat the earth like a ball to measure it, bro. My God, bro. How long have you guys been doing this?
They're crazy with it.
Yeah, bro. I just blatantly ignore reality. Like they're trying to tell me like about geodetic surveying. I'm like, geodetic surveying uses plain survey data though. You know, like up to 250 kilometers, and then they take that data, compile it, and then they add a curvature rate. And they're saying no, that's not true, and it just objectively is true. You know what I'm saying? And then it's just whatever. It's just wild to me.
What's up?
You know, the firmament.
Austin, during that Mr. Sensible debate, man, and you sent in some super chats to bring up a good point, and you kept asking it. He repeated that one question twice, but then you like clarified on it, and like no matter how you worded it, he just wouldn't answer. So I had to have him repeat it, and then I had to make a point like, dude, he's bringing up good points, and it's not being addressed. I don't know, man. He was playing dodgeball that whole debate, man, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's crazy. What's crazy is like what goes through. You did good, by the way, but like, what goes through their mind when like they just can't answer a question? Like, do they make themselves forget it? Like, I don't know. It seems wild.
That's a good point, man. Like if I have something on the topic that, relates, like sometimes I'll answer a question with a question. But yeah, as far as dodging it, like la 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 la, like I mean, just complete. They blame us for doing that. Like we just say nah when there are so many points that they have a lot of excuses, but there are so many points they have not addressed at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. Or like you bring something up and it's just clearly like evidence, like it's clearly evidence against the globe or evidence of conspiring and dishonesty or something, and they just say, "So what? So what?" It's like, how many of those in a row can you just breeze past? And I don't know. The only part of this that's fascinating to me now, and by this I mean like talking to anti-flat earthers, not normal globers, is like the psychology. It's like the psychology of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty fascinating to me. It's like I've been in here where I break down. It's a philosophical decision to think that the Earth is spinning, and they're just like, "So what?" Or the "Nuh-uh."
It goes
And
beyond
it's
that.
just
It goes
weird.
beyond that, Austin. Listen, it goes beyond that. Like Mr. Sensible, it literally uses high altitude balloon footage to try and prove a globe. It's like, dude, I can't believe he would even present that to any glober who is new to the argument. Like, just that's the best flat Earth proof there is. Just look at that damn balloon, like 20 miles up. It's fucking flat out there, man. It's supposed to be dropping. Like besides the height of the balloon, it's supposed to be dropping in the distance like 50 or 60 miles. It's like, dude, that's the best evidence in the world. So their own eyes can just play a rotten trick on their brain or something, dude. It is hard to explain. You're right, man.
Well, it's like
No, it's like a religion.
yeah. Well, it's like I don't want to get into Einstein, right? But like he had plenty of evidence and still made a psychological or whatever philosophical decision. He had all the evidence. It's not just a matter of can we get them the more and more evidence. It is the psychological is the most interesting part, but after a while it becomes the most
Yeah, but
interesting
like,
part.
see, I feel like the difference is Einstein, and I think he was a psycho or maybe propped up, but in that paradigm, it's like they were desperately trying to figure out what's going on. And they were like, there has to be some way to explain it other than admitting that science has been wrong for 500 years. And like, that's a little different than today, where in 2022, we have all the info in the world. You know, like, you name it, we have it. And they still deny it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
I
talking
guess
about
your
Einstein
bigger
himself
point is true.
as he's sitting in his lab or whatever, hiding from the Nazis, you know, with plenty
I
of.
think he's a flat earther, man. It might sound crazy on its face, but I think he was a flat earther deep down, man. To even talk about the Earth going up to explain acceleration, and to the way he tries to make everything relative, it almost sounds like he's like an apologist or a flat earther or something, man. It doesn't seem right. He takes away the force. They have to have a force, man, in their model, and he takes that away. And then he talks about relativity and how, I don't know, man. It's just kind of strange. The whole thing is strange to me.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like all the facts and info or evidence or whatever that Einstein put out. I'm just saying at one point he was sitting in his lab or his room, you know, by himself, and he has lots of tests that he's doing, evidences, you know, to look at, and he's making a philosophical decision as well. Like, yeah. So.
Well, yeah, I think that Brian's on point, though. I don't know about the flat Earth. I don't know about flat Earth, but specifically that the Earth wasn't moving. Like, there's no doubt that Einstein, just assuming that this is a real story and he wasn't just a propped up dude, but he had the realization that the Earth certainly could be at rest. And
yeah, geocentric. It's better. You're right, geocentric.
Yeah, he also said that the Earth is that there's an ether, and he said that it's unthinkable to think there's not an ether and all this stuff. So I don't like, if you really look at it, Einstein's progression of his theories is just like overwhelming evidence that the Earth doesn't move. So there's no doubt that he understood that the Earth could be stationary. Like, there's no doubt about it.
And then he made his decision.
To change the subject real quick, I don't know if this is a fucking a bad subject, but dude, I just seen that video yesterday for the first time with you, and I think it's Daslo, and I was like, dude, Nathan, I had to comment to him, dude, what a dick, dude. Like, dude, if you can't, you even said, dude, this is what my comment read. It's like Whitsitt brought an idea and claimed that he couldn't prove it, claimed that it wasn't science, and you fucking acted like a spoiled snot-nosed brat for fucking an hour. I said, are you trying to say that an interferometer is a parlor trick? And then I said, does that mean that a pressure gauge is also a parlor trick? That was my exact comment. But I could not believe it, dude. I heard people commenting about it, but I never did watch it. And it just popped up today, or yesterday, actually, and I watched it. And I was like, what a unbelievable dick, dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
Because you didn't come with no absolute claims, dude. You came with an idea, bro. I mean, that you made that perfectly clear right off the bat, you know. And he was saying a fucking false duality, like or a fallacy of a duality, false whatever they call it. Yeah, false dichotomy. It's like, dude, something is what's the antecedent, or what's the opposite, basically, of something is nothing. What other choice could there fucking be? And he's trying to say that something and nothing is a false dichotomy. Like, bro, what the fuck else could there be in any argument? If the opposite, if you don't have something, you have fucking nothing. How's that a false dichotomy? That tripped me the fuck out, bro. I'm having trouble wording it, but it just really blew my mind the way he fucking dodged for about 30, 45 minutes. And the other 15, 20 minutes, he just freaking blasphemed and fucking and ad-homed.
Yeah, it was crazy, bro. And like I said, if it's a false dichotomy, what's the third option? And he said there doesn't have to be a third option. They could just both be wrong. And if they are both wrong, that means there's a third option, right? So it's like, I don't know. That I just think it's crazy. I know what he's saying. Like, I know his argument. I think I can present it more elegantly. So, like, I just think
but
it's
you
really
got around it though, bro. You went around his argument. You did a good job of getting around his argument to and raising points that he had to address, and he still didn't address them. Like, that's not easy with him. And I'll be honest, man, I like listening to him rip fucking anti-flat earthers apart and globers who come in there every now and then. I like watching that, man. It I still realize that he's a dick, but but for him to do that to his own team and especially figurehead on his own team, it's just not. It's fucking retarded, man. For lack of a better word.
Anyone that says there's a false dichotomy, you got to bring a third option. You can't just say false dichotomy and there's not give the third one.
Yeah. And dude, I made my argument in such a way where there's no rebuttal. Like, I was very tactical. I came up with that a long time ago. Either there's something there, there's nothing there. I don't care what you call it. You don't have to call it the ether. We don't have to go into detail about what it is. It's logical framework. It's logical antecedent. It's something or nothing, and you can't claim nothing exists. So we only have one viable option, and that's my ether argument. And it really triggers people because there's no rebuttal. There is no rebuttal. And whenever you've talked bad about the ether for so long, and then I present that argument, you get really triggered because there is no rebuttal. You're very clearly backed into a corner. Because, like, what can you say? Unless you claim nothing exists.
I'm gonna DM you a couple pictures. Like, if they want to see visualization of the ether, I like one idea would be like to show the speed of sound following the jet the way it does. There's no way that that's air. The way it lays out like a flat wall, there's no way that air is doing that following the jet. It's something that is cutting through the air. It's hard to explain. Ether, what better explanation than ether? Plus, another one would be when Action Lab put his vacuum tank underwater. He got it down as low as it would possibly go, and then he dunks it underwater and opens the valve, and it literally bubbled profusely. And it looks like air. When it gets done, there's a little teeny little bubble, like not even the size of a dime at the top, and yet it bubbled fucking profusely as it was letting water in. And so it couldn't have been air because no bubbles came up out of the chamber to the surface, and none of them were in there by the time he filled it up with water. So there's only one way to explain that, and that would be some type of medium. Man, I'm gonna make a short little couple clips and DM them to you today or tomorrow.
Yeah, it comes to back to like that's what I say is interesting is the psychological. Like, so QE doesn't like talking about the ether. Nathan doesn't know enough about the ideas of it, right? And then the whole constantly getting thrown in his face, the Bob Nodell. I mean, it's he doesn't want to talk about it for other reasons. It's not, it's more of all the impacts of it.
It's ego, bro. I mean, it's blatantly. It's when you put yourself out on a limb talking about it the way you have for so long, it's very difficult to like walk it back. But that's not really my problem. Like, I'm not going to partake in like limiting flat earthers because I think that's what that does. It limits you to materialism. Like he was saying, it's not manifest. That means it doesn't exist. So that means if it doesn't manifest materially, it doesn't exist. So now there's no creator. Now there's no intuition. Now there's no love. Now there's nothing beyond physical material world, which is what heliocentrism tried to trick us into believing. So, like, to argue from materialism is wild to me. It's very ignorant.
Pinned him down too. You pinned him down as having to claim materialism. That was good, dude. That was good.
Well, the thing he wants to talk. It's called science versus pseudoscience. So to try, I mean, just what's at stake for him if he starts going into things that neither side can really touch and prove. It's not beneficial. It's the psychological part of it. Like you're saying, it's not beneficial to talk about it. You can't prove it. It would just all be conjecture. His buddy QE hates it. Then Glover is constantly throwing his face all the time. Oh, the ether. Oh, like your boy with the gyroscope. Yeah, it's just. It's something that has to. And then there's and then there was all the money or not even money, just hope put into what is it called? The group that does or hasn't produced many results. What the hell? I'm going blank. The Flat Earth FE's core. People being angry at FE core and a bunch of other stuff. I
Well, they
wouldn't be
did do
mad
some
at him.
pretty epic laser experiments, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and they did the best laser, and they did the fucking the damn and the only thing the Glovers can say is we can't see the beam across the 21 miles. I don't think they made it 26, but 21 we can't see the beam on the screen, but you see the laser beam itself, and which was epic. And then they did the force to level, man, with the instruments and all that. They all got out there and did that. They got some of the best proof there is, man. You might want to go back and
Bro,
look at some of that stuff, man.
I'm
It's
not
pretty
not no, I'm
pretty.
not
bro,
knocking it.
All the data. The good thing about it, all the data's there.
Yeah, what
I
people are
went
hoping
hard.
for is go ahead.
No, that FE core shit. I went hard on your boy Bob one night and Brandon's because he was, they were saying they got all this stuff, the gyro shit, the said he had more than 15 degrees an hour or less or whatever. So I'm like, yo, where the fuck's it at, man? Like, let us have it. We need that shit. You know what I'm saying? We need something because as of right now, I mean, what do we really got?
Yeah, that's
He
what
sure
people
enough
are
did.
mad
He
about.
sure enough produced it though, man. It took him a day, but he sure enough did produce it, man. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
he
what
gave it to
people
us right
want is
away.
they want like a free energy machine, and Flat Earth can be like, look, motherfuckers, we got Tesla's free. We got a free energy machine. You all want Wi-Fi? Here you go. Like people want something big. What can Flat Earth produce?
yeah, but most of the flat earthers
They're
that are
holding us
producing
back.
it aren't doing anything, bro. Like, it's like, well, how many experiments have the other flat earthers done? I'm not like, I don't know. It's whatever,
No, I'm
bro.
not mad
Because
at
there's,
anybody. I'm just everybody wants
yeah,
somebody else to do it for them. That's all I'm saying. Everybody,
We need
and then
yeah,
it's
we
like,
need
that's the
something
problem.
definitive. We need something
That's
that's
the problem.
definitive, though.
Yeah, but people need to try to come up with a good idea to present to FE Core, and they'll do it. But FE Core isn't like a detriment to Flat Earth. We need more of like professional, credentialed organizations, be just for optics' sake. I don't personally. I have no problem with them. Most of their stuff is subsidized, and that's what's good about it. We're getting FE experiments that the government is kind of allowing financially, so that's not
And they
like a
and they
bad
give us
thing.
and they modeled it too, man. They brought a working fucking model, dude. The first one that was good too, man. To
Oh,
me
with the
they're
sun, yeah.
fucking
Do
they're
they
the
got? Are
best
they doing a
best for the best.
Are they doing a Foucault pendulum up high or something with it?
I don't know. I haven't heard of
Were
them.
you talking about that before? Doing a Foucault pendulum at like the top of a mountain or something?
I don't know. That's an interesting idea. I've never talked about it, no, but I know we did. They did the gyro, and then I think what I'm the house I got's pretty close to Bob, so I think we're actually going to replicate Mickelson Morley and test the vertical axis. That's what I want to do. Because I no longer care. I no longer care what people think. Like, I don't care what flat earthers think. I want to learn out. Like, I want to learn what's actually going on in the Earth. I don't care
Yeah.
about anything else, And there's clearly a background medium because it's just a logical axiom. And I want to know what's going on. And if I test the vertical axis and I get a huge difference between the light as opposed to the horizontal, that's going to show us that there's like this vortex background medium, right? And I don't really care. I just don't care anymore. I think that the dogma of flat Earth is what's going to ruin it, bro. It's going to ruin flat Earth.
Well, that's Jay. That's the sign that's a sign that it's growing, dude. You're gonna have more and more infighting with more and more people. But look, like light being a particle, I think the polarized light, the fact you could shine it or go through one filter and it goes through perfectly, and then the second filter it disappears, and then you add another filter, and all of a sudden it's light again. So it can't be that. To me, shows right there the polarization shows it can't be a particle, and or else that doesn't make sense. It's got to be a wave for it to polarize the way it does, man. There's no way it could disappear and then all of a sudden reappear. They have an excuse for the fact it slows down in the fish tank. They say it and then speeds back up when it exits. They say that it's taking a longer path, but they have no excuse for the polarization, man. That's the icing on the cake, man.
And that
Yeah, dude.
vertical thing you were just talking about, can that happen on a globe?
No.
That's what we need then. We need some shit that can't happen on a globe.
But this is what I'm saying. Then you'll have the Nathan Oakley saying it's a parlor trick. So, but I don't care. I don't care. So that's the second time Nathan Oakley's done that to me. The first time Nathan Thompson asked me to come in there, I came in there, and I guess they were talking about like electrostatics, effectively.
Oh, I
And I
heard
gave
that.
my opinion. Yeah, he like ridiculed me and insulted me and blah blah blah. I ended up deciding to forgive it because I've been like the peacekeeper behind the scenes between glow busters and ball busters, because I think it's important we have optics of somewhat of a unified front. So I'm going between QE and Nathan and Bob and Jaron, and I'm smoothing everything over, making sure it doesn't explode. I decided to kind of take it on the chin, let him talk to me like that, even though he never would in real life. I know that's just kind of his personality on the internet, and let it go. And then this
Would
is
you
the
go
second
on?
time.
You went on Oakley's again recently?
It's totally
Yeah.
just a show.
Just came out. The
Everybody,
video just came
What-
out, bro. You
you know
gotta
which
go watch
number
it.
it was?
I just seen it yesterday.
everybody who
Yeah,
watches the show, man, knows that it was totally just a show personality, a show argument. Everybody knows that.
you'll hear Daslow arguing with Nathan first, and him ripping Daslow a new one, and then Witchett came on. He asked Witchett to join. He's like, if Witchett's out, then I mean, he pretty much made a call out, like he
Do you know
talked to
which
you
number
too.
it was?
It's
It's not
yesterday's.
the most recent one. You're going to see 3-in-1 ether versus gas pressure. It's got like a turd emoji. But dude, what's
Well, I'll tell
crazy
you,
is
they were talking about it afterwards and telling why they just don't. This is just not. I mean, not enough information, and they don't want to talk about it.
that's it's just a cop out, bro. But this is the point, right? So I believe in the creator. Okay, so I did not know that they were talking about me. I literally had no idea. Like apparently they were mentioning me before I got in there, and how, well, Witsit thinks this and blah blah blah. And he's like, well, Witsit thinks that's he's stupid. I did not know that. I coincidentally jumped in there because I was driving, and that's the third time I've ever been in there. I don't ever go in there. It's just too toxic for me. It's not my vibe. I think it's a good thing to have FED. That's why I kept playing Peacekeeper, but it's not my vibe. It's just a coincidence I came in there, but it's not a coincidence. And so I know people think I'm crazy maybe, but I look at it like the creator does stuff like this, and not that I'm like some prophet or perfect or anything, but I'm supposed to now expose this because it's dragging flat Earth into materialism. And just like I said, I'm like, well, because now they're going to do a ballbuster show to eliminate the ether once and for all, right? Well, when I get my studio built, which I'm building right now, I'm coming back to YouTube, and I will be thoroughly explaining this argument. And I explained to him, look, dude, you don't have to answer the question, right? Like, it's not specific to flat Earth. It's not required for the Earth to be flat. It's an independent conversation. It can't be scientifically proven because it's outside the material world, and science deals with the material world. So you can't do a scientific experimentation on the immaterial. So it's just a logical axiom, and you can choose to not address it. That's fine. That's your own prerogative. I don't care. You asked me my opinion. I'm giving you my opinion. So didn't tell me I'm not allowed to tell me I'm not allowed to talk about it, and I'm an embarrassment to flat Earth, and you're an idiot, a moron, dumbass. Da, 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 da. I mean, that's just not acceptable, because what you're doing is trying to intimidate people from thinking critically, and that's a problem, because that's going to cause flat Earth to be stagnant, and no one can rebut what I'm saying.
It's one of the best conversations to have, man. I mean, I personally ain't sure I'm on board with all of it, but I understand it, and it's a good debate. It's a good conversation. It's a good idea. It's possible. Interferometers aren't fucking parlor tricks. They fucking work. That's insanity, dude.
It's just him
He
saying
had to stoop all the way down to asking for the natural. He had to stoop all the way down to
understand how they work.
Phenomenon.
Yeah. So now you have to do a study on interferometers and know exactly how they work and all this other shit. So I mean, it's just not knowing. I don't know either how they work. But
it's light.
It's just lasers. It's just lasers that make cross patterns, and they get intricate measurements. And Albert Michelson is the first guy. He worked for 40 years of his life to create this really intricate, sensitive interferometer that can detect, slight changes in motion, which could not be done before that. And we use that for like everything now. For like all measurements, we use interferometry because it's so precise. And it shows that the light doesn't go the same speed, quote unquote. So that did away with heliocentrism. It debunked heliocentrism. So they had to come up with relativity in response. The idea that flat Earth would call that a parlor trick and would exclude it and would bash people for bringing it up is insane. It literally disproved heliocentrism, and that's why relativity was created. But like the points that I'm making, no one can rebut these. I'll even give them to you. Okay, so their talking point is the scientific method. It's not valuable. It means nothing. It's not real if it's not by the scientific method. Okay, but they
Yeah.
talk about natural law all the time, right? They talk about natural law, and they love to talk about entropy. What's the independent variable for entropy? See, natural laws are not science. Natural laws
Yeah,
are
you
just
could say the independent variable for that would be, or the natural phenomenon is electromagnetic fields, or but here's the thing: is the same as saying that the double slit experiment is science. You said right off the bat it ain't science, but it's technology. I mean, it's information, dude. It's fucking the best it's out.
right. Like, just because, dude, if we can't talk about anything except for what can be proven with a scientific experiment, you can't talk about 98% of the world. But my point is that they have contradictions in their own arguments. It's like, what's the independent variable for entropy? That isn't a scientific experiment. You can't prove the cause of entropy. We just know entropy increases. We don't know what causes it. We literally don't know. It's not a science question. It's a natural law. Natural law isn't science. So so you can't talk about entropy anymore because you don't know the cause of it, and you can't manipulate it as an independent variable to prove the cause of entropy. Therefore, you can no longer talk about it because the causal agent isn't materially manifest. And I can do this all day. I've been holding back because I think it's important for Flat Earth to have a show on every day. But then the other question, so we have a vacuum chamber. Is that naturally occurring? Well, your lungs kind of create a vacuum, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, though. It doesn't matter. If I take all the gas out, what's in between, and there's just a little bit of gas left, because you can never take all the gas out. So there's a little bit of gas left. Sorry, I'm going out. What's in between the gas molecules? What's in between them? Is it nothingness? Because I'm not stupid, so I'm never going to claim. There's obviously something there. We can measure electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum chamber. We can shoot a laser through the vacuum chamber, and it propagates more efficiently, which means the air is not carrying the light. Actually, the gas, it's impeding the light. And as you take it away, the light works better. You can't rebut any of the stuff I'm saying. The necessary antecedent to propagation is a medium. The necessary antecedent to energy is something has to sustain the energy. A wave isn't a thing. It's a type of motion. It's a movement of a medium. You can't have a wave. You can't have waves without a medium. It's just an antecedent relationship. And so basically, if you're like, you can't talk about it unless it's materially manifest, now we can't talk about how the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. Because the creator cannot be an independent variable that you manipulate physically in the material world. The creator's not materially manifest in the physical world. It's a logical argument. Logic, right? So it's like, I can do this all day. I'm gonna do it now because I feel like I have to, and it will be like with my new setup. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I have an issue with no recording of the sun moving from high altitude. I have an issue with that.
What do you mean?
High altitude footage doesn't show, when they go up real, 120,000 feet, whatever. The sun doesn't appear to move. Neither does the Earth, though.
Oh, I don't think the sun is a physical object at all, though. I think the sun is like magnetic holography. And Effie Core did a good thing on that. They got all the data from declination and azimuth readings all along a longitude line on the Earth over the course of a year. And it looks like the sun is like relative to the observer. It's just an apparent phenomena, and it's relative to the observer. So
you need an ether for that.
Well, you need an ether for everything. I mean, honestly, but not necessarily. You don't actually. Like, electromagnetic polarization will result in naturally occurring holography, or like a hologram. Just electromagnetism. So you don't even have to answer what's the electromagnetism in. But that's what my point is with the ether. It's like, well, you can ignore the question, right? So what sustains the magnetism? You can ignore it. I have no beef with you if you don't want to talk about it because you're like, well, this isn't materially verifiable and blah, blah, blah. It requires some speculation, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But you're ignoring the question. If you want to ignore the question, you can ignore the question. Some of us don't want to ignore it, though. Is that not okay? Is it okay that some of us don't want to ignore it? That should be okay, right?
Obviously, yeah. Just not on prime time first show, maybe second show.
Well, it was the after show, and I
Oh,
and I wasn't. It was the after show. I just jumped in to listen while I was driving, and they dragged me into the conversation and asked my opinion.
well, they saw you there, and they're like, "Here we go. We got some entertainment. Let's drag him in." And that's all that happened, and it was for a show. It's not that he was mad at you. It's from ignorance. I mean, and it's not. I'm not saying he's ignorant. Everybody is. Nobody knows enough about it to like speak proudly on it, and that's what he wants to do: is speak well on things that he knows. Yeah.
But you see how I made it very clear, though, that I'm like, I thought for sure he was going to accept what I'm saying. I'm like, I disagree with flat earthers that make claims about ether so definitively. I disagree with anyone that claims that it's scientifically proven. I disagree with anyone that's claiming that they know exactly what it is. I disagree with them. They shouldn't do that. It makes flat earth look bad. I also disagree with just ignoring the question. I prefer not to, but it's your own prerogative. It's a logical antecedent argument because you have two options. Either something is sustaining the energy or it's sustained within nothingness. Nothingness doesn't exist. What that means is that logically, applying logic, we only have one viable option, and that is that something is sustaining the energy. You don't have to go further than that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to call it ether. You don't have to tell me what it is. Some of us like to speculate, like I do. I think that the ether has viscosity and is super substantive and thousands of times more dense than the air, an all-encompassing background medium of extreme density. But like that's my speculation. You don't have to do that, right? But you should at least acknowledge the logic in what I'm saying. Either it's something or nothing. Calling something or nothing a false dichotomy is retarded. So now what's happened is, as we're pretending, well, we don't want flat earth to look stupid, so let's not talk about what we can't prove. Ironically, what you're doing is making flat earth look stupid. You're making flat earth look stupid when you say that something or nothing is a false dichotomy.
But not as stupid as they could possibly look if they continue that conversation. So they had to weigh out the, Again, I don't know. I'm just saying I wouldn't be too mad about it. That's all. But it's very interesting, and this is the thing that I drag my feet on. I want to start watching some shit or learning some shit about Electric Universe, and I never do. All that stuff. I want to get into.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm setting up a badass studio, dude, and I'm
Shame
going
on
to
you
make
for wasting your time. Sorry.
I'm gonna make some really good representations and presentations about this kind of stuff. Not that I know everything, but still.
You think it would be a waste of time? You said.
No, I said I can't believe you've wasted so much time or something. I'm an Electric Universe proponent, so you dragging your feet on looking into the Electric Universe irks me.
Well, send me
really.
some. I mean, post up a couple something you think is a good source of information. I'll definitely
see the pattern. See the pattern. The actual original guys are from the Thunderbolts project on YouTube.
Yeah,
they're the ones that kind of like brought all of Anthony Peratt and Velikovsky and all their different ideas and work together. But remember that the Electric Universe premise, it doesn't really rely on Earth coming from Saturn and any of the proposals that are there on that issue. But what it does actually, what you can use is the data that is coming in.
It's inference.
Modern data. Yeah. So they usually try to debunk Electric Universe by going, oh, Velikovsky, we came from Saturn. Yeah, right. Blah, blah, blah. But then you turn around and you find out that the rings of Saturn have the same deuterium levels in them as our oceans do. That means they're the same age. Well, that's not in their theory. They're not the same age. So what's up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's taking their elemental composition claims as true, right? So.
Well, I mean, when they try them, I just bend them around back on them when they go, oh, well, what about your discovery here? I mean, you want to sweep this under the rug, right?
Well, listen, that's the other reality of it is that we're saying they never went to Saturn because space isn't real. Well, that just tells me that they can go to Saturn then, because that shit's just right up there, and they can just get there real quick and come back because it's not that far.
Yeah, it could be something weird like that, dude. Like going to Saturn could be like, almost as easy as going to fucking China if you had the right equipment,
Yeah. They're just going up there. It's only 4 feet long, but they got there. Only 4
Talking
feet by
about
4 feet.
the electric universe, there is some observations done with electro-optical equipment, visual equipment. It's electro-optical infrared, and that gives interesting imagery of the sky, especially around the celestial north area of the sky. Electro-optical imagery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
Seems
So like I know to go. Listen, I'm not. I don't have the info on it, so I can't go to that part of it. But like I know to go to Thunderbolt's project and start looking there for the the true perpetuators of the electric universe theory. Like, but I don't have the greatest the library of where to go.
The
Yeah.
thing is that how we take photography, like we look with our eyes, we see the spectrum of this spectrum of light with our eyes, but also there is the infrared and there is other levels of the spectrum of light. And he mentioned the electric universe, and part of that spectrum is electro-optical, that things can be observed outside of the spectrum that we can see with our eyes. It's almost like kind of removing a veil when you look into that spectrum.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I watched what was it like things like again. I'm only on the beginning of it. Like Eric Dubé's video about what the frick was it called? He takes a picture of a leaf, and then half the leaf is gone. Takes a picture of somebody's missing leg, and then a leg is like appearing. What's that called? The kryllogram or something? Kryllic? I can't remember what it's called. Like you can rip off the leaf off of a tree, throw it away, take a certain type of X-ray, and then still see the branch there. What's that all about?
Of the live leaf, right?
Yeah, what's it called? Kryllic something? Kryllic pictures?
Yeah, I don't know, but I've seen something like that. I don't remember
Kryllic
exactly
with a
what
K,
that's
something with a K.
But if you look at some of I forget his last name, Michael Carnage or some shit like that on YouTube. I mean on Thunderbolt's project on YouTube. Then he shows the electricity of life and how it's actually the electric force that's designing those patterns, and all the way down to the DNA level, the heliacal pattern. All of that is also as large as the the largest things we can see in the universe. So this heliacal structure exists
part of
everywhere.
the mechanism, the input into this system that we're in, what causes the toroidal field and the movement of the luminaries, the actual structure that is up above the layers of the skies.
And what helps you know that is that plasma
it's like engulfing this electricity or
plasma is
electric
scalable,
spectrum.
right? It's a scalable physics, right? So that means like the same shapes and sizes. I mean, the same shapes in organizations or whatever you can make with the plasma on one scale, one size. It can 10 to the 39th order. That's like from the size of smaller than an atom to bigger than the cosmic web, which engulfs in all the galaxies and everything. So the plasma is scalable that way. A lot of things aren't scalable, so they can't go, oh, gravity's scalable, so you can, because gravity isn't scalable. But plasma fucking is.
So what we're seeing is like an expression of the information that is being inputted into the system. When you're saying about these patterns that we can see everywhere and everything,
Yeah, the fractal.
So that input into this system that is being inputted by a mechanism
outside of our system.
Outside of our system, yeah.
That's right. We're being fueled externally.
It's being expressed. That toroidal that is part of that input is being expressed down here in the system, because without that input, without that information or those patterns or that input into the system, there will be, I will say there will be no life, no expression of life.
Yeah,
In my
I believe
opinion.
that's very true too. I don't think the sun is like burning fuel from the inside out. I think it's being externally fueled from the outside in. That's why the hottest part of the sun that we can even measure is on the corona, not on the inside where the sunspots are, where it's millions of degrees cooler. If it was their theory was correct, then it would be millions of degrees hotter on the inside of the sun because convection is what they claim is going on there. So there's no
Yeah, the
reason
sun.
at all for the
What
sun
we
to have a
observe as the
cooler
sun.
area on the inside, right? Because that's where the sunspot is underneath that layer. That's what you're peering into the surface of the sun. You can't see it. It's black, but it's cold. Well, it's not
Yeah,
really black either. That's just the angstrom that we're looking at through the visible light, the light spectrum.
What we see as the sun and observe as the sun, it's that layer that is our ceiling, but the light is coming through multiple layers and multiple, let's say, chambers or mediums above, and the layers that we see as the sun, that's the ceiling of above our heads. But above that, there's multiple layers where the light is passing through, coming from the source, the actual cause of the effects.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth idea. I'm just talking about the electric universe ideas. You know what I mean? Like
I'm
what they actually.
I'm not talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's not a flat Earth idea. That's actually what we see. You can even see the layers being expressed like in a lensing effect.
But yeah, like see the pattern on YouTube. He goes over a lot of the Thunderbolts project's videos, and he's very scientifically minded and physics minded. He speaks clearly, and I think he's better at describing and explaining their videos than they are sometimes. So that's why it's kind of good to watch what he does, because he goes outside of what they do too. He'll look at like Lesage's push gravity mechanism, where it's like different theories of gravity that are alternative to the space-time curvature bullshit that they keep on spewing. And they can't make up their mind whether mass is attracting mass or space-time is doing it, but then they'll run to prove it to you. They'll say, see, look at the acceleration force. And like, well, we all know that's there, but why is it there? See, it's there because these fairies do it. Proven it because we can measure it. Like, well, that means the fairies did it. Like it isn't. It's so stupid. Or like gravitational lensing. That's proof. That's proof of that of Einstein's theory. And like, wait a minute. I mean, you didn't even know that this was plasma that you're looking through. I mean, you're only looking through the densest part of the sun you can see through to get this effect. You're not getting gravitational lensing outside of the solar plasma limb of the sun on that observation, the sun's observation. And they go, well, what about the galactic clusters, huh? Galactic
Talking about
clusters,
the
Einstein
Eddington.
rings too. Yeah,
Talking
yeah.
about the
And
Eddington.
and I'm like, well, the galaxy clusters that you're talking about are also full of what are stars. Stars fill up those galaxies, and then those clusters of galaxies are full of clusters of stars. And those stars have heliopauses in plasma. And you're looking through big giant bubbles of plasma constantly. And you're wondering why you're seeing these lensing effects. It's almost as if you're stupid. It's almost like they're stupid. Yeah.
The Eddington thing was a fucking joke that they let that be proof for, relativity.
Einstein rings and Eddington thingies and bullshitty ruse. And it's like fucking dark matter, dark energy. It's got to be gravity alone doing all the heavy lifting. Even though now they know that there's the electric force is present. Like if any electric force is present, I mean, gravity is no longer fucking the heavy lifter, because the electric force is 1,000 billion times stronger than gravity. That's their own model.
Graham,
they know that. Go ahead.
Graham, the problem though is if there's that much electricity in the universe, then what sustains the electricity? And that means there's a background medium, and this is going to lead to a more dense composition, which is going to lead to a more local universe.
Or or it's just really big, and this stuff is coming in from so far away that we can treat it like a never-ending system, because it's the far as we can see is never going to even reach us. You know what I mean? By like for billions and billions and billions of years, if it is anywhere near as big, right? It's just, I don't believe that it's as big as they say, because they add the redshift that they're seeing to everything as if it's expansion, and then calculated as a further distance, when in fact plasma just redshifts on its own in a laboratory, and it's not moving away from you or towards you, and it's fucking redshifting, and they know that. So they have to go back to the drawing board, but they don't want to, because they told you that they already had everything all figured out down to the fucking 16th decimal point. So they fucking ad hoc'd all the way down to the 16th decimal point, and now that new information came in, there's no room for the new information that's very true and real. Because their old theory was dogmatically held up with bullshit and lies. So they can't even fit the new information in without destroying their whole entire fucking concept. And that's why they're not allowing this electric universe stuff to take any foothold, because they know they'll lose all respect in the community for scientific, if it comes out all in one day, then it's like, well, guys, you guys were promising that this was right for almost 100 years now. And that should tell you something right there. If they're acting like they knew everything about space 100 years ago and it's still holding true today, they're of course bullshitting.
Yeah, so like Grim, I know that sometimes we've had heated exchanges, but I actually like you because a requirement for me to like someone is not that they agree with me. It's just that they truly believe what they say, and that they're open to new information. So I tip my
I'm the
hat to you
same
for
way
that.
to you too, dude.
But
For real.
yeah,
I
but what
already
I'm
know our
trying to
personalities will
understand
bump,
is,
but
yeah, but do you agree though, bro, that like in this scenario with the plasma, it could be a much more local universe? I mean, you've kind of said yes
absolutely.
because
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not like so close that I can actually, drive there in a couple of days in a vehicle. You know what I mean? Like I could to a different
Oh yeah, I mean, I
state
have
or
no
country.
idea how close it is, right? I mean, but it's just not what they say. But see,
None of this
I don't know,
billions of
just
light years shit.
yeah, it's a cascading effect, right? Because if you look at the very like heart of heliocentrism, what happened was they're like, okay, well, if the Earth is one of those lights and we're spinning around up there, then those lights have to be super far away because they just keep doing the same thing. So they have to be super far away, and then the only way that we could see them that far away would be a vacuum. And I'm not saying that I can see from your paradigm you haven't excluded the vacuum because you found a framework you think is viable that can explain it with a vacuum, and I
There's no
understand that.
vacuum, dude. No, we don't believe in an electric universe that there's a vacuum out there.
Well, okay, you believe that.
It's like permeating
Yeah.
with plasma. It might be a lower pressure environment, but it's definitely not a vacuum.
Well, there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? Like even
Right.
on the Earth, when you have a vacuum chamber, you still have a background energy, right?
Exactly.
So
Well, that
yeah.
too. That too. Not, and I'm not even talking about what you and I would agree is present of an etheric substrate, right? Is that you would agree?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So minusing out what you and I think about it, they still can't. They can't make a vacuum in their own terms. Just getting all the gas out of a fucking chamber, they can't even do that.
Yeah, of course.
So that's where we're going. See, I don't know that if some of these little effects that they're having, like the Casimir effect, the virtual particles, and blah 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 blah. I don't even know that if that is not actually evidence of these gas molecules expanding as a substrate of themselves into an etheric property, right?
Would you be interested in coming on a show and having this conversation with me?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So like another question I have for you is, what's the hiccup for you merging electric universe with geocentrism? What's the hiccup there? Like why is it that heliocentrism is the preferred
Well,
coordinate.
much of the data that I use to combat the standard narrative comes from like Cassini missions and IBEX and Voyager, and these are
Okay.
claimed to have been heliocentric. They follow a heliocentric pattern, like the sun itself. You know what I mean? Like the Parker Solar
Yeah,
Probe and shit like that orbit.
sorry, I'm sorry, but like NASA
Go ahead.
claims that like to launch the satellites they use geocentric coordinates, right? Like even the ones that go beyond Earth orbit because they attain a Earth orbit first. So
That's right.
they use a Earth centered system. So it's like even the satellites don't actually prove it. See, like I don't believe that you can get all the way up to the sun, but they actually don't claim they get all the way up to the sun, right? They claim they get like so many millions of miles away, like 6 million miles away. And then the article will say that they touch the surface, but actually it's
Yeah, I
6
read
million
all
miles
that.
away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I pointed that
So,
out the day they did it. I was like, "Hey, hold up, guys!" And in the other rooms, where the guys were all proud of themselves about it. I
yeah.
told them that
So
shit
it's,
the day that they came out with that shit. I'm like, "This ain't
yeah.
touching the sun, Goofy."
Right. Well, when you tell the truth, you don't have to lie a lot, right? But they always lie with their titles and their articles. But I guess what I'm saying is, see, I know that there's stuff in the sky. Like I know that men have put stuff high in the sky, and we would agree probably with the mechanism they use, or maybe not. I don't know, but they're using
Attic.
electricity to do it. Like they're
Yeah,
not.
me
Yeah.
too. That's what I agree, bro. Ever since the Echo One, I looked at the dimensions and the materials that they made the Echo One with, and it's a big metal balloon. What does a big metal sphere do? It finds equilibrium between two charges or two opposing charges. If there's a field in the middle of two fields, like a magnetic inclination and plane or something. So literally, if there's these shells that they say are there, like the F1, the F2, and these different layers of the ionosphere, then you could easily place one of those static balls in that system, and it will just fly around, not fly around, but accel around this magnetic field at the speed of the minus whatever the drag of the thing would be, if there's any of that, the rotating magnetic field inside of it. So it could just
Yeah.
be
So
stuck there rotating in a static field.
right. My opinion is that what is up there basically equates to no impedance. Like even Newton said this, and I don't really like Newton, but he gets a bad rap because he was kind of smart. But he's saying like basically, if there's an ether up there that's uh, akin to a much more efficient water, right? You would have no impedance, you would have no resistance, no drag. You would just glide right through it. And I think that's similar to what's actually going on. And I went and looked at the rocket launches, and flat earthers will say that they all go over into the ocean, and it does look like they send rockets that just fall into the ocean. But they definitely have stuff up in the sky. But if it's a more dense medium, it's much more local, right? Like the primary ways we get the distances are redshift, and then we use like radar. We use like the duration of time it takes for the signal to get back, and so we have to have a medium assumption to understand that data. So I have no beef with electric universe proponents because they're at least open minded. They're just kind of starting, in my opinion, in my assessment, they're starting with some inaccurate presuppositions still. Like they're still applying some inaccuracies to their data. And I think that if we can merge these, we'll actually get to the truth. It's very obvious that we do not have an accurate depiction of where we live yet. Right. So
Right.
it's like there's a middle ground here that needs to come together. And that's why I don't think that flat earthers should get upset with people like you, because the primary thing that should be our objective is getting people to step away from the accepted norm, like the
Exactly.
current model that everyone thinks is perfect. If you can be honest enough to say, okay, that's not true, I think they're misleading us, or if they're wrong, then that's really the whole point, because
Yeah,
no
that's how
flat
I
earther
feel.
knows exactly what the earth is.
All the alternatives are welcome in a sense, right? it just that's why I like flat earthers more than most of the other guys that are talking about these things, because
because we're going to talk to
open-minded.
you open-minded.
Yeah.
Richard, with what you said about sending
we just
devices
know
up above, I remember being in the Caribbean and observing certain launches from, it was NASA, right? And I was mentioning this. I was pretty young when I saw this, and I saw these rockets going straight up. And I mentioned this in the Discord, and they said, "No, they go to the ocean. There's no way you saw that." I'm like, "Yeah, I saw the rockets going straight up, and they went up to the sky, up. They didn't do the arc. They went definitely up." And
Oh, that's crazy.
Well,
yeah,
I've
and
seen
I
that too.
remember, I remember seeing this with no bias. I was a child looking at this with my own eyes, and I remember thinking that looks like a boat on water. The way it was after it went up, then it was kind of like moving above in the sky, and it looked like it was a boat on water, but it was upside down. Like
As a kid, I went to
when a
Satellite
boat
Beach
moving
High
on
School.
water, and you see the boat moving in water on top of the water. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah,
Back
I used to
then,
go to
and I
Satellite
was
Beach
a
High
child.
School, and that's near Cape Canaveral, and we'd watch rockets go off. The shuttles go off a lot, right? Well, one summer I was fishing with my uncle, and we were out in the ocean, and we couldn't see the land. We were like 4 miles out or something, and we couldn't even see the launch pad and all that. You know, it was all rocky and stuff, but we knew where it was, which direction it was. And so here comes this rocket, right? We're watching it on the television on the boat first, and then the thing comes over, the rocket goes over our head and goes, instead of like like we were watching on the TV, and it was like, oh look, it's arcing over the ocean now. It looks like it's going down from their view, right? And then over our heads, it was still going up until it got over our heads, and then it started looking like it was going down again. But it was like at the time it was going down on the TV, it was still going up for us. So I didn't understand, you know. I was like, oh, that's weird.
So
It's
why
going in a
can't
different direction.
like
I never
Logan?
thought of it that way as a kid. But my uncle was like, see, it's not going
Why can't
down, dummy.
a lot of
There it
Globers
is.
get their head around that? That's what happens with stars. 69 miles moving away from it. Why can't they get on board with maybe it's just perspective and not?
Yeah, for all I know, it was just traveling directly over us. You know what I mean? Like an airplane would be when it's flying directly over you. It looks like it's coming up when it's coming towards you from way out in the distance. It looks like it's going straight up almost, and then looks like it's going straight down when it passes you. You know?
There is definitely that case. Some rockets will do that, but there is definitely devices that are being sent up that are doing whatever they're doing up there. Because this, obviously, there's this show that they put for people. Oh, we're going to the moon, or we're going this way, whatever. But then there is the actual stuff that they do, sending devices to the layers above, and I think that's definitely a thing.
Yeah,
So
I'm sure
whatever
they found like a
technology they set
secondary.
up. Yeah,
Use
whatever
like
technology they set
everything.
up to send up, they definitely do some of those things, and there's a case for that. But then there is the other case that they do, the movie stuff or the stunts, and definitely the rockets that probably go to the ocean. I'm not discarding that, but what I saw, it wasn't a rocket. I was in the Caribbean in an island, and they were throwing these rockets, and those rockets weren't going to the ocean. They were going above. They were going up, up. Definitely not doing any arc.
Yeah,
They were
you're
going
looking at
up.
Cape Canaveral launches from the Caribbean.
No. This was a launch in Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
This was an actual launch in the island in the island of Puerto Rico, and it was in Cape Canaveral.
Do they have
This was this was
San
in the
Juan?
90s.
Oh,
In the 90s, they did this. Yeah.
cool.
And it was like these smaller rockets. It wasn't these huge ones that we see normally. Cape Canaveral, it was a smaller devices, so that's probably add to the fact that they're definitely launching maybe some devices up above. and doing whatever they do. So it wasn't like those launches that we see that they announce like there's like millions of people watching or whatever. It was something more like compacted, something more like in the background that not many people were watching back then. Doing it in the Caribbean, I guess. That's just saying to what you guys were saying, that there's devices that they definitely launch up to the layers above, and I have no doubt of that. There is
Yeah, they're doing it
green.
for some reason. They're not just doing it for a show. Like they're not just like, all right, guys, get your fucking $80 million out. We got to put on a show. They're doing it for something else, other kind of information.
Yeah, for sure.
They're
But discarding
something.
everything, that like like there is a blank statement. No, every rocket launch is fake. For me that always sounded stupid. But I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
they do launch some of them that are for show. I'm pretty sure of that. But it's not all of those launches are just for show.
Yeah, like I
Even
went
if you're doing
looking
it
at
just for show, you better have like a backup. Hey, we're shooting into the ocean, but we want to see like how much mass needs to hit this surface tension to break through water or something. They better have some other kind of benefit to it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, like
who's
okay,
paying for
so
that?
I went and watched a bunch of launches, right? Like I would film them with the P1000, the P900, and the infrared P900, and all the ones that I saw, they do go over for sure. They go over in a parabolic shifter. I've never seen one go straight up. That would be interesting to see, but I've never seen that. With the Starlinks, they're much different than like like their rocket launches. They like it's this really bright light, right? It's incredibly bright, and it just like levitates above the ground, bro. Like it takes so long to go up, it's insane, and it moves so slow in the sky. The Starlinks, now the rockets are much faster. Totally, the rockets are much faster. Anyway, and it goes up and then it goes over, and it does this crazy exhaust thing. I have the tape of it. It looks like a boat through water, right? It's very wild. Well, it's obvious what they're using Starlinks for. They're creating like a Skynet. They're creating an insane surveillance system. So for whatever, you can assume malevolence if you want to or whatever, but that's clearly what they're doing. They're doing something with all these projects. They're just 100% not doing what they said they're doing. And you can use electrogravitic propulsion to basically sustain infinite flight. And so, the fact that that isn't publicly known alone shows you that they're being deceptive, right? Because they just tell you this like very rudimentary, archaic idea of flight, and the Globers eat it up, right? But it's like it's clearly not what they're using. I mean, they're using electrogravitic propulsion, and they know the medium. And if you know the medium, depending on what it is, you could easily do that. So long story short, it's like, see, the deception is not that it's just all for show. It's just that they're not actually telling us what they're doing. They're going and doing something crazy, and it could have like spiritual implications. Honestly, I don't know, because we don't know
Well, it's
what's in the
weird that
sky.
all of their symbols and shit are like, some ancient gods or something. You know what I mean? There's like so much to that.
Yeah,
In their
it's
symbolism.
crazy. And like the Glover rebuttal,
I've been
I
on
got
to
the other
that for a
day.
long time because remember, I don't know if you knew me back then, but I was talking about, I don't know, 6 years ago about how the kinetic theory of gases in a vacuum and all of that, and how rockets probably don't work in space and da 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 da. And I was really on to rockets don't work in space, dude. But then I realized they're through the method that they're talking about, they're actually throwing out water very fast out of the back. So rockets would work in space, but not nearly as efficiently as they claim that they do. And they act, oh no, it's even better once you get into it. No, it would be absolutely even worse, obviously. for that situation, because all of their theories are basically canceling that out. Like the kinetic theory of gas expansion in a vacuum. Like there's no work being done when you just release gas. So that was right when I thought that, you know, like if it was just a balloon being released in a vacuum and it was just gas coming out of the back, then there's definitely no work being done, so there can't be any thrust, right? But then I realized it's not just gas coming out of the back. The emissions from those combined exhausts and gas creates a water, oxygen and hydrogen burned together, recombinate as water very quickly in the middle of that chemical reaction that's in the thruster. So they end up throwing water. These are water rockets. They're like you shoot water rockets and then, you know what I mean, from the ground, these ones that we for the kids. It's very similar to that, because you're literally at the end of it all, you're just accelerating water and throwing it out the back. You accelerate it as a gas, and then when it turns into a heavy water at the very end of it, you've then just thrown a weight out of the back, like a balloon, like a bowling ball out of the back. You know, so I realized, okay, or maybe rockets do work in space a little bit, but I don't think still that that's the method of, because it's so not economically viable. You don't get a lot of fuel for the distances you need to go. It just makes no real sense to be using that unless you were just stuck on stupid. If you didn't know that there was these electric fields out there that you could literally put you know, if you energize the outside of your craft opposite to the field that's in front of you, you'll be attracted to it. And if you just turn the dial back on your little oscillator and then energize it the other way, then you get repelled from it. So you could just accelerate and repel, riding electric fields and field lines, as long as you know and detect where they are, all day long. I mean, and accelerate like a charged particle would to relativistic speeds if you're not careful, you know? So I think they're utilizing that, and they have been for a long time, because we can do it right here on Earth in electric fields with other particles and shit.
Yeah, I think that there's something much deeper to what's going on, right? Like how they, you know, they're heavenly bodies and they're named after gods. The planets are named after gods, and the Glober will be like, they didn't name the planets. They were named a long time ago. Well, planets had all kinds of different names, and then the Astronomical Society came out and basically made it official that we're going to name it after the Greek gods. But why do they name all their missions after them?
Because those are the same controllers from then, right? They're in my opinion, they never stole or borrowed or lended their symbols, right? They kept their symbols and they still use them today. It's the same. The pharaoh never fell, right? A handful of Jews didn't kill all the pharaoh off of the entire planet. I mean, the pyramid builders were all over the planet. They were not just in Egypt.
Hey, Grim, did you ever get into the whole Akhenaten thing with what's his name, Tessarian? Like how like Akhenaten and like Tutmosis and like how like it was like it's just interesting if you ever check that rabbit hole.
No, my view was more like from just little bits of shit that I've, you know, heard. Maybe I have heard of him, and then I just intuitively, with no real evidence, I just intuitively, like, if I were going to rule the world, what would I do? You know, I'd start a society. We'd go underground. I would rule through proxy. I would fucking, you know, when the people got fed up with my, you know, particular thing, I would change the template. I would pretend to fall so they would feel appeased and happy again. Then I could rule again through proxy some more and continue that cycle over and over and over again, collapsing my own things when I feel I've gotten, you know, too futile, you know, to survive. And if the populations get too big, I have to find another template to control the people. I have to knock the populations down because, you know, when they get too big, they're uncontrollable. You know, all the things that you see happening today. If I were a crazy ruler of this, you know, and I had these, you know, these long-term secret societal goals,
that's how you do
I'd
it.
do all of this. Yeah, I'd do everything that's happening right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
If I wanted to be a sick in control of everything, I would just tell myself I'm doing it for the better of mankind, because it's better that I do it this way
You know
than
what,
you
though?
guys. Yeah.
I think in light of all that though, like this is what I find intriguing. The most intriguing is like in light of all that, they've still like they put forth a way to figure out that if you go through it, you're okay. Like you know what I mean? Like there's like I don't know, like they never hide anything. Knowledge is power. And like, you know, if you figure the way through, they're like, good job. You know, good job.
Who knows?
That's what I think. I don't know. I just that's how I feel about this little
It's
gangster
like,
ass
yeah,
world.
sometimes I think there really is a God, but he's not the God that any of these guys keep trying to tell you he is, and that he's just sitting there waiting for you to not choose one of those idiot gods that they keep presenting us with, so he can say, "Good job, dude. You didn't fall for the fucking banana
Well,
in your
also, yo,
tailpipe."
like think of it like this, like you know, like yo, like, and I'm sure you felt this way in your life, Grim. It's like because you're like in some semblance of like this hippie notion, except for like for real when it counts, is like if you walk and you know your word is your word, you're honorable and yada da da da. You can go anywhere on the earth,
Yeah.
and like if you stick to that code, you're good. And then it's only when you deviate from it you get screwed. You know what I mean? So it's like there's like this justice, this weird fucking thing going on. It's so
Oh
interesting.
yeah. I mean, you know, I'm a firm believer. You know, once you develop, um, you know, let's say a good fundamental baseline of empathy and you know, you know, then your brain will literally punish you for not following its own code subconsciously. And so that left you took is the one that fucked you up. You know what I mean? That whimsical left you took, you would have normally never have taken it had you not cheated on your wife, but you took it and now you're in a car crash. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. I really
Right.
think you punish yourself, you know, and that a lot of times when we, you know, because I believe prayer works, but you know, pray to a God in the prayer, you know, it's the intent you're pushing out, and the other humans tuning in pick it up, and then they act on it for you. There's no middleman. I don't think there's a middleman at all. It's just that we receive each other's messages through the ether, bro.
I've had some crazy experiences, Graham. Like I talk to the creator on a very personal level. Like, you know, like they teach everyone with religion, like to write a letter or something like, "Dear God," da, 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 da.
That's your inner
But
voice, dude.
well, yeah, I think there's a portion of the creator within us. Yeah, but what I'm saying is when I pray, bro. Now I agree that something like what you said is going to be the only alternative explanation. But like for example, I went into the woods, bro, and I said a prayer asking for a wife and children, and like I set a very specific parameters. Like I want her to be younger than me, smart, and open to some of the truths I discuss. No children, never been married, wants to have many children, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, one of the things I put on there is I wanted her to be a virgin in my list. And this is because my friend said, dude, just tell the creator what you want. Like he respects when you just show some assertion, like tell him what you want specifically. So anyway, long story short, and I'm not trying to get preachy or make this weird. I'm just
Oh,
telling
it's
you
all
this
right,
really
bro. All
happened.
right.
So I said this prayer, right? And then I was in the woods, and dude, like I could feel like the creator, bro, straight. Like I don't know. Anyway, I said the prayer, and then I opened up the Bible, and I opened it directly to. So like I opened the book, I looked down, and the first thing I read is, "And the Lord said unto Hosea, go and take a wife and children." And so immediately I knew like that was confirmation from the creator that like I was going to get a wife and children soon, after asking for one. And then I literally, finishing the tour, got a wife. We got married 21 weeks ago, and
Congratulations.
Kai is 20 weeks pregnant, meaning like as soon as we got married, she got pregnant. And like I just, for me, I cannot rationalize a way in which that's a coincidence.
Well, I
And
mean,
you
let
can
me
feel
tell
it,
you how
right,
it
with
is,
it.
right? The same
It's
exact thing happened to me, except I didn't pray to God for it. I just thought, man, I sure could use a wife that was 20 years younger than me. And it, I'm 47, my wife's 26, she never had a baby before. So I think it goes to the only thing that's the same between you and me was the intent that your mind put forward.
So
I
would
didn't
your
ask
take
for
be
God to
then
do
that
it or anyone to us.
that
Yeah.
so would your take be then that my intention, like my subconscious power,
Yes.
actually
Ex-
made me open the book to that exact saying? Like, out of the whole Bible, I mean, it's really crazy that I opened it
Remember, your
and read.
subconscious remembers everything you've ever read, seen, all of that. I mean, your subconscious is so fucking crazily powerful, man.
Yeah, but
And
how am I
when you tune,
subconscious
that's
to
why a
know
hypnotist
where
can
it was?
tune in.
Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, that shit happens with it. So, I mean, I'm not going to take away from you your thing because it could very well be that it was prayer and God and everything. I'm just saying that if that's true, then God listens to me too, even though I don't believe in him at all, right?
Well,
Because I
yeah,
help. Maybe it's because I help bees when they're hot and dying for no reason. I'll put water near them and let them drink and bring them back, in the summer. Or maybe it's because I don't let old ladies cross the street with groceries by themselves. Even if I'm driving down the road, I'll pull over and help them. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's because you know what I mean? But I don't think that I do all those things to get my way into heaven or to
Let me add
feel
to that, bro.
any,
Like
I
yesterday,
just do them because I would wish for that to happen for me if I was an old lady
right?
who
We
needed
got it.
help. Yeah.
We got it. Let me add something to that. So yesterday I saw a cat that was emaciated, really, really obviously about to die from starvation. And I'm thinking like, damn, God didn't give this cat a mouse or water or a home. I have to give this cat a piece of my dinner that I
God
got on
send
me.
you, buddy.
Am I God because I gave the cat a
Well, see,
piece of chicken?
that's what the point. What we're trying to say is like, it is God in us, or is the idea of God in us, and those are inert properties of us.
And to finish that story up,
But
that cat looked at me with the piece of chicken in its mouth and just looked at me as if I was God, And I'm just looking at this cat like this cat doesn't know the difference of who intended to give them food, whether it was a man or if it was God.
the cat loves you right now for sure.
Well, maybe you
God
should realize.
gave you the food and you shared it with the cat, and the
See how
cat
you
was
see how
saying,
you
"Thanks
see how you
God
took
for this guy."
It's like you're the
you see how you
cat
take his good
in
intention
real
away
life.
from him and tell him it wasn't him that did the good deed, it was God. But if he did
Who said
something
that?
bad,
He did
Exactly.
a
That's
good
what I
thing.
don't like.
that's
Like
what no,
I
that's
had
what that
no
infers.
intention of helping the cat. God was using me as a vessel to feed the cat. Like that doesn't make sense. Come on.
He
Right.
did. Okay, listen. He didn't say that you had no intention, but here's the thing, man. Maybe it was like an experience for you that could have something deeper to it, right? Like I look at animals like that, dogs and cats specifically, as like a great analogy of the creator. I think that he literally gave us animals so that we can understand effectively you're the cat in real life. Like for example, like a dog, right? Like we provide everything for the dog and we give it food and we give it water, and the dog doesn't understand sometimes when we tell him not to do things. Like when we're like, you can't go over there by the streets. He doesn't understand. And sometimes he wanders off and doesn't listen, but we always like forgive him and we love the dog, or we should, right? It's like, in my opinion, it's in a way, it's like we're the pet. Like we don't fully like how the dog doesn't fully understand your intentions or your reasoning or what's really going on. We don't fully understand. We don't fully understand it.
I see what
But
you're saying.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
just telling me I don't understand is not enough for me because I'm all about understanding.
Oh man, that
Yeah,
was.
Yeah,
would go with
you
what I
stand
know, right?
under the construct. Yeah, the understanding that you stand under the design and under the construct. We are dependent on this environment that was designed and constructed for us to do what we do. So we doing things for our partners here, the animals or the bees and all that kind of stuff. Is part of the design. It's part of this
Yeah,
place, and
Well,
we
understanding
doing
good
good
is
all the
really
intention.
suffering that
We
My
all
whole
the
entire
hungry
point,
terrorist
though,
cats out there,
we
is
doing
that part of the design?
good deeds.
you're yelling.
We doing good deeds and feeling good about it and enjoying doing good deeds. That is designed in our code, because when we do those things, we feel good, and when we do the opposite of that, we definitely can tell we're doing something
Okay.
wrong.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
these
if
are
I
learned
feed one
behaviors,
hungry
though.
cat, I'm supposed to feel good knowing that there's millions of hungry cats? That doesn't. I barely made a dent. Are you talking about God is using me as a vessel so I can feel good by feeding one
Well,
hungry cat?
the
I don't
main
get it.
point, the main point is those good intentions
I
that
didn't
came
say
from
God.
you, that you decided to do that, right? A religious person will take that from you as if you didn't do it yourself, that was
Right.
the
That's
act
what I
of
don't
God.
like.
No,
But
you
if you were
are
to, well,
doing
hold
it.
on, do you mind if
It's
I
in
finish,
you.
bro? You're screaming over me
Can we stop
constantly.
interrupting everyone?
Yeah,
Everyone talk at their time and try to be concise.
yeah, thank you very much.
All right.
And so, but when, like, if he would have killed the cat, right? Then it's him. He did it. God didn't act through him to kill the cat. No, did he? So it's kind of like this religion. It strips away anything good about you, the man, because you're the sinner. You're bad. You're inherently bad, dude. And to absorb that type of conditioning and accept it, put you in a place, like he said, of understanding, under the construct, the man-made construct of religion. And I overstand that. I don't understand that. I see past that, in my opinion, right? That takes away any good inherent nature about me or anything that I've learned. And it just strips it away. And all my will is, now you tell me I have free will, but I mean, if God only does if I only do good things because God acts through me to do good things, then that's not free will at all.
Thanks for saying what I think, man. I
Think-
really appreciate that. Thank you.
But I'm saying exactly what you're saying, because as the operator of the machine, right? Like I could grab a vehicle, and the engineer that designed the vehicle for me to drive around and do put the groceries inside and bring it home, right? And I'm using the vehicle for the intended purpose of that vehicle, to transportation. But then I can use that vehicle to run people over, and that's not the intended purpose. Just like the body, we can utilize the body to do
Yeah, but the
certain
vehicle
things.
isn't said to have free will, dude.
Yeah, it's the
It's a
intended
completely
purpose.
bad
But
example.
you're operating.
I don't
You're
get it.
operating, and
No, you're
I
stripping
didn't
away
mention.
man's free will right there, and you're allowing that.
No,
See
I
how you
didn't
don't even
mention
see that
God.
problem from your
I
axiom?
didn't mention God. I didn't mention God, and you're saying God this and that. No, you're the one taking the actions. You're the one doing the things. I'm not saying there is a guy pulling the strings behind your fingers for your hands to move. You're the one
Only
doing
when
That's
that.
I
what was
feed the
But
happening
cat,
with the
right?
cat.
it's
Only when I
designed.
feed a starving cat, that was God working through me, because you literally said that, right?
Yeah,
I
that's what I
didn't
So
say
got.
that's why
God.
I'm
I
still
didn't.
working off of that.
I didn't. You said God. I didn't say God.
The creator working through you. I mean, it's whatever the difference is, let's not
A,
get so
a
technical about
divine
it.
source of
I agree with
intelligence that
that.
you're not
The
in control of.
design. Aren't we designing a certain way
I
for
think
certain
Grim
things?
hit it on the head when he said it's your inner conscious
Did
voice.
God
That's
plan
God
on the cat
communicating
suffering?
to you. Can you hear me, Grim? Electric?
I hear
Was
you
that
too.
part of his intelligent design for this cat to not have food?
No, it was a matter of circumstance.
Because
Who
the
knows?
cat's survival is dependent on nutrition and shelter and water, and God is just not providing any of this to his own creation.
No, you're the one that do that. You're the one that was gonna build the shelter and that stuff. You're the one that gonna
Wait,
go
I'm trying to understand. Wait,
fish to fish.
I'm trying to understand. Your argument is that since there's no struggle, or since there is struggle, then there is no creator.
No, that's not what I was getting at. I'm saying, why do
asking.
we attribute
Oh, I'm
every
not even
one of our
saying that
good
there is
deeds?
no creator. I'm just saying that,
Okay.
it could be interpreted that this idea of religion in itself might be designed by man.
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
control
I
other
agree.
men, you know,
I agree. But
by
I'm asking
taking
another
away
guy.
his power and not letting him know that it's his intent and his power. You don't have to pray through anyone, and you don't need a leader of any kind. You just need to have faith in man and other men.
Faith in yourself.
And yourself. Well, you can also have faith in
Okay.
man, because I mean,
Did you make yourself?
I have faith in my children who are now men.
What
You
does
know,
it care if I quote
to
unquote
do what
made
needs to be
myself?
done. I
Like,
know
what
them
difference?
locally.
Why are y'all talking at the same time?
It's exciting. I think maybe it's not on purpose. Nobody's trying to
Okay,
hurt.
I'm just saying, it's just kind of, it's hard to
Kinda, no.
follow.
I'll yield.
Okay, yeah. No, it's okay. But Electric, I know you like
man.
this conversation. If we can just keep it chill, that'd be great, and then we'll have a good combo, right? I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, right? If I think I agree with both you guys in lots of ways. Religion is man-made. It's used to control people. It's stupid. It's dogmatic.
That was the original application for religion. It's not like it turned into a way to control people. It was made to control people.
I literally just
Right.
said that I
Right.
agree with that, right?
And there
So
might be this God, this
disagree
overall
with
designer of everything, and he's just not talking to us at all. But in the sense that he is the ether, or he is the substrate that allows man to communicate through those
Sorry to
spiritual
I agree with
interrupt you,
that.
levels with each other, right?
I
The
need to turn up your
conduit.
mic, Mr. Grimm. My bad.
Maybe it is that he is the conduit of all the, and without that etheric structure, all of that, then there would be no life or anything, or structure of matter, or
But can
properties
you
of
let Buddy
matter.
ask me that question? I want to know what he was going to ask me.
okay, yeah. So, what I'm saying is, so I agree with the premise that religion, which is man-made doctrine, is, off the mark. It's used to control people. But I'm just talking about a deep logical framework here. It can't be that we have all the power, like all of it, within ourselves, because that would require us to have created ourselves, right? Like there has to be some external input. That's kind of my point. Like it's like,
Have you ever
Yeah, I
seen?
agree. I totally
Have you ever
agree.
seen nothingness create a person?
no, the nothingness doesn't
Have you ever
exist.
seen a
I
person
don't think a
create a
nothingness
person?
ever existed, though.
Have
So
you
I
ever
don't
seen a
know about
person create a person?
I've
Well,
seen two
yeah.
people have sex, and then a baby comes out.
People create people. We think
So
that there's a magical creator spawning thing out of nothingness, and that's not what we
That's
see.
actually
So I don't know how we
not
use
true.
this as evidence.
The only time
I think
science
electric
ever accounts for God
electric
is within the spark of life, when the sperm
uh,
meets the egg,
uh,
and there's an
guys,
instance there where
Hey,
there's an electrical charge that takes
what's up, man?
place,
uh,
and science calls that the spark of life. That's the only time they account for
I
God.
think your mic is messed up.
I think
Is that any better?
what I don't know if I understood correctly. Which is talking about the first humans, right?
I think Electric
Not
was behaving. He was just trying to get in, though. We kind of powered steamrolled over him. Was that Electric?
I don't know. Did I? Sorry.
Wait, do we
I
not
thought you were.
understand my point though? Like
All right.
Electric's response didn't actually answer my point, because the fact that we can make another human together, which does have a little spark in it, yeah, but like where did man come from? Like
Yeah, I know I
man
didn't
can't
answer your
create
question
stuff.
because you didn't answer mine. You never saw nothingness spawn something. So
Well, what
we're
I
just
said
going to
was
attribute mankind to being created by nothingness. I'm just wondering, like,
no. I did
where did you
answer
do
that.
this?
We're all
I did
stuck on the
answer
same
that.
problem, though, with or without a God. We're still stuck on where did everything come from, right?
Yeah, but I did answer that. I said nothing doesn't exist. Like there's no such thing as nothing, and I'm
Yes,
not
there
trying to
is.
get it.
You
No,
just made a claim of its existence, actually.
nothing existing is an oxymoron. That's intrinsically contradictory. But my point is not to talk about what is the creator, who is the creator, what's his name, what's he like, nothing like that. That's a totally different debate that I'm not interested in right now. I'm just saying that the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator, or design needs a designer. There has to be an external input of order, right? And so for
Yeah,
man
and I
to
don't see any
exist,
evidence of creation. All I see is evidence of things existing.
You guys gotta let each other. You get Electric finish. Let him finish his sentences though, because that starts to get like it starts to feel rude.
He
And
doesn't
then all of
like
a
my
sudden
answer
bite
to his
people.
question. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I
He wants me
mean,
to give a different
nobody's
answer.
that emotionally charged to start interrupting each other about it, are they? It's just
He
not a big
actually
deal.
sounds emotionally charged, bro. Be
I
fair.
know. That's what I'm trying to not say about and say at the same time, right, dude?
He feels
Yeah,
Subtle
attacked.
that's what I'm saying.
subtleties, man. Subtleties.
Electric, like I'm
Mr.
saying, like
Green,
I
he's
know
not
that you're
attacking
pretty
you, man.
passionate. You're pretty passionate about this convo, and that's cool. I just think that we should keep it chill because it just can devolve if it's like I know everything and you're stupid if you don't think that. Whatever.
I
Right?
never
I know
talk
you're
like
not. I know you're not saying that. I'm just saying, like, if we can both keep it chill. I'm not trying to like convert you to what I think or anything like that. I'm just trying
I'm
to
literally sitting here in
understand it.
silence listening. Like, am I interrupting people? I don't think so.
Yeah, you did it right now to ask if you were interrupting people.
Because
Yeah,
all I'm
but
hearing for the past 5 minutes is that I'm interrupting people. When is someone going to address what I
I'm
said?
not mad at you. And that's the whole point. I don't want to get mad at you. That's
Address what I
okay.
said. Damn.
Did address it. So nothing cannot exist. Nothing is a concept of the a void of existence and absence of existence. That's just a concept. Like there is no such thing as nothing. And the question is, what was the external input to have man? Like man didn't make itself because there was no man to make itself.
Yeah, I got a really deep answer for that, but it's going to take some time. If
Go
anybody
ahead.
wants to say anything, go ahead. I'm going to hold that.
Okay, well, can I
I wanna hear.
maybe I can save us some time and you can tell me what I'm wrong. Because I think I may know what you've told me before, which is kind of the idea that we're all part of, well, okay, that man himself has the manifestation power of creation and that man is actually the designer of everything because all that you've ever seen is what men have made. Something like
Consciousness
that?
is responsible for all abstract reality and principles. And I think consciousness created man. And I think that when we say that we are outside of the creator, I think the creator is in us. That you heard me talk about this before, so awesome. Yeah,
Huh.
you're right.
So I agree with you, right? I agree that consciousness came first, right?
Yeah, me too. I
So,
think that's
so do you agree that consciousness is not confined to like a material body,
I
right? Like,
actually don't agree with that. I think the spirit
consciousness is not
came first.
confined to a material body. It's
yeah, it's not
actually
confined,
confined to
but
every
it
being. It's confined to all conscious beings. It is.
well,
like let's assume that what he's saying is true, right? Like for the sake of conversation. And because I want to elaborate on the idea because I like that idea that that what if man's minds are just tuners that tune into the external consciousness that exists and that we tune it and recode it into thoughts that we can either think we're thinking or you know what I mean or they can just spring into like ideas into your mind like what's his name used to say Tesla said what happened to him
yeah,
and it could be some sort of ability to tune into this greater, let's say, radio station, you know, of man and the external consciousness, and maybe that the external
We call
consciousness,
it external.
now that there's so many men, can't really be heard through the ether because of the signal from so many men is that strong. Now it kind of like washes it out. So
So
maybe
let me
there's
say
something
something.
to all of that.
When you say an external consciousness, why not just use the word collective?
Well, because
well,
collective would be talking about the time of man. External would be talking about before the time of man and
Okay.
continuing on with the
So you
collective.
think so you
So
would like to believe
there'd be like
I'm
two
sorry if
main
I'm
streams or
interrupting.
two. It would be think of it as two radio stations, and then somewhere along the timeline, those two radio stations became one radio station. Yet there's still the back signal, which is of the original radio station, still comes through underneath. where we could still tune into it, but it's so noisy with all the other, men in that other signal.
All right, can I get this thought out of my head for you guys, please?
Hell yeah.
Before there was physical material or any abstract ideas or realities, I feel like consciousness created the concept of man before the concept of physicality. But I can't prove this. I think that there was a point in time where man was more of a dream than of the physical realm, but I can't prove this. That's just how I feel.
Now, in the light of
Then
humor,
that would
just
go along with the
for the
fact.
sake of humor, I want to say, can you take a shit without your asshole?
I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
Can you be conscious without your mind?
Yeah, so I keep alluding to the idea that consciousness created man. That's what I'm getting at.
I know. I was just trying to be funny. Slapping
Oh, my
myself.
bad. No,
my
I
own
got it.
idea.
I got the
I'm
joke.
slapping myself and my own idea right across the mouth with this idea, this new statement. Like, well, wait a minute. I like to do that to myself. Contradict my own thoughts and shit with other. You know what I mean? To see where I stand.
Check this book out. It's
how
called
would
The
you?
Secret History of the World by Mark Booth and The Sacred History of the World by Mark Booth. Read both of these books. He goes into detail about how
I've read the
we
outlines.
came up with all this stuff while we were dreaming, apparently. And then we started to experience physical things, the more abstract principles became.
That was like the purpose of men.
Yeah. You got to check that book out, man. I love that book.
So when you say that consciousness existed previously and then manifested man, how would you define consciousness? What is your idea of consciousness, and how would this be intrinsically different than people's conception of God?
Well, if all this consciousness stuff is real, right, and we're just we're able to tune into each other, who's to say that other beings somewhere else also who are very conscious didn't exist before us, and that we're just piggybacking off of their consciousness?
Right. So my question was more around the term consciousness and how you would kind of define it or describe it. But that was really for electric.
To me,
Sometimes when I hear the
consciousness
word
is
electric, I think I should
awareness
talk.
and accountability. I don't know. You just have to have self-awareness and an ability to remember. I don't know. That's a good question.
So
Well,
self-awareness
that cancels
is
out like most of the SJW types
but
in
you're-
this fucking.
So
Consciousness and
self-awareness.
spirit are two different things. So you guys got to remember that.
Man, there's too many things that I would like to just throw
I
into the
can't know
mix.
that. Yeah.
But you guys are gonna be like, "Ugh, why are you putting raisins in my potato salad?" But the
What is-
brains are like antennas, right? And we're
Like
pulling every conscious idea that could be had is coming from a I guess like a vestigial body. I don't know what to call this thing, man. But yeah, whatever that body of consciousness is that we pull our thoughts from, like our brains being the receivers, and whoever's sending the signal, I don't know, man. Whoever's sending the signal,
the best
they
analogy
created
that I've
man,
come
they
up
created
with
thought,
is the
and they
hand
created the
radio,
processes of man. So, like, why can't we call that man?
You ever heard
They
the hand
are
radio analogy, Electric?
what all the processes are. I don't know.
Oh,
Dude.
okay.
the
Can't hear
ham
me?
radio analogy. I think that's interesting. Go ahead with that.
Yeah, the hand radio. Basically, you've got the
Yeah,
you've
like
got the station
we pull our
broadcasting.
thoughts from like an
Can you tell
ether,
him
like
to
a body
mute
of
me? I think he's got
consciousness.
me.
Our
I
thoughts
think he's
are
got
not
me
of our
muted.
own. That's
Hey,
why
you
there's
might-
somebody on one side of the
Every
world.
time I
Fucking
talk,
electric.
through.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
might have this other guy
I thought
muted.
there's someone
Your name-
muted, so I don't even know who.
You might have someone muted. Let's check it out.
Yeah,
Sorry, bro.
Dice Flow. I think
Let me
he's got
see.
Dice Flow.
Dice
Yeah, it
Flow,
was
let's
Dice
see it.
Flow.
Dice
Sorry,
Flow,
Dice
yeah.
Flow.
So yeah,
I'm sorry, guys.
the hand radio analogy is essentially saying that there's a signal being broadcasted, right? And the signal versus what's broadcasting the signal are two separate things. But that signal that's being broadcasted and picked up by the radio, the hand radio, is analogous to life, and the body would be analogous to the hand radio. The spirit would be analogous
my
to that
God.
signal
Sorry. That was my cat.
broadcasted, and consciousness would be the receiver, the antenna receiving that signal and animating the voice coming out of that radio. They're separate entities, but they're consubstantial to one another. That's an interesting word if you don't know what consubstantial means, but basically something can't exist without these two things coming in close proximity, that being consciousness and the spirit, i.e. the signal being broadcasted, coming together to create this animation of what we call life.
Oh, I
So
forgot to say one important thing. No, I caught everything you said. My bad. I thought you were done. We imply that here comes consciousness, here comes everlong time period. He's waiting around. What's he doing? Oh, now he's gonna make man. Like, we all assume that the creator created, and then he waited a minute, and then he created man. And I just don't know why we wouldn't think it all happened at this. Why wouldn't he create creation and man and consciousness and put himself in the bodies of man all in the same breath? Like,
But wait,
why
this
is
is
it
the
taking so long?
but this is the point, right? Like, this is the point. Consciousness, if consciousness created man, that means it exists outside of man. And that means it predates man, although time is conceptual. So consciousness is not limited to the material body. And so you can't invoke man as the causal agent of man. And that's kind of my point. And how you want to go about understanding that is your own personal journey, right? And that's where you get into a lot of dogmatic religions and all this stuff. And I'm not interested in that. But
Yeah, that's the problem. Is you want me to align and assimilate my beliefs with the Bible. And what I'm saying now doesn't. Therefore, I need to go check out the Bible and align with those thoughts, right? Yeah, no thanks.
No,
I
I'm pretty sure
literally
he said
didn't
the
say
exact
that.
opposite. He
Here's
said the
what I want to
exact
point out.
opposite.
Yeah,
He gave you
before
a
you guys get
framework
into it,
and said,
he's
go
not doing
figure it
that.
out yourself.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's not forcing you into anything. Don't feel like that. We're just spitballing ideas that we might think. Well, I don't even think any of us solidly adhere to any of this. We're just
Nobody knows.
using our, if it's possible, we're just using our subconsciousness or that internal consciousness or whatever. But let me make a point.
Hold on, give me a second, man. Electric man, where did the Bible hurt you, bro?
No, stop it with that. Come on. It probably hurt him at the Spanish Inquisitions or the.
He was raised Catholic, and then he found out how corrupt the Catholic Church is.
I'm Native American, and my great grandmother was an Irish Native American slave. I have no reason to believe that the Bible's ever going to do fucking anything for me.
Right. So
what
if this this second tune, right? We keep talking about the consciousness and then the creator, but what if this split signal is actually your subconsciousness and your consciousness, right? So the split signal, this divine, knowing all the answers
contextual
might be
notion to what I
us
believe
being able to
that y'all are
interrupt
missing.
each other flawlessly. Never mind.
I know, right? I should just subscribe to God. Subscribe to God. There's a big contextual notion that y'all are missing.
I'm literally an atheist, bro. So I'm never going to tell you to subscribe to God.
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that.
I know the
what about
paranoia is causing you to fight with everybody, assuming that we're all trying to push you into some sort of a constructed belief system, and it's not happening to you.
That is
Chill
so
out for a
weird.
second. You realize I'm still in the middle of a sentence, though. That's why I said, and we learn to interrupt each other flawlessly. That was a joke because obviously
I never finished making my point. So I understand you think you're getting interrupted. I think you're interrupting
I'll be back, guys.
Anyway, yeah, go. Anyway, so the idea that consciousness created man or man created consciousness, why don't we stop trying to just blur the lines and accept the fact that both are like yin and yang with each other?
There we go.
That's all I wanted to say.
People get really offended.
Yo, did anybody in this group chat? Did anyone in this group chat? Is it okay if I change the convo? There was like an interview with Elon Musk recently. Did any of you guys see that?
Nah, definitely change the combo, man.
Some people got hurt.
Yeah, bro, I better to change the convo than to have these guys argue about, well, nothing. There's no sides. They're just arguing for arguing.
Well,
But
there is, because I don't agree with that. I don't agree that consciousness came first. As I stated in my hand radio analogy, it was the signal being broadcasted, i.e., the spirit that nobody possesses physically in their body, but yet that's not to say that we don't have a spirit. It's separate from the body. It's something that we tune into. It's a frequency that we're tapped into via the dipole antenna, i.e., water, being the receiver of consciousness and spirit. And so I think it's spirit or that came first, and then consciousness, and then the physicality, or should I say then consciousness? But ultimately, it was the spirit, the thing that we're all connected to.
So was the
Thanks
spirit
for that, guys.
was the spirit conscious or not?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, that's a hard one to tackle, but I would only be giving my like pure opinion on that, which I don't feel like I want to do.
I mean, well, it's like the chicken and the egg thing, man.
Well, consciousness requires some sort of a physicality, being, the body. So, but to say that the spirit isn't conscious, I don't know if I would agree with that. I think consciousness from our perspective is physical and requires a physical existence.
This is us trying to understand something that we are not capable to understand. So weird to listen how people are so arrogant, think they can understand it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying.
Hey, trying is what leads you to bad ideas, man. Just like gravity and shit.
It's nothing hard. There's nothing. You said
And
that.
then
You
see
said
what
it right.
happens, right?
You said it. You said it right. It's nothing wrong with trying, but would you really understand by
Well,
trying?
let me contest that, Dyslow, because I think it is wrong with trying, because the system that we have right now, all this astronomy and all this all this model that we have is humans trying to understand things that they were not capable of.
Well, the
And
problem is,
they build all this, and now you have all these humans believing BS, So
the
go ahead,
problem is because they're basing their understanding off of data collection. Data and information is not wisdom or explanation. And this is the problem, because there's nothing in the data or knowledge that requires morality. This is all stemming from wisdom. So you can't leave that out of the equation. The second wisdom's left out of the equation, then you're left with man's knowledge, which, like you said, could be misconstrued or misunderstood.
I agree with you. I mean, that's a problem, that nowadays people don't try to think by themselves, right? Like you guys do or whatever. They just follow what they've been told. It's like me, bro. I understand this because I'm Catholic, right? And I perfectly understand that I've been, how you say, I've been indoctrinated into the religion, right? Even though I know this, I choose, as a matter of fate, to believe in it. That's it.
Well, that's kind of a big issue, because most people identify with their beliefs as being themselves. Like, you are not your beliefs. Your beliefs are separate from you, and that's kind of an identification issue that I think a lot of the world has, is false identification.
And this past half hour, religion has been attacked and everything. Do you hear me get upset or anything? No, I don't.
No,
I'm not.
I'm not pointing
Can I
fingers.
say something to that?
Everyone's guilty of that. Go ahead.
Can you say that last statement? before I started coughing hysterically? What was it you said?
Yeah, I
again?
said people identify with their thoughts, and when you attack, people identify with their beliefs as being themselves, and when you attack somebody's beliefs, they're taking personal offense to it because they feel personally attacked, and that's the problem is we are not our beliefs, and it's a misidentification. You have to
Right
be
there,
able to.
that part.
Go ahead.
No, that was excellent what you said. I agree, and I disagree with the part you said about shit, man. I had the thought and I lost it because I'm smoking. I appreciate what you said so much, though. I literally lost the thought. I'm so sorry, man.
Well, this is what creates war. You know, is people being. I'm smoking too. People being offended by something that contradicts their beliefs because they take personal offense to it because they've identified with that belief personally.
Oh yeah, let me rattle this off. God is using man as a vessel to not necessarily create new abstract principles, but we're kind of like the vessels rearranging situations to birth the principles in this realm. Does that make sense?
Okay, you repeat it?
Yeah. God is using man and his consciousness as a vessel to birth new abstract principles. So it's our ability to transform this realm to create new abstract principles. And that is how God creates abstract principles, in my opinion, through man. But you don't gotta subscribe to what I'm saying. You know, I'm not gonna tell you I'm right. That's how I feel.
Well, principles and attributes are important to understand, and that's something that they haven't really taught the kids in school or in college. This is a way to abductively and retroductively deduce something to being true or false. It's a method, you know, to use to basically make sense of the world around you, and it's a lost art that's hasn't been around since the 1600s, but it's important to understand principle versus attribute.
Difference between principles and attributes.
Yeah.
Humans have abstract principles. Reality has abstract principles.
Well,
and they're like
there's
a
no
different
duality.
set, you know?
There's no duality existent in nature, only in the conscious perceiver, abstractly. But everything that the world's been built on has been a dualistic understanding, including science and religion today. It's all under this dualistic premise, and that's why I say the longest standing battle ever fought and still being fought today is the battle versus monism versus dualism. This is the battle that
it was what versus what
people haven't necessarily. What
was it? The battle what versus what?
Monism versus dualism.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. It's the battle of perception and how to accurately perceive the world around you and your essence here. So if you guys don't understand these things, this is something to look into.
Can I ask Silent Zero if you're around, Hannah, a question?
Sure.
Hey, and I know you don't really mean it in a negative way earlier. It's not who you are. But when you were saying something about like trying to figure it out, and maybe that's a problem because man has done that, and that's how we're kind of in this mess. But in a way, isn't it? We're trying to figure it out because we've been lied to. They weren't the people that are doing this to us haven't been trying to figure out anything. They've been trying to lie to us and manipulate us, and now we're just trying to have more of a connection of who we are, whether it's right or wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I support that. I agree with that.
Yeah. I figured so. I just want to make sure that same that you weren't meaning the opposite of that, and I didn't think so.
Oh, no.
But okay.
No, not at all. I actually support. I'm a flat earther, right? So
Right.
I support
Right, you'd hope so.
the searching of truth. Like I said, me and my religion is just a matter of faith.
Yeah.
It's, something that I choose to continue to follow. You know, it's a choice. But I understand why, like, everybody's trying to search their own meaning and life and purpose and all this stuff.
Right.
I don't have a
But it
problem with
can
that.
lead you down a wrong path, like you were saying earlier too, because
Because I don't
yeah,
say again.
I said it can lead you down a wrong path as well, though, when you speculate and you try to find truth. It doesn't mean when you come to a belief that that is factual. But for some reason, people think a belief, once it hits them and that's what they believe, that that's reality. And that can lead you down a wrong path if you start believing shit that ain't right. Just depends. You know what I mean? So
What's
speculation
not right?
can
That
be,
What's the wrong belief? I'm just wondering.
Stacy,
I don't know.
that's why I believe that when it comes to matters of God,
Hmm.
everything is how you say is how do I say this? I don't know. Like you can uh, you're free to think whatever you want, right? Of God, because nobody can actually know the truth, what is the fact of the
Right.
fact of what is God or what is not. That's why when people ask me about, like, what about these other religions, I'm like, maybe it's the same God with a different interpretation. That's what I will say to right. I mean, it's just humans taking sometimes the interpretation too far, and then
Yeah, even people that are like Christians and whatnot to have their own belief systems within that as well.
Exactly,
And you could fight and argue over that. And I've seen it happen so many damn times. It's not worth the fight. That's the problem, though, is we're fighting over all
exactly,
this shit is what they want from us. And so it's not that I don't agree or disagree with anybody's religion belief system when it comes to God, because I don't know. But I know what I feel when I think I have a relationship with a higher power. I would never, though, because of my own interpretation, my perception, what I've been through, ever put that on somebody else that they have to believe what I've been through.
I'm exactly the same way. I'm exactly the same way. I will never say like, oh, you're wrong because of you're not following my beliefs. I will never say
Right.
that.
Apparently, I am though.
No,
Apparently,
you're
I'm
not.
wrong in your opinion, right?
You
No,
probably
no,
are not,
who says
Electric.
that?
You just come up too strong. Like, if it seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but to me it seems like you actually get offended when somebody goes against what you're
I can say
you're
the same
thinking.
thing about any time I talk about this stuff. Is people that believe in God that just want to tell me I'm wrong. It's every time.
Well, telling
Have
you that it's
Has
wrong
that
in
happened?
behavior. Sorry,
Oh
sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you think this is the first time people try to tell me that what I
No, I mean
believe is
even
wrong?
now. I mean, since I've been here, I don't know. I'm just talking about the conversation now. Was somebody telling you that you
Oh,
were wrong?
Oh
Electric
yeah,
doesn't believe in God. You don't have a God in
that's
your.
not even what I said though.
I don't. I just. Yeah. I don't know
That's
what you
not what
said. I'm
happened,
asking.
though. That's not what happened, dude. Because I just said that man can't create itself, so there was an external input, and then you said, "I know you're trying to get me to align with the Bible and all this stuff," but no one was doing that. And the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. The material world is not the entirety of existence. We
I
have
know
a
what the Bible says,
metaphysical world.
man.
No one's talking about the Bible.
We're talking about what the heck, bro? Like seriously.
Oh, okay. No one's
You've been
talking about the
thinking. You've
Bible.
been thinking we're talking about Jesus Christ the whole time, bro, or what?
Electric, even if you
Like, hold on, give me a
think that
second. Give me a
somebody's
second. Give me a
doing that,
second.
go
Give me a
ahead.
second. Sorry. Can you tell me one thing that has been created without a creator?
Have you ever seen anything get created?
Yes, plenty
Every
of
day
times.
you can create stuff.
Well,
Yes.
okay, when did flowers get created?
I didn't say flowers.
Well,
Did I?
flowers don't get created. Created would
When did
imply
water get created?
created. Here's the thing: is you guys have to understand the difference between Genesis, i.e., creation, versus manifestation, right? Because I always ask this question: what's the difference between the apple seed and the apple tree? Well, they're both genetically the same thing. They've got the same DNA. They're identical molecularly and anatomically. The only difference is one is manifest and the other isn't. The apple tree is the manifestation of that seed, where the seed is just the genetic code of the tree. So it's no different than throwing a fishing hook in the water and manifesting a fish into fruition. You don't create or generate a fish, you manifest it. Or when you order a pizza at your front door and it shows up, you didn't create a pizza, you manifested it into fruition. So there's a big difference there.
It's like that. What is it? I don't know if
Hold
it's
on.
like
So
a
I mean, this is the
parabola.
thing though, with the pizza analogy. All right, did it needed somebody to create the pizza to have a pizza?
Well, the pizza was already there. It just wasn't
Was
put
it?
together. Yeah, you take
No,
all.
it wouldn't
you
be
take
a
all-
pizza.
Let me explain.
Let me say. Let me say. Sorry, go ahead.
So nothing was necessarily created. It was manifested. All the ingredients were already readily available. It was just put together in the proper application to give you the colloquial understanding of what a pizza is.
Okay, give me a second. All right. So I have flour, I have eggs, I have yeast. Already pepperoni cut. I don't need the pig. I say it was already the pepperoni is cut, and I have cheese in the side. Do I have a pizza?
It has to be put together.
It has to be created into a pizza.
Well, nothing was created because when you say
No.
created, what are you really
Pizza
saying?
is an abstract concept, so you could have the ingredients for it, and you would still need to manifest it. I don't.
You still have to create the pizza.
This is, I think, the
I don't even know
definition
why
of.
it's going into this. This is not what we should be talking about, honestly.
Can you guys go into manifestation and creation and description, because I think that's where it's going to end up the argument.
Like there's that old saying where these scientists got together and said,
Yeah, I
we can
was
create life.
gonna say that one. Go ahead, Daislo.
Yeah, and God said, go ahead, give it your best shot. And so the scientists said, sure. And they got together and they started scraping up dirt. And God said, whoa, 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 hold up there. Go get your own dirt.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's our point.
That's
you
our
said God
point,
said, "Go
Daislo.
get your own dirt."
Yeah,
Go
you
get your
can't
own.
use.
He's not meaning it like that, man.
That's our point. That's our point, though, right? Like, my point is that the material world was created by something not confined to the material world intrinsically. There is no other viable option.
Well, my point was that everything has already been created. The only thing you can do from there is manifest it into fruition. The creator created. Creation's
Yeah, but we're
done.
talking about the first where all this come from, Daislo. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
you said the creator
I'm-
created.
Yes, correct.
Well, that's all we're talking about. Like, that it had to happen. Like, something outside of the material world exists, right? I mean, it's like, I don't even know how it could ever be rebutted. I failed to see any rebuttal.
So I can give a rebuttal. Energy creates matter. This has already been proven, I think, a year or two ago in a university lab with ultra high powered lasers pointed at one another, and at the apex of those two beams, a small amount of matter was generated or manifested because they kind of go back and forth. Energy and matter, they're transmutable, so to speak. So if you didn't know that, I could post a citation for it, but
I would like to see a citation for it. Not that I don't believe it, though.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. But needless to say, energy was always there, implying God, and matter was manifested through that energy. And this is where we get into like counter space for space, because that energy isn't in front of you doesn't mean that it's not there. It's just that energy. So the energy was already there. It was the manifestation, the creation of the material through that energy that gave us everything.
I fail to see how
Something's
that's
created.
a rebuttal, though, because
Right, it's not.
that's my point.
Mm-hmm. Something had to create that energy in the first place.
Well, not even that. Just like even the energy itself. Energy is not matter. It's not confined to the material world. So something outside the material world was the
Well,
predecessor.
energy manifests itself in different ways. You could have light, you can have electricity, you could have magnetism. I mean, these are all forms of energy. So it's kind of like water, steam, and ice, right? All being one and the same thing. Water. It's just manifests differently due to its temperature and pressure and its attributes.
I agree.
But
Can I just say this? Honestly, what you guys are explaining, it's just poking more holes. It doesn't add any more context to this idea of a God. It doesn't.
We're not talking about the personification, though. Like we're not talking about a god or a religious depiction. We're just talking about logic.
Okay, if I'm hung up on this idea, I'm sorry. But if people are going to tell me my idea of reality is wrong and that my concept of God is incorrect, but their concept of God has tons of holes in it, why am
There
I
you
not
go
allowed
again, bro.
to just discern differently?
Did anybody say that though?
Somebody has told
Yeah, that's
you.
what I heard before. Okay,
Well,
maybe I'm hearing
are we saying that now? I mean, if you talk to somebody else and they said that,
it's fine.
bring it up with
I'm
them.
trying to just address what I feel like is being implied by this conversation.
Okay,
Who's
well, there's no
implying anything?
implication.
Don't
Yeah,
let your
it's,
feelings get in
dude,
the
I
way,
promise you, man, no one's trying to personally attack you or convert you or anything like that.
Yeah, matter of
Hey,
fact,
man,
you guys are right.
what
I
type
don't
of
know
weed
if
are you
people left
smoking,
and
bro?
then new people came in because I haven't been looking at my phone. You guys are right. No, I think you're right. Whoever was saying shit before might have left. So I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, man, what
That's
type of
funny.
weed are you smoking, man? Is that depression kind, bro?
I think you had
The
a little
dude might
bit
have
of
left.
hate
Somebody
with
might have said
Grim,
something and they could have left, and I thought I was
and it's
addressing
okay.
it. So my bad.
Just, he's
Yeah.
not here. Nobody here that's sitting in this room right now is trying to force any information down you or make you believe something or put you in a box. In fact, we're just talking about creation
Yeah.
itself. You don't have to say
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
You
Let
can
me
say a
refresh my.
creator,
Let me
something that
spin the block.
created it.
Yeah. Let
Well,
me
we
just
can even take it a
refresh.
step further, right? So, objectively, there is not only the metaphysical, but there is an intermediary interaction, meaning the metaphysical interacts with the physical material world. Like, for example, we have a body, a material body, but we have a mind that tells the body how to work. A mind is metaphysical. Creator is metaphysical, but the world is physical or material. So there's not this rigid line that separates the two. They're intertwined, right? I mean, we have intuition in the material world. So it's not this clear cut either or. But the point is that the metaphysical is not confined to the material world. And this is a requirement to have existence as we know it. It's just like the only logically viable. See, atheism still doesn't answer that question. Like when people say there's a Big Bang and there's evolution, they still don't answer the question. And actually, the person that proposed the Big Bang said there was a pre existing energy. So the point is that there is no other logically viable alternative. It's just that there was a metaphysical external source of information, or if you want to call it consciousness, that made the design, that instilled the order to the material world that we perceive. That's just the point. Like it's just objective because there's no other way around it. Like it doesn't make sense. It's infinite regress and circular to do anything else.
Can I ask you like 3 questions? So, based on everything you just said, I'm listening close. You think consciousness came before physicality?
Sorry, I dropped my phone. Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with you. That's what I think too.
Yeah,
I think
there's no other
consciousness
way.
had to create the physical realm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
A creator.
I think that we have a portion, we have a portion of that consciousness, and I do think there's some truth to
Now,
the fact that the consciousness is in a
I have a
way
second question.
intertwined. Like all consciousness is kind of intertwined. Go ahead.
I guess my second question is like, how long did it take for this consciousness to make physicality and to make man embody consciousness? Like all these like things that are coming in a supposed order or like a timeline. Why are we trying to separate these supposed like points in creation? You know, are we?
Well,
Is that what we're
there
doing?
just has to be a before. Like if the physical world came into existence, then there was something before the physical world, right? I mean, I don't think that time, like a time question, is unanswerable, because my opinion is that time is just a concept that people have come up with because of the confinement of the material world, right? Like, I don't think time is an actual thing.
Do you believe there was like an A and then a B and then a C? That would create a linear timeline, you know? If there was one point in creation, I'm creating physicality. Here comes the next point, I'm creating man. So that would literally create a timeline, you know? I just don't understand how we want to separate the creation of man from the creation of everything.
We don't have to separate them. It's just that everything in the material world was created. Like, if you mean separate the material world from the metaphysical, well, it's just because the material world couldn't create itself, and we know that things exist outside of it. Like, we know that the metaphysical exists, so we can't just ignore
man
it.
is
consciousness.
Real quick, do we have an example? Do we have an
This is my
example of
point.
life coming from matter at all?
We don't. This is my point.
No.
Man is the ultimate representation of creation in reality. Like whatever consciousness is using man to create. I feel like that's how I feel. And that's the point I'm getting at. That's why I talk about this.
But the consciousness made the man to use as the vessel, right? Like, it's either which came first, consciousness or the earth. It's that question, and consciousness obviously came first. So
man is the ultimate paintbrush for God.
The
I don't
design,
disagree.
the design and the parameters that this place is designed to be is the antecedent for man to be doing what it does. And that this body requires an environment to be able to operate.
What if man did come from an abstract reality that wasn't physical and helped create the physical realm?
How could it help create something prior to it being a thing, though, right? Like, how could man help create man if man did not exist yet?
Man, that I brought this up before, man was not physical at one point.
Okay, so then we're still not agreeing effectively, because just man in the material form was created by something outside of the material form, and whatever you want to
But
call
that
it.
creation is trying to represent itself. It's not creating a nasty, unrelative extension of itself that is trying to say, this is not me. It is, we are the creation. We are the creator.
Man, why are you talking about Jesus, bro?
Because I feel like this is why I talk about this stuff. Because all of the supposed great understandings and adherence to religion and a monotheistic God, and we still have bombs, we still have suffering. I just don't see it equating. I just don't see it.
I mean, you're pretty much describing how they describe Jesus. Jesus is that's like a son of man because he looks like a man, like practically, right? I'm just saying.
I think they're taking away power from man because they know that we're the creator and they don't want us to create our own positive society. We could literally make this shit ourselves, but we tell ourselves we're not responsible for where we live. And I think that's how they get away with tricking us. We don't think we're possible. We don't think we can do this.
We have a portion of the creator within us, but you have a consciousness and I have a consciousness. So what that means is my consciousness can't be the entirety of consciousness because you also have consciousness. So does everyone else in this room, right? So there is no other way other than you just having a portion of, consciousness. Like you aren't the entirety of the consciousness because it's not possible.
And then, oh gosh, if I could just get this stupid bar out of my head, because of your position in the realm, you can be solely accountable and responsible for abstract principles based on where you are in the realm and yourself and your upbringing. We got to look at ourselves as pioneers when every step we take is going to be the first time you take that step. So you are carving into reality, like everywhere you go.
Well, there's no doubt that you can, like we possess creative qualities, meaning like you can manifest things. And there's power in the tongue and intention. Basically, intention and thought combined into a singular coherent force manifest things. So I certainly don't deny that. Like, you can talk to a plant and make it die. You can speak things into existence. There's all kinds of things that we can do. But really what that goes to show is that, being just a portion of the power and we're able to do that, then the entirety of it is far beyond what we can even fully comprehend with the material mind, right? Our brain. Like it's far beyond that. So it's like, in a way, it's a false dichotomy. Like, well, either there's a creator or we create, but it's both, right? Like it's like the creator made us, and we also have a portion of the creator within us and have the ability to create just on a smaller scale.
You guys are smart as fuck. Every time I'm in here talking about something, I feel like I learn so fucking much.
Oh, yeah, that's why this place is cool.
I really have been learning a lot here, man. Like, goddamn. Even if it's just me trying to rattle off a stupid, incoherent, baseless thought, I can still learn so much. I love this place.
So I look at it this way, right? Like the creator created this realm in which we exist, this material realm that seems to have laws and certain immutable elements that are contained within it that have certain laws in which they conform to, right? And he created this creation. And I just say he as the only best way to describe it. And since we have a portion of that creator within us, we have a portion of this consciousness, we have the ability to create within this realm, within certain parameters, with the creation that was provided to us. We can work with it and create within it. But we don't have the ability, kind of like Witsit was alluding to, we don't have the ability to create the kind of construct that we are confined to, the overarching creation. We don't have the ability to create another life in a sense of, we don't have the ability as human beings to create some sort of new species of life or species of plant. We can work with existing species of plants and existing species of animals, right? We can work with these things. We can cross hybrid these things. We can work with the fundamental elements that were provided to us. But we in no way, shape, or form can create these fundamental building blocks of this realm in which we are confined.
A good analogy maybe would be, you're given an easel and paints, and you can paint whatever you want to paint. You can create any type of painting you want, but you didn't make the easel and the paint. It was given to you, and then you're allowed to do with it what you will.
So that's my point. What if God is giving himself an easel and man is the vessel, man is the easel? If God is creating something, if there's a creator spawning things out of nothing, wouldn't it benefit him to spawn something like man to help his creation come to fruition?
Well, that's a decent point. That's a very deep point, which is the purpose of creation, right? Like, is the creator living vicariously through us in a way?
Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah, maybe so, right? Because that would be the only thing that the creator would be limited to, would be the lack of limit. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it did.
Things that we see in our minds, we decide if they come to fruition, if they become a part of reality.
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Well, see, I think I personally don't jive with that, but I'm just explaining that that's like the deeper philosophical point. Like, I don't think that the creator needs like this limited experience because, you know, full understanding would be possessed. So there would be nothing to be attained. But I think it could be more like love, where this was given to us via love, right? Where you don't know all the answers from the beginning, and you have a journey. You have like a purpose. You have growth. You have the ability to learn, and that's a beautiful thing that, you know, the creator wouldn't have because he already knows all things. So it's like a gift. It's a gift of a journey or life, you know.
Do you believe that there was once a portion of man that thought they knew everything, or felt they were illuminated by God, or whatever you want to call it?
Sorry, I missed your question. My headphone died. What was it?
I said, do you believe that maybe a portion of man became illuminated at one point and they had true understanding of this realm? Do you think that's possible?
I think that back in the day, people understood this realm a lot more. If your question is fully understood it, no, I don't think it's possible to fully understand the entirety of the realm because you would have to exist outside of it to do that.
These people spoke openly about going to other realms and not being a part of their own bodies all the time.
Okay, fair enough. That would, in a way, put you outside of it. Sure. So, I mean, if you can, in theory, say that, I don't see that. I've never seen anyone claim that they attained full understanding of the entirety of this material realm by astral projecting or anything like that. I've heard many accounts, and I've never heard anyone claim, well, they now knew everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's still a limit.
Okay,
But that's what makes life
Unless
beautiful.
you can stop time and live in a moment, you can never obtain everything because, you know, things are ever so existent. So there's always something happening.
Well, you can do that, guys. So just gotta travel to the light speed of light. Then you
Yeah,
can
dude,
stop the
just go the
time.
speed. Exactly, go the speed of light, and you'll get to experience timelessness, bro. You didn't know?
I think
Yeah,
that
if you believe light has a speed.
I think that man is supposed to be able to comprehend this reality 100%. That's what I think.
Maybe to an extent. Like, I personally think that we're not supposed to fully understand the sky, for example. Like, I think that we'll never fully understand the mechanisms of the sky. Just
What if
as
there was a way? I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry, you guys, because this is like my shit. Like, you know, I like this stuff. astral projection. Like these people really believe that they could like turn their hearts off and use their use their astral body to travel. I don't know, how real is this? Can this provide better understanding of reality? I don't know.
I would say it's just a subjective experience of like an internal consciousness rather than something
I
in
know
reality.
something so profound and amazing, like being able to travel out of your body and literally going to other places would just be chalked up to just insignificant, nothing special there.
I'm not saying that I'm not chalking it up to that. I'm simply saying that unless everybody's experiencing something similar, I mean, how would you validate that you're actually consciously traveling somewhere into a different dimension rather than internally within your own consciousness?
Yeah. How do you know it's not just a figment of your imagination? Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, I've heard people having surgeries and being able to describe everything that went on while under, the knife, not being consciously aware. I mean, that right there would have a lot more credence than astral projection, in my opinion.
Yeah. Sure.
I think everything exists within this field. I don't think anything exists outside of it.
That's interesting. So the creator is in this realm and not outside of it?
No, no. He's both. He's simultaneously outside of it while within his creation.
Okay.
But then something would exist outside of it, right?
God.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't understand why something has to exist outside. Why? What's the point of that?
Because God's the creator. He's extrinsic and
That's
internal
what's
to
in
it.
question.
So have you ever manifested or created something and been within your creation? I mean, is that possible?
Have you ever seen anything get manifested out of nothing?
No, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't believe in nothing
So then why
exists.
do you
I
believe
believe
that
nothing is
anything
just a
ever
pure
got
concept.
created? No
What's that?
one's ever seen water spawn out of nowhere.
No,
But
that's not
it's
my
a
claim.
different argument. Like now you're making me make my stupid argument. We talk about there being a creator. Nobody's ever seen anything spawn out of thin air. What are we accounting all of this to if we've never been able to identify it? Like God literally just means you just don't understand it. It just means that it's not explained yet. We just call it a creator. We call it creation. We say it's outside of reality. That just means that we just don't know what's going on. It's outside of our understanding. It's outside of how we can break it down. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that it's actually outside of it. You just said it yourself. He said he's in it and he's outside of it. Well, by outside of it, you must mean it's outside of our understanding.
Yeah, I mean, you can put it that way. That's fine.
All right, so we should be able to understand it.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
it's
we
boring you
can
guys. You can just
understand
change the
a
subject
lot
on
of
me.
it. I think we can understand a lot of it, but it's just like understand it in entirety is a bit different, So I don't know. Like I think that we're actually designed to gain understanding. I think that's like the whole point. Personally, it's like a journey. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's such a beautiful thing because you're gifted this like free will journey where you get to learn things and as opposed to already knowing all things. And like that's a beautiful thing, but you see how it's a double-edged sword. The creator really can't win when it comes to what man thinks, if you will, because they're like, why don't I get to know everything? Why do I have to learn things? Well, why do bad things happen? Well, why do I have to struggle? Well, why wasn't I born knowing all of it? And blah, blah, blah. Why do I have to die? But the alternative is no journey. It's nothing to learn, nothing to know, no journey, right? So it's like, I kind of look at it like that, where the creator's like, dang, I can't win with you guys because you're always going to find something wrong, even though the alternative you would also find something wrong with, because they'd be like, why don't I have free will? Why do I just have to do this? Why do I just have to do what's right? Why do I just already know everything? Why no? What's the point? I'm like a robot. So there's really no winning. So the only alternative that would appease all of man's critiques is that there be no existence. And so when you really look at it from that deep of a level, it's like that answers the number one question everyone has, which is like, why do bad things happen? And why does the creator give us the opportunity to mess up? Well, because the alternative is being a robot
Being a
or
robot.
not existing. Yeah.
Exactly.
So really, it's a beautiful gift that we should be grateful for. Like, it's a very beautiful gift we should be grateful for. And like, that's why the story goes. Like, the celestial beings are envious of us and vice versa, because you can always see the grass is greener on the other side if that's how you choose to view it. Personally, I think it's beautiful in the scenario that you get a physical life where you have free will and you don't know everything and you can make mistakes and you have to learn, but you get to be free. And then, in theory, would get to go also experience the other side of the coin where you do know everything, basically.
So let me add to that. Can I add to that? Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say real quick that, well, there's people who believe that they could do a better job than God. You know.
Yeah,
Makes
it's
no
wild.
sense.
It's wild because most people don't think about the point I'm making when they say stuff like
You
that.
were talking about something. So this is kind of like gonna sound crazy. I'm gonna try to make sense. This is like half of what I believe. This is why I talk about this. I think that we are at the bottom of understanding right now. Like, we were created to not understand and build upon this body in a way to make understanding. Like, man created these fucking physical realms to better suit ourselves. It's like a fucked up idea that I'm trying to get to. I don't know how to make sense of this exactly. But man has been putting himself on the pottery wheel forever, and we have been creating lower ideas of ourselves and making it harder for ourselves to develop and survive. And we create these physical conditions that make our survival instincts kick up. And we challenge ourselves to become better creators. We've been creating our own fucking suffering. Man puts man on a pottery wheel and creates the conditions of the realm. And we've been doing this forever. Man has been creating man and then putting us in shitty situations so we could better develop. And you say, okay, here's a shitty condition. Now you can build upon these abstract realities and further the intelligence of man and how to live in worser conditions. This is such a big fucking thing I'm trying to explain. I'm sorry, guys. It's so hard to make sense of this. But basically, look at it like there's a certain hieroglyph in the pyramids of two guys sitting on in front of a pottery wheel, and they're making a man. And this is just the idea that man has been putting lower versions of himself in worser conditions to better and facet ourselves and be more formidable. Because in order to project, you gotta pull yourself back. This Bro Sanchez said it. When he said it, I already felt this way, but he said it great. You gotta, in order to launch, in order to catapult, you gotta pull back first. So man puts himself at the bottom to spring forward. And this is just a concept in physics that exists as well. It's fun. But thanks for letting me get that off my chest.
Well, this is what's crazy is like the metaphysical has to exist. There's no other way. And to say that if something isn't like manifest materially, it doesn't exist is just retarded. And I think that to limit yourself to something that can be materially demonstrated is also retarded, because we're excluding like 98% of what we know to be true, right? So it's like, my opinion is we were designed to literally logically and philosophically deduce our experience. That's like one of the primary purposes of life. And so when people shut down conversations like this, I think it's very detrimental to their intrinsic purpose, because we're supposed to grow in knowledge.
Well,
I'm one
here,
of those
real
persons.
quick, real
Okay.
quick before we leave that topic, I think most people get confused as the difference between knowledge and wisdom. I think knowledge, data, and information is of the physical, and I think it takes wisdom to decipher things properly. And most people kind of leave that aside. And I think wisdom is what's most important in our experience here, not knowledge.
Well, yeah, sure. Wisdom would be the interpretation or application of the information that could be classified as knowledge, right? But
well, there's no morality in knowledge or data or information, only in wisdom. And there's nothing that tells you something's good or bad in knowledge or data. This is all through wisdom. And if you either align with that, and go down the fork in the road to one side, or you don't, you stick with interpretation of data and knowledge and information and man's understanding and go down the other fork in the road. And
right. I guess my point is that it's even worse than that, and some people just turn their head to the knowledge, so much less they certainly don't apply wisdom to it. They just say, oh, well, since I can't materially prove this, then I'm just going to ignore it. And so they don't even have the first step of knowledge. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question though, because I fall in that category where, like, if we're talking about science, we gotta leave the supernatural things outside, right? Because if we're gonna do that, that's why, to me, I have a hard time jumping into the ether thing, because we're asking the globe side to prove their like gravity with the scientific method, and we're asking that from them, and then we jump to the ether and we don't ask the same. Like, to me, it's inconsistent. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do see what you're saying, but see, the ether isn't a scientific discussion, so
there you go.
Scientific only deals with the physical. The problem is you can never separate the physical from the metaphysical. They're connected. They're the yin and yang. They're two sides of the same coin, and science wants to separate those two things into.
You're gonna make me lose my. That's great, Witsit. Can you repeat what you say before Daiso interrupted?
Ether is not a scientific discussion. So
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. If you guys are gonna say that, I can jump on that boat, right? Because to me, it makes more sense what you guys are saying, right? As long as you don't say, well, ether is something scientific. Because at that point, if you guys say that, then I can, the guys from the globe side can say the same thing. It's just gravity is not a scientific thing, but it does exist. You
Well,
see the problem with that?
here's the thing though, is the physics, the physical and the physics is premised and based on the metaphysics and the immaterial. Like this is kind of how things work. It's one came before the other, and physics and the physical world around us in phenomenal existence is all predicated off of the noumena, which is the metaphysical substrate that all physical existence is premised from.
But beyond that, let me critique your critique, if you will. So what? Yeah, what's the independent variable of entropy?
Entropy. There'll be heat? No.
No. How do you science entropy? Can you science natural law? Like what's the independent variable of entropy? What's the cause? We don't know. See,
Well,
entropy is not
I
a
have a problem with
scientific
that too.
discussion. Entropy is not a scientific discussion either. So when people say, don't talk about it because it's not science, but then one of their main talking points is entropy, they're contradicting themselves. Natural laws are just observations, right? They're just descriptions of observations. They're not scientific experimentation. It's just something we observe to happen always, right? And so it's like, I guess if you don't manipulate the independent variable of entropy, then you cannot discuss it. It doesn't exist because it's not scientific experimentation. Yet the people that say that script, one of their primary talking points is literally the second law.
Well, let me challenge that by saying that we can observe entropy happening, right?
That's right, but we don't know the cause of it. But see, that's my point, is we can acknowledge the observation without knowing the cause.
Yeah, but you're gonna jump from that to saying that the same thing can be applied to ether, aren't you?
Well, my point is simply that I'm pointing out the contradiction in the stance, which is like, if it's not manifest materially and you can't prove it via science, then it doesn't exist and you shouldn't talk about it. But natural laws are not science.
I agree with that. I totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of shuts down that whole thing. And really the primary point is that some things can't be scienced, right? Like you can't science the immaterial.
But I mean, while I agree, I mean, I don't really know anyone who doesn't agree. Just, not even in rhetoric do they disagree.
Well, you see the
because
implication, right?
like he just said, whereas natural laws like you experience, that like that's you don't have to create anything or do anything to experience this thing that we call no damn, I'm doing two things at once. That we call entropy. You know what I mean? Like we experience it within everything. Like, so we're like, okay, that's entropy. Now, if we're gonna say, well, everything that we can see that goes through a substance disturbs the substance, right? So it's like, okay, fair. Understand that too. So on that front, it's like, logically parallel situation I think it depends on the argumentation. That's when it begins to get fallacious.
Yeah, and like I agree with that exactly. I think you said it well. It's like the only reason I'm bringing up the second law is because of the logic and how it's parallel to, like, for example, like a medium, right? It's like all observable phenomena ever that we have is, you know, for something to wave, it has to have a medium, like whether it's a towel when you shake it off, or it's your bed sheet, or it's water. It's just an observation, right? And in those scenarios, we do actually know the independent variable. It's it's the energy you put in. It's the motion that you created. But it's like you can't take the wave out of the blanket. It is the blanket. So it's just an observation. It's like just like the natural law in that sense. Like we don't know the independent variable. Another good example, of course, is the creator. Like the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. Now, the creator is not materially manifest. We cannot manipulate and vary the creator and prove that he is the cause. But that doesn't mean we can't acknowledge the observation of creation and the antecedent of that. See, to limit yourself to material verification, it really is just retarded. Maybe I could find a more elegant way to phrase that, but it's very limiting.
I think you could express it within field dynamics. Like, for example, a magnetic field is ab extra to the phenomena itself being a magnet. That doesn't mean that the magnetic field doesn't exist. It's just not of a material existence. It's a field. And this is where science hasn't addressed that yet. They haven't discussed fields only in the particle sense.
Right, and that's because they're limited to materialism, right? So the reason that they can't acknowledge it, exactly. So that's why flat earthers should not do that same thing, because it's ignorant. Like, see, modern quote unquote science, which we all know is pseudoscience, they can't answer these questions because it requires the acknowledgement of the metaphysical.
Right.
So we can be like them, and we can just ignore it and not answer it and not properly define field at the highest levels of academia to this day, where we can address it.
Well, that's why I say scientists today are just mathematicians, atomistic mathematicians, that everything is based on these particle interactions, even where there is no verification of a particle existing to allude to, they still recreate its existence virtually and apply the mathematics to support the reification of the fallacies they make to premise themselves from. And you're right, this is all stemming from the metaphysical, and they won't address that. They won't address it.
Well, that's why I always say, like, it's your own prerogative. Like, you can ignore the question if you want to, but it doesn't go away, and you certainly shouldn't, like, try to bully other people for acknowledging it. Like, you can choose not to because it's limited to some speculation, and that's cool, but I mean, some of us don't want to just ignore it. Like, like my ideological enemy is materialism.
Yep. To a hammer, everything's a nail, and to an atomist, everything's a particle. They're just very limited on their scope of perception, and everything has to fit within their methodology of perception rather than following natural order and principles and attributes.
Yeah, like that's why modern academia can't explain magnetism either, right? Like it can't define a field, and it can't define magnetism, like,
or energy. They can't even define energy. They just say it's the ability to do work, which is not an explanation. That's only addressing a description. That's like me saying I have the ability to run and jump. Does that mean I am running and jumping? No, that doesn't. I haven't addressed who I am or what I am. I've only given you an attribute of what I can do.
And see, I can understand why I can understand why Flat Earth has fallen into this, right? I don't fault people for this in a way, because I understand that we were combating pseudoscience and we had to bring it to step one where we're like, look, you're just making stuff up and claiming it's definitive, and it's not actually science. And, when you make claims about the natural world, we have a field for that. It's called natural science. And natural science, what we do is we have the scientific method and we verify things with scientific experimentation. So when you're trying to tell me where I live and you're making claims about the natural world in which I live, but you're not following those parameters, it can be dismissed, because assertions without evidence can be dismissed. But at the same time, Flat Earth has allowed that talking point to confine them back into materialism without even noticing it. And so, in the grand scheme of things, you're still deceived, because, in my opinion, the primary motivation as to why they would lie is to confine you to materialism. So you may know everything about Flat Earth, you may know every argument inside and out, but if you're still confined to materialism, you still fell for the trick. And that's my, I have good intentions behind why I say these things,
I don't think you can require something from one side and then and not require the same from the other side.
But that's not what we're
where
doing,
the problem is.
That's not what we're doing, right? See, that's the straw man. That's what happened to me on FED. I kept getting straw man. I very clearly have prefaced by saying it's not a scientific discussion. So the difference is that when they claim heliocentric claims, they claim it's science and they claim it's verified and you can prove it, but nothing can be proven, but it's basically proven. But I'm not saying that. I'm literally not saying, I'm saying it isn't science. Okay. It's immaterial, but that doesn't mean that we aren't allowed to talk about it, because to say that you can only talk about the material is materialism by definition. To say it means non-manifest, which means it doesn't exist, that is by definition materialism. By definition, materialism is, if it isn't material, it doesn't exist. So if you say if something isn't materially manifest, it doesn't exist, that is materialism. And materialism is stupid because it can't explain intuition. It can't even acknowledge intuition or love or necessary antecedent into creation or any handful of phenomena.
How about consciousness? How about reality? How about, so many things, dude.
Exactly. And that's
I agree with that, but again, I don't know. You guys want to pass, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys want to pass ether as a true fact, isn't it?
Well, see, I'm not.
It's a logical one. It's a logical one.
I understand that, and like I said, Dicelo, I'm happy to jump on that side as long as you guys don't claim it to be science, right? Because the moment you claim it, hold on, the moment, that's why I'm asking you, what's it? Do you guys claim to be a fact? And if it's
we have to address what science is. Then, what do you think the ultimate purpose of science is?
To gather fact knowledge of the world.
Yeah, it means to
undisputed.
How about to get to an explanation? Because again, the facts and the data and the information only touches on a small portion, i.e. the descriptions. It never gives you an explanation. It never gives you the essence of something, because it's not designed to do that. That's part of the problem. If you want to get to true science, like from an Aristotelian, Platonic, Pythagorean understanding, you have to apply metaphysics with physics. And this is where science today is left off with just being purely materialist.
No, but that's a category error, because when you say science is inadequate or isn't good enough or it only does this, well, that's what it's defined as a tool, a method used to study the physical and natural world. It's not meant to do what you're trying to do.
But that's our point. We're not
That's not
we're
what
not
he said. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
fair.
That's not what he said.
Fair.
invited you.
But I mean, my point of C seems
What
so
what I
abundantly
said
clear,
what
but
I said
people
was
don't
that
understand my
science,
point.
yeah, science for the last 1,000 years hasn't been science from this perspective. It's been all based on atomistic material. And that's why I
Wake up
say,
to
like,
that.
most people,
But that's pseudoscience.
that's why I
That's
say
not
most
science
people are
either.
misunderstood. That's Yeah, well, that's why I say most people are understood on what science really, the ultimate purpose of science really is. And that's why I say that it should be about getting to a concise, rational, logical explanation, due to the fact that explanations will always supersede a description, and a description only touches on a small portion of what something is. It gives you the parameters, gives you the quantification of its existence, but it doesn't give you the essence of its existence.
But
And that's why I
Daiso,
say
I would say like a
Go
good-hearted
ahead.
critique here is, dude, my advice is to just very specifically absorb that it isn't a scientific conversation in the sense of natural science, because it's immaterial and so it intrinsically falls outside of that purview.
I
Because
would say that.
at that point they have no rebuttal. Now they will still attack you though. Okay, but they're gonna have to do it by way of straw man, by then basically regurgitating their mantra about what science is. But that would be, at that point, a non sequitur. They're strawmanning you implicitly when they start to teach you what science is again, because you just specifically stated that it's immaterial and intrinsically cannot be science in the like it cannot be natural science because it's immaterial. So just if you state it like that, there is no rebuttal. There is no rebuttal to my current argument about the ether. I know it triggers people, but that isn't my problem. That I designed my argument tactically. There is not a rebuttal. You can only strawman it. You can
Well,
only strawman it.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I mean, today's science only touches on empirical things, physical empirical things. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the original understanding of science was the combination of the metaphysical principles and attributes combined with the physical understanding of um, empirical data. So, like,
Yeah,
it was a
I agree.
combination.
I don't know
And
how.
today,
I don't. Go
go ahead.
ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You had a question. You don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't think I don't. The way you're characterizing it, I'm not. So, so I think that the study of the physical and natural world has always been just that, because it's a method of inquiry. That's when we get into epistemology, which goes into the realm of philosophy, because that's where all of this stuff is derived from. But either you had a method that was good and qualitative for what you needed, or you didn't, whether it be today or back then. So if they did if they did apply a method back then, I doubt it would have been an illogical one, lest we say it would have been some form of, fallacious logic. So, I mean, to say that they did it different, I would need examples of what you mean specifically. Like, either they were dealing with the physical and natural world or they weren't. But there's many ways and many paths to knowledge. It's not just experiments. Like you have like observational studies. You have a bunch of ways to knowledge and epistemological approaches. Like none is better than the other. It's people who utilize knowledge incorrectly, or or they just make shit up.
How do you determine knowledge from a fundamental truth?
By
Well,
when
knowledge
it
is
comes to
a
the
fundamental truth.
when
It's
it
like
comes to the natural
it's
world and
experiencing
physics.
something that is.
No, I was gonna say when it comes to the natural world, we use the scientific method. But
Okay,
you
so we
have the
can't
other
talk about, so nothing exists outside of what can be proven with scientific experimentation.
Yeah, what could be
not at all. No, no,
demonstrated
no.
in
Let me
reality.
answer that. Let me answer that. Not at all. Which remember, I'm a God believer, and
Right.
I know God exists. Right? It's not a belief to me. I know, but I just don't have a way to prove it via the scientific method. That's why
That's
I
right.
say, as long as you guys say, okay, the ether is not something scientific provable, I can jump on that boat because to me it does make sense. The ether, right? It does make sense that is everywhere, and energy is running through it, and everything has to do with that. To me, that makes sense. But the problem that I have is when I heard some people say that they can test it and they can prove it, and then there's where I have the problem with that.
Yeah, I feel you. See, I agree with that critique, and that's why when I was on FED, I was trying to say that. I mean, it was unfortunate. I was kind of roboting I was on AirPods, so I was getting drowned out, but I was explaining that I'm in the middle ground where I think that when people claim that the ether has been proven and it's science, that it makes flat earth look bad. And I think that whenever flat earthers just shut down the conversation and ignore the phenomena that we're bringing up, it also makes flat earth look stupid. So it's like a middle ground here where you have to delineate the conversation with specificity. And that doesn't, include ignoring phenomena. Like when you say something like non-manifest means it doesn't exist, I mean, that's insane. That's an insane thing to say. And it makes us look stupid. And then the ironic part about it is the reason the framework of the background medium was thrown out is because of heliocentrism, literally. And it was unthinkable to all the fatherheads of electrical field theory that the energy could be sustained within nothing, that it didn't require something to sustain it. And so the reason I don't say that it's been scientifically proven, but I do trigger people because I'm very assertive and convicted in my stance, and I say it in this way, which is that propagation requires a medium. Energy is sustained, and so that means there's something there. Like something has to sustain it because the only alternative to something is nothing, and nothing cannot exist. So, logically speaking, not scientifically speaking, but logically speaking, there is no other viable option. Now, that comes off as a definitive claim and it triggers people, but I don't care. I don't care. Like that's where people just start strawmanning me because they get triggered. I've made myself abundantly clear. I don't know how it could be misunderstood. I do know why, though, because people have bashed ether for so long, and maybe justifiably in the sense of critiquing flat earthers, and I love Lemon, but like Lemon, who talks about the ether as if it's definitively proven fact, and he says his speculation as if definitive in science. But even he kind of prefaces that it's a logical framework. But I understand why people have an issue when I talk about this because for so many years they've felt the need to stop people from saying it in a way that makes it look like we're doing the same thing we're critiquing the Glovers for doing. And I get that, but it's just not my problem. I'm not going to cuck to someone's ego. And that's what that would be. It's the ego of the fact that you've bashed the ether for so long. I don't care. It doesn't like I don't care. Like
Wait, can I ask you something, man? I don't understand your exact position. You're making a lot of great points, but what is your position on the ether and flat earth? Sorry.
Okay, so I think flat Earth is a different conversation than the ether, and the ether's an independent
I
conversation.
just can't
Although,
tell if you're a flat earther or a glober right now. I
yeah,
can't.
of course, I'm the Earth's a plane, a topographical plane that's stationary.
Thanks. All right. My bad
Yeah,
for a minute.
no, it's all good. But like, so also, of course, like, if the Earth is flat or not isn't a science question either. It's a measurement question, right? But the ether, my take on the ether is you can call it what you want to call it. It's just been called that for a long time, and people call it like the last element or whatever. But there's a background medium, meaning like background to the material world. Like before you paint, you have a background. Like when you make a meme, you pick a background color. Like that has to be there because we have energy and waves, and it can't be in nothing.
Or it's just another description for a field that a potentiality operates.
Say again?
Here
Or
we
it's
go.
like field theory, and it's the potentiality for energy to operate with it.
Okay,
That's
but see,
what ether
there's a
is, though.
field,
Ether is the understanding of field theory.
defined
Oh,
field.
That's why it's called ether field theory.
Yeah, like quantum field theory has basically just absorbed the ether without saying as much.
no, we're not talking about quantum. We're talking about unified field theory, which is what Daislow's talked about with.
Yep.
Well, quantum is part of any unified theory. It's
No,
not?
it kind of is, but it kind of isn't when we're talking about things like the electromagnetic spectrum and other things within that spectrum of energy. When you're talking about quantum, you're talking about what are things made up of. So how can I go below the atomic level to try and understand what are atoms comprised of?
Yeah. Let's see what your answer is to my postulation, which there is no rebuttal. Heads up. So
Well, no point
like
listening to it then.
energy is sustained, right? So like a wave isn't a thing, it's a function that we use to describe a type of movement. So it's just the medium moving. It's just type of movement. We have energy, electromagnetic, quote unquote, waves, whatever. So the energy has to be sustained. So it's either sustained within something, or it would have to be sustained within, quote unquote, nothing. And seeing as how nothing cannot exist, the only option is that something is sustaining the energy. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Why?
It's the magnetic field.
No, I'm just interested in why does something have to sustain the field?
Because well then how else would it exist? How would it be sustained without being sustained?
That's really simple, man.
What is this something?
Now that's a whole different question, right? And that's why I presented it in such a way where I just want people to get to that point, and then we can move on. Like you can,
Yeah,
but
that's
again,
no problem. We could do that hop, skip, and a jump, right?
I mean, I'm going back to my question to you. Which is, why does a field need to be sustained? Maybe the field in itself is what is sustaining.
Okay, that's where you have to properly define a field. And you're now saying that there's a field within nothing. And that's impossible.
No, I never invoked something with zero attributes.
Well,
does something have to operate with? Oh no, let's go back to the premise of that.
Something
one
has to
second,
have
please.
a principle. You
Yeah,
just invoke
one second, Dice. I just want to follow up on my question very, very quickly because I haven't got very long. So, do we need nothing before we have something?
Nobody can claim nothing.
No, what? No, nothing doesn't exist.
Cool. So why are you invoking it?
I'm not.
We're not. That's what we're telling
I'm
you.
literally making
There's
the
a
point
difference.
that either it's
There's a
something
difference between
or nothing.
go ahead.
And seeing as either it's something or nothing. Seeing as how nothing doesn't exist, it can only be that something is sustaining the energy. The antonym to something is nothing. That's our only two options. It's not a false dichotomy because it covers everything that there is, even in theory. There is nothing else.
I don't have a problem with your antonym. What I'm trying to get to is what is the something is the field of potentiality that energy operates within.
Well, what's the field within?
Well, that's why I say ether is comprised of two fields, being these synonymous pairs of geometry, expressed as the magnetic field and the dielectric field. And they're synonymous with one another. And the dielectric field would be that thing that you call nothing, even though it's not nothing. It's just
I don't
no
call anything
thing.
nothing.
And that's why I say there's a big difference between nothing and no thing.
So you're invoking
so just
nothing.
because,
So what you're saying is that nothing is the foundation.
No, that's not what I said at all. That's
No,
a
I know.
straw man.
That's why I didn't say nothing either, but you said I did. So I was just.
I said there's a difference between nothing and no thing.
And he's not trying to straw man you, right? It's just like.
No, I was
question
just
is,
pointing out the fact that you kind of attributed something incorrectly. And I was trying to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure
but
you
I'm just saying, like,
don't
think
go
about
wrong.
it. Like, I gave you the rebuttal that still requires an answer. Like, well, what if it's just the field? I'm saying, what's the field within?
Well, you don't know what the something is, do you?
I
just
have
told you
my
what it was.
opinion,
I'm not
but
asking you, Dicelo.
I have my opinion, but I
That's cool.
don't care about that part of it. Like, I just want
So-
people to acknowledge the logical antecedent that it's something, and then you can go
Yeah.
your own way. It's kind of like a creator. Like, you can define the creator however you choose to, but you can't dispute that the necessary antecedent to creation.
I agree that there is something, and there is not nothing. 100% behind your point.
Okay, yeah. And well, yeah, and I guess modern times they would say that the only thing that there is in that something is the concepts of space and time, and that space is emptiness, which is nothing. So
we don't have to get into this crazy, but are you saying that the concept of nothing is an impossible abstract reality? That's what you're saying?
yeah, it's impossible intrinsically.
Yeah.
It's impossible in the mind?
Well,
no,
just
it's
in
impossible
general.
in reality, because if you have something in reality that is nothing, you don't have something. Nothing is the total lack of any attributes, which means it has no concrete existence in reality, and we can only really postulate it as an abstract mental construct. Is that fair?
Can you give me the properties or principles of space? Not the attributes. I want the principle of space or the properties there.
Yeah, it's a lot of space to do shit in.
Yeah, because space is not a thing. It's a privation of a thing only having attributes. There is no properties of space because it's not a thing. It's the absence
Yeah,
of
I
a
mean,
thing.
I can discuss the properties of the space within my room. It's an area.
That's no different. That's no different than the space that you call outer space versus the space between you and your toilet.
They got different
And
kind
what
of
it is,
properties. You know, my toilet smells a bit
volume.
worse, I suspect,
You're just
after I've gone
talking
for a
through
dump.
me, man. I wasn't quite done yet.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Dustin.
So the difference between the space between you and your toilet versus what you guys call outer space is volume. And
Well, not really.
it
I
has-
can have the same. I can have the same amount of space in outer space, as you call it, as I have between me and my toilet. I can still define that as an area, can't I?
But is an area a thing in itself, or is it just what sustains a thing?
No, it doesn't sustain an area. Doesn't sustain anything. It's just a way of us defining a space that we're going to discuss, or operate in, or do something with.
Is space emptiness?
No.
Because that's what modern quote unquote science defines
No,
space.
It doesn't say that. There's just a lot less shit in the far reaches of space in certain areas than there is, say, in a duck pond.
But wait, let me fully explain what I'm trying to say here. So it's like in the heliocentric model, for example, right? We have outer space, and space is emptiness. The glober will say, that's not true. Outer space isn't empty. We have planets and blah, 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 blah.
And
well,
dust
planets,
and other atoms and stuff going on. Yeah.
Well, okay, but the atoms, the dust, and the planets are not the space. Those are things within the space. We're talking about the space itself. And in that paradigm, space is nothing. It's emptiness. It's just a mathematical construct about area.
What about the space?
but
What
it's
about the
no
space within an
difference.
atom
It's no
being
difference to say
99.9% empty? What about that?
so it's no different to me to saying I have some gas here and I have slightly less gas here. Both are occupying the same volume. Therefore, there is less in one than the other.
That's
We
why I
know
just
that
asked you
gas is
about the atom.
not an actual liquid. We can treat it like a fluid, but not a liquid. So therefore, there is definitely space in there that is not occupied by the gas. What is it?
So what about the
If
space?
if I can
What about the
interrupt,
space within a single atom? You need to address that. Not the space between atoms, but the space within an atom being 99.9% empty. This is what
I don't
science
know.
tells us
I've
today.
never really
So
studied
what's
that.
the difference between that space and the space that you're trying to comment?
I don't think there probably is any, but I don't know.
Well,
Sorry,
there
I
we
think
go.
Electric. Tyson, I think Electric's been trying to say something. Or someone was trying to say, "Can he say something?"
Eli.
What was I trying to say?
No, Eli was
Eli.
trying to say something.
to me, that's when it begins to sound like well,
Eli,
It's
you
not
okay?
Cali, it's Carolina.
So
yeah,
I'll answer for you. There is no
because
difference.
as I was like, usually when I talk to what's his name,
Somebody's hot micing, right?
no, it's my background, but Lemon,
Are you hot micing, bro? Oh, okay,
Lemon,
sorry.
like usually it's like when they say space can either be nothing or something, it's thinking within the realm of the heliocentric paradigm and that space not being nothing, so it being something. And in that sense, I'm like, well, I really reject either or both because it's like, well, I'm not going to be looking at the heliocentric paradigm to be saying, well, it's not nothing, so it's something. When I say heliocentric paradigm, I'm talking about space and things within space. We only describe things that way, again, because of atomism, but at the same time, like I was talking about, this whole particle wave duality thing, and I'm like, what's crazy? Is it even really a particle? We have like this photoelectric plate, and then you shoot, I'm assuming a super focused energy chunk at it, and
Can use a torch.
voila, something happens. Sort of like when you're in the sun too long and your black shirts get all bleached out, right? And I'm like, well, it's really a dot on a plate. It's not really a particle at all. But that's what we're discussing, as if it's real in the first place.
Well, I
So,
think what's
Dross,
funny is, good.
hold on, what's it? Dross, you said we can't. I've heard you say before there can't be nothing, right? There has to be something, right? Is that your stance, Dross?
Yeah.
Are you sidestepping everything that I just took the time to say, bro, to get back to that?
Well, if you want to move on to that, all right, go ahead.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the photoelectric effect. I mean, I get the analogy, but I'm just saying, like, let's stay on point with space.
Yeah, I am.
Well, if you want to address the photoelectric effect, I would say that Hertz and Thomson were most accurate in their explanation as to what takes place, not Einstein getting the Nobel Prize.
No, it's not addressing. It's what I'm addressing is the fact that we're talking about particles when what particles is what I'm saying.
That's
we're discussing things perturbating through something because it can't be nothing. Well, that's a result of the idea that there are particles or some things in the first place.
Everything exists within, everything materially, phenomenally exists within the magnetic field. All right. That's the thing that's sustaining everything, including energy. Well, I mean, Witsit didn't want to point it out. He wanted to say there was something
it's a non
there.
sequitur to what I'm saying, though. Like, it's like not even being addressed at all.
All right. Well, sorry.
Does anyone want to address what Eli said?
I'll address it quickly. So you would agree that if we get something like a high energy light source, let's call it a laser, and we shine it on something, we can heat that surface up using that light. We can exchange energy, yeah? Bit like your black shirt being bleached in the sunlight, or me turning very red and burning in the sunlight.
Did you just sum it up to energy?
Pretty much.
What's energy?
Basically the exciting of other things by something, or the ability to do work is the simplistic way of doing it.
That's what everybody says, right? The ability to do work. But did you just tell me what it is, or did you tell me what it's doing? Because, like,
I told
if
you
I
what
said,
it was doing,
right,
and I don't want to
but
really
it
go
is a
around a rabbit
description.
hole. I'm just trying to get to the concept of energy exchange with Eli.
Well, that's why I'm telling you. It's far
All I was
simpler.
saying
Hold on,
was
real quick. I just want to
technically.
sum this up really quickly, Elijah. It's far simpler to replace the word energy with the word field, which is the thing that we're all dancing around. And yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, so my point being that when we're discussing this entire topic, we literally have to imagine everything. None of it is experienced. Like, we relate what we believe when we're talking about particles and this and that to phenomena that we do see, which is equivalent to what globe earthers do when they say, well, the horizon is this, this, and this. It's like, well, we experience it and you just hijacked it. Well, in the same sense, this entire conversation to me is like that. Like, I reject it all, to be honest. All of it. But I
Can we get
do
back to the original point?
believe, I do also know that, a medium is disturbed by something going through it. That's obviously obvious. You can't have nothing. That's also still true.
Exactly.
So
yeah, make that original point that nothing doesn't exist in this reality.
It has
Space
nothing to
doesn't
do with
represent nothingness. That's right.
and nothing to do with heliocentrism. Like, and nothing to do with it. It's like, see, I set my debate up very tactically, right? Like how I get the Globers to concede my point, and then I drive them through my combo, and then they find out, oh, damn, the first point I agreed to is now allowing him to win his point. That's what I did with this. So when I say you agree that nothing cannot exist, and you agree, and then I say, okay, well, either something is sustaining energy or it would have to be sustained within nothingness. You've already conceded my point.
But you're missing the point there, though, Witzik. What if energy is sustaining itself? It's not nothing, because we can see the effects of it. Why do you think there needs to be a sustaining medium? So I'll just challenge you and say, can you demonstrate that energy is not sustaining itself?
Okay, here's what I'm saying. It would have to be sustained within nothingness.
No, it wouldn't.
Right.
Energy is not nothing, and if it's sustaining itself, nothing is not sustaining it. So please address my point.
Okay, so the energy is propagating through what?
Again, you're not answering my question. You're just asking me another one. So can you please address my
See,
point?
your question is, this is the point of the conversation and why it isn't science, it's logic. Because just like Eli, who is the only person on FED that made even a decent critique, said it would be affirming the consequent. So what you're basically trying to set me up to do is affirm the consequent, where it's
I'm trying to get you to see if you actually have any evidence to say that it is a necessity in your logical argument, because that's where you're driving at, that is a necessity that there is something else apart from energy that sustains energy. And I'm asking you to demonstrate the necessity of your argument. Can you do that?
So based on all observable evidence, when we have wave-like motion, it is the movement of a medium. We would have to assume that light and electromagnetism, etc., is the exception. And in fact, there's a wave type of movement without a medium. So you would have the burden of proof, since you're making the claim contrary to all other observable phenomena.
No, I'm not. I'm basically asking you to define the necessity of your point in the argument. That is not me making a claim. That is me making a challenge to the claim that you are making. You have a burden of proof if you are
He
claiming.
just told you.
Yeah, I know he did, and it's
He
a
said,
dodge.
a
It's
wave.
not actually.
A wave is not a thing of itself. It's what something does. Unless you can show an example of that, then you'd have to concede to the fact that a wave is not a thing.
Okay, so Dice, I'm going to be really, really simple and say that I know that if I get near a fire, I warm up. I know if I go into the sun, it warms me up. I know if I leave my windows in my office, the curtain of my office open at this time of day, it will heat up a lot because of the amount of sun coming in. I'm not seeing any waves. I'm not experiencing any waves. So I'm asking him on that basis to define the necessity. If you want to go through the whole kind of, science doctrine indoctrination piece, that's fine. I'm asking a very basic question, is where is the necessity that he has actually examined to show that it is required that energy needs this thing to sustain it, and that it's not the medium itself?
It's not the medium itself. So you're saying, again, waves aren't things. They're just a type of movement. So it's the medium moving. I can demonstrate this with water or a towel or your bed sheet. When it waves, you can't grab the wave and pull it out of the blanket or the water because it is the blanket and it is the water. Waves are just types of movement, transverse movement.
When I put a ripple through my bedsheet doesn't actually move. It's still hooked onto one end of my bed. I'm just sort of straightening it out to flatten it down. So the bedsheet itself isn't moving.
It's an expression.
I realize
bedsheet
that.
is expressing
I'm going
a
back
wave
to
like that.
really basic arguments. We're not allowed to sort of invoke stuff. We're supposed to go through our own personal experiences. He wants to invoke all of this kind of scientism. Eli is not an atomist, so he doesn't believe in the fact that there are these photons, atoms, or elements that are traveling through this medium. So I'm trying to challenge the necessity of his claim.
Traveling through what medium?
Fucking neighbors.
It's such a simple I don't even, honestly, at this point, I'm just baffled that it's not understood. And so what I've decided to do is just to launch my YouTube channel back up and just talk to those who have ears to hear, right? I don't.
Well, you just got to simply ask them. What's it? Just say, show me an example of a wave of itself. Unless you can show me a wave of itself, you're going to have to concede to the fact that a wave is not a discrete thing rather than what something does.
We're not talking about a wave, though, Dice, though. What we're talking about
is the
necessity. 1 second, we're talking about the necessity that energy in itself cannot propagate. Or move or travel. I can't feel the heat of the sun without some underlying medium for it to pass through.
It's
and
just
I'm saying,
the expression.
what if the energy itself is that the underlying piece where he wants to make it something separate? And I'm asking to show the necessity of that argument.
And energy is just a ripple in that bedsheet analogy that you gave.
That's
that little wave-like effect.
Right. So let me give you an example, right? So if you have a vacuum chamber, okay, now there's still a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. They're in atoms colloquially, of course. There's no way to get all the gas pressure out, right? But you lower the pressure as much as possible. So you have a vacuum. And we have electromagnetic fluctuations within that vacuum. We have a background energy that is very detectable, right? So that shows you that there's still something there beyond the material gas. Now, what modern quote-unquote science says is that virtual particles pop into and out of existence and all these other vague woo-woo ideas. But it doesn't make any sense because it's popping into existence from where?
Richard Feynman says they don't even exist. He says they're just fantasy particles to help their mathematical equations balance out. Like I told you, they're literally mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions rather than understanding field dynamics, which explains everything in a unified fashion.
Yeah, and I want to say this real
made
fast,
sense.
and I'll let you respond. I just want to say, because the macro here we're talking about with the flat Earth thing, it's like, see, either you can choose to just say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over about flat Earth, or we can, as a community, continue to grow and we can look at these other things that we've been lied to about because of the lie of the Earth. And this is one of the examples where they have virtual particles. They say magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. Well, they're actually not photons, but they act like photons, but they're electrons and all this stuff. Oh, blah, blah, quantum foam, all these concepts that are derived from the confinement of materialism, but they are logically inconsistent and have no viability logically. We should move forward and progress towards our understanding. And I'm not sure what you're not understanding, but waves aren't things in and of themselves. It's a type of movement. It requires a medium based on observable phenomena unless you can show something otherwise. You don't have nothingness in a vacuum chamber. And what's the area between the gas molecules? Nothingness? Emptiness?
No.
That doesn't exist.
I mean, did you again? Just because again, to me, nothing is something that has no attributes. As soon as I define an area, like the vacuum chamber, I've defined that area. Therefore, that area has attributes. Therefore, it is not nothing. That's kind of my logical reasoning behind that.
But that's the problem. That's the problem. What you're doing is you're giving.
Almost got a fucking point out. Go on.
You're giving defining properties to space when it only has attributes, and this is where relativity fucked up, and why Tesla got so upset at Einstein, because he's reifying the essence of nothing as being something. Not to say that space is nothing; it's just the absence of a thing, which could be identified as volume, the area that things exist within. But all of that is pertaining to magnetic fields, because a magnetic field is the creation of space. A centrifugal divergent magnetic field is the basis for space to begin with. So everything
So
exists
if I shine a light through space, there's not nothing there, is there? Because I've got the light traveling through it. So let's get rid of all that bollocks.
Space
So I want to
volume.
actually finish my point, Di. I've let you rabbit on. I very kindly conceded the mic to you. And I'm trying to actually just finish this point with Witzik, because the problem I have, I just used a simple thing. As soon as we give something an attribute, it's not nothing, because we cannot assign attributes to nothing. That's one of the basic principles and properties of nothing, is it has no attributes. There are no descriptors for it.
You're talking past me, though, right? Like here, I'm gonna boil it down to a very simple question, and I would truly appreciate it if you could answer directly. If we have a vacuum chamber, what is in between the gas molecules that remain?
Light.
What?
Light.
Light. Okay, so if we cut the lights off, what's in between the gas molecules that remain?
Heat.
Okay. So heat's transferred through what?
It's transferred through three basic principles: convection, conduction, and radiation.
So we have heat in a vacuum chamber that is transferred through what?
Radiation is normally how it happens in a vacuum.
Put it in a freezer with it.
Yeah, like the question is, you have a gas molecule here and you have a gas molecule over there. There's space in between the two molecules. Modern academia claims that that space is emptiness. They claim it's emptiness.
Oh, I'm not making the same claims as modern academia would. So don't try and
Well,
straw
that's
man me
what
with their
I'm
arguments.
debating against.
Well, you let
Cool,
him slip by.
then you're having a different debate. You were asking me what I thought, and I told you.
You let him slip by. You let him slip by. What's radiation?
Oh yeah, of course.
Radiation, it's basically, again, the sort of imparting of energy across, without the necessity of convection or conduction. Quite often it's described as a photonic effect, I believe. But I don't know that for a fact. But I don't know that for a fact. All I know is the fact that I can feel the heat.
So is radiation a thing or what something does?
Don't know.
I would tell you radiation is light. It's within the spectrum of light, within its totality of by its definition.
So if we have any form of radiation, wait 1 second, Dice, I just want to very quickly, if we have any form of radiation in space, then there's something there, yeah?
So yeah, so radiation would be consistent with light as you put it. So in other words, you just said light passes through light. I mean, that's literally you're kind of counter speaking yourself.
I never said that at all.
He asked
So,
you.
Josh, you're with the.
He asked you how light passes through the vacuum. If what's between the atoms there, and you said light.
Yeah, because my basic argument at the beginning of this is the fact that why do we need some sort of carrier? Why can't the energy itself be the carrier?
That's why I told you it's far simpler to replace the word energy with the word field. Energy manifest is the expression, manifestation of that field itself. So
well, the field's just the area, isn't it?
No, the field isn't just the area,
isn't it?
Well, what's the field consistent of? You can't just say area because that's a concept.
No, it's not. I can show you an area. If I get a vacuum chamber and I measure it, I can show you that volume.
Right,
the field
volume.
can operate within.
Right, volume. You're showing me the absence of a thing.
No, I'm not. I'm showing you a thing.
That would be magnitude.
No, we're talking about energy.
We're talking about the field then.
Sorry, Jeremy, you keep trying to ask a question, mate.
I've been patiently waiting. So you're with the idea that there can't be nothing, right? There always has to be something in space.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you reconcile that with dark energy?
Don't know anything about dark energy, to be honest, Jeremy. Never seen it, never touched it, never analyzed it. I'm going to stick to stuff that I have confidence about. I feel the heat of the sun. I see the light on the earth. I've seen vacuum chambers, and because I can see inside them, because they've got sort of glass sides.
Yeah, but your model.
I know that light is passing through it. And don't attribute a fucking model to me until you ask me what I think.
You're giving me personal credulities rather than what your model is expressing, which says
what does my model express?
Our entire reality is comprised of like 90% of dark energy or dark matter.
That's not my model.
It is. You're a globe.
No, it's not my model. Do not try and attribute something to me that I have not claimed, Dice, though. And in fact, I have said many times, and Jeremy will be a witness, that when it comes to shit like dark energy, dark matter, the Big Bang, these are lovely ideas, and there may be some sort of grounding to them. But it's not something I have very high confidence in at all, because I think that the descriptors we're going to have for those are going to change drastically as we learn more. And I have said that many fucking times.
That's the basis of heliocentrism, which you ascribe.
I don't give a shit what it is. Don't attribute an argument to me that I'm not making.
Well, you have to concede or be ignorant. Fuck it. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. I got shit to do.
Well, if you're not willing to have an honest intellectual conversation on the matter and just like use your feelings, beliefs, and thoughts on the matter to support yourself, regardless of what is evident to all of us, then you're not really.
So you believe there is a physical glass dome that covers over the flat Earth?
No.
That we have an infinite space that's beyond Antarctica, which you can travel to. These are all things. These are all things that have been posited by other flat earthers. I don't attribute any of those claims to you because I wait for you to make your own claims.
You did that, actually.
Not what I did. No.
You did that.
No. if he's going to be a heliocentrist, then he has to be confounded on these things.
But
This
he's
is
not
the
a
basis of
heliocentrist.
his
That's what
understanding.
he's saying, though. He's telling
Oh,
you
I mean,
that
I
he's.
had another thing for him just real quick after the first thing that, I wanted to just have a back and forth for like 1 minute with him. Is that cool, or can I do that, or you guys won't let that happen? So
Go ahead,
this dark
Jeremy.
energy,
No. Go
this
ahead,
dark
man.
energy thing, the
Yeah.
dark
Go ahead.
energy thing. I'm going. The dark energy thing, Dross. The problem is that if you don't have that, you got shit moving faster than the speed of light, which is a big fucking problem for you guys, right?
Well, I've never observed that, Jeremy. And again, just because we see stuff that we don't understand, I accept that there is a fuckload of stuff that we don't understand. You've heard my bucket of shit theory. Again, something I'm very consistent on.
So if you
there are
don't
things.
see it, it doesn't
Sorry,
exist. So if you
I
don't
don't.
see it, then what? It doesn't happen.
No, I don't. Not at all. But I don't have high confidence for stuff that I've never observed. That's a very long way from me. That is basically highly theoretical, and it's based on observations that we don't understand. There could be another answer, is what I'm saying.
Redshift and blue. So you're doubting redshift?
No, again, I mean that is something that has nothing to do with a heliocentric model. That's to do with whether the universe is expanding or not.
Yeah, and they're observing redshift with these galaxies that are trillions and zillions of light years away. Are you doubting?
Oh.
So you're good with redshift, right? You believe redshift is a thing.
No, I mean, this is something that's been proposed. It's a nice idea. Could we be wrong? Yeah, I think we could. I've always liked the idea of expansion, contraction, or steady state. Those are the two models that, for me, resonate best internally. The universe is either eternal, or it expands, it contracts, and then expands again. Those are things that seem to me that the idea that it will fly off into nothingness. And that's the end of the universe. I find a bit hard to believe personally, but that's probably because I'm a
What are
creationist.
things expanding into?
I don't know.
Is space homogeneous?
So you're
Is
not.
it just?
Well, I know what the theory states is the fact that it's a bit like blowing up a balloon. You're not creating more balloon; you're just expanding the surface that's there. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
Well, it's on the other side of this.
You're creating more space. You're creating more space inside the balloon.
Yeah. Again, that has
right, when you
nothing to
expand the
do
balloon.
with the shape of the Earth or the heliocentric model.
Well, if you want to have general relativity, it does.
I'm not really too fussed. I'm not really too fussed about general relativity. For me, what I observe is when stuff seems to fall towards the mass at my feet, that's really consistent. We've used it for engineering. We've used it for science for fucking thousands of years, really consistently. We seem to observe that when we compare two of those type of events, plums, with each other, they don't appear to be parallel to each other. That's a pretty good argument for me for the Earth being a globe. When I try and find out information from flat earthers to see, what good extensive measurements they've got showing that we have a flat plane that topology deviates on, I get dodge, duck, and dive. So I'm more skeptical of a flat Earth than I am of a globe, but I'm still skeptical.
Well, let's get back to relativity, because that was the point that he addressed to you. So, do you think that space and time are things of themselves?
I think time is definitely a thing. Yeah.
And you think space is a thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I'm within a space at the moment.
So, at heart, you're an atomistic, relativistic materialist, but
I
you're
don't have
not
much of a
willing
problem.
to label yourself.
I don't really have a problem with the idea of atoms. I mean, again, that's a concept that goes back to the ancient Greeks. And I think we've got reasonably good evidence to it.
I don't deny the atom.
We can point.
That's not what I said.
Oh, sorry.
It's not what I said. An atomist doesn't mean that you believe in atoms. That's not the basis of atomism.
So I
Sorry,
don't deny
it
the
is
atom.
according to Lemonbird, who's the only other person. So apologies for
Well,
attributing his argument to you.
no worries, but most people get mixed up on that because they hear, the beginning of the term. But
Yeah,
I don't
Lemonbird,
deny the atom, but I do deny the electron.
yeah, I mean, working in sort of IT and having done an HND in electronics engineering many, many, many years ago, I find that a little difficult because there are so many different ways we can measure its effects.
So then explain wireless power induction in a vacuum.
Dyslo, what are atoms made of if you don't believe in electrons?
Well, if all free electrons are decay into protons, then the electron is what's been being misconflated as a particle rather than the medium being the magnetic field, because it takes the magnetic field to have electrification.
Well, no, I mean to have
But
electromagnetics, yeah,
how
I
do
agree. You don't just need a magnetic field; you need a magnetic field that moves.
but how do electrons decay into protons? Like, where did you
Yeah.
get that from?
Oh, it's well understood in
What was
science.
that?
They openly admit it. Roughly after
No, it's
13 to
not.
17 minutes, all free neutrons, decay into protons.
They deny the neutron, basically, not the
No,
electron.
electrons never decay. Like, how does an electron become a proton? Where did you get that from, Dyslo?
You never heard of neutron decay?
Yeah, he said neutron, and then he keeps switching neutron and electron for some reason. But
Yeah, I
No, yeah,
misspoke
he
in
said
the original.
electrons decay into
I know, but then he also
proton.
said neutron, but then he also said electron
Yeah,
again.
he said he misspoke. He meant neutron.
Oh, you mean you? All right, but my original question was, if you don't believe in electrons, what are atoms made of? And then he started saying electrons
Protons.
decay.
They're essentially just protons existent within the field, because, like I said, the electron is the field itself, and which been miscategorized as a discrete particle, whereas the neutron isn't a discrete particle either. It's a harmonic representation of the proton, being that they all decay into protons. So it's just an expression of the field.
Well, I'm just
But
reading it
So
now.
where,
It says
so
they
where, so
don't. They
where do
don't.
atoms get their negative charge from then, if not from electrons?
well, because the
I mean,
field
I
is
like what you're
dynamic.
saying.
The field is dynamically polarized itself.
I
What
get it.
does that mean? The field is dynamic. Where do atoms get their negative charge from? If electrons aren't real, Dyslo.
Well, like I just said, the
As we
field
start
is
pretending we know
dynamically
what it really is.
polarized.
The field is dynamically polarized. What does that mean? How does a field being dynamically polarized give atoms their negative charge?
Well, you would have to understand polarization, I guess.
Help me understand it, bro. Come on, like explain it to me since you understand it.
Well, I could, but you'd probably just say it's word salad. If you'd like me to, I will. Polarity is essentially is necessitated that you understand that a line is not Mother Nature's line, which is from one non-Cartesian nexus. It's three-dimensionally curvilinear as necessitated by geomagnetic precession, and the native magnetic force vector to become this expanding torus. So polarity in simplex is just nature's fundamental force vector, which is divergent from counter space and curvilinear by necessitation, since polarity can't be merely two-dimensional. Dimensional polarity, which is polarity by definition, can't be linear, nor can it be straight, because of all of nature's lines are, of course, curvilinear and mutually divergent and centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus, and manifested both three-dimensionally as curvilinear, but additionally as necessitated by the definition of magnetism, which creates space as precessing to create the mass. Geomagnetic precession is the full and complete dimensional reification of polarity by definition, and it must be three-dimensionally divergent. So it's not any more complicated than that. essentially two-dimensional force, i.e. magnetism, divergence is impossible and illogical. So dimensionally, magnetism is an extrapolated vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole. And the force divergence are tied like a dog to a stake in the ground to this plane of inertia, or the null nexus of the dielectric inertia, or counter space, however you want to refer to it, regardless of the name which we wish to apply to it. At the center of all magnetic fields, there's no magnetism, and at the center of gravity, there's no gravity. So if you use this retroductive logic, it would necessitate that there's only one field, the dielectric, since magnetism is the dielectric field being expressed in force, as implied the loss of inertia, and electricity is the construct of magnetism and the dielectric working in unison to create a self-reproducing energy construct which propagates. And gravity is just merely incoherent dielectric acceleration, or point non-specific mutual mass acceleration towards a counterspatial vector, as implied the smallest possible volume, which is connotatively so counterspace. So geomagnetic precession is the pressure mediation of the magnetic polarity, which is, of course, three-dimensionally divergent, and this accounts for all of nature's vortex phenomena. I could go on further, but I'll just leave it at that. There's your negative.
I can't believe I understood that. Why did I understand that? What the fuck?
Yeah, could you translate that into your own words? Electric, since you understood it.
Yeah, you want
just
you want my
summarize
dumbed down version?
what he said.
Basically, nature will never represent a linear point A to point B. It's always going to represent curvature based on the electromagnetic field.
Right.
There's
and
a
this is
lot
where
more
you get
to
the double vortex formation and the genesis of geomagnetic precession itself, which follows this incommensurability of a conjugate field in a magnet, being that the magnetodielectric object has a presence relative to the binding object, which we call the magnet, but there's no actual Cartesian value that can be localized in any magnet relative to any aspect of the field themselves. And this is what Tesla meant when he said that there is no energy in matter other than that it received from its environment, as meant the ether field. So there's no north or south pole in a magnet, being that you can't separate the two. The fields are pressure forced to their respective locations. So there's no Cartesian value of polarity in a magnet, no location, no midpoint, no so-called block wall. It's just not there, as meant topos or place or location. This is all due to incommensurability, which is essentially this holographic paradigm. And it's a point source field emission, also called a spatial coherence. So polarity, in short, is just nothing more complex than to say nature's force vector of expression of matter.
I got some researching to do.
Dicelo, whatever it is you read just now, I've heard you read that exact same thing before. Maybe you could just post it, and I'll try to read it myself and
You can get it, the
decipher.
PDF.
It's just, yeah, I'm not done. I'm not done. It's just, whenever I ask you this question, you just read the same thing. Instead of putting it into your own words or giving me analogies I can work with, trying to explain it to me as if I was a 5-year-old. You just read the same PDF all the time, man. That
No, my understanding what he said, if you'd like. So there's all this. Let me not even say that. The forces that are causing objects to. Let me not even say that, bro. I'm sorry. Nah, let me not even try it. My bad, dude.
Just a quick advice.
Yeah, just share PDF, guys. I'll try to understand it myself.
Yeah, you can get the free PDF off of Ken Wheeler's drop down arrow on any one of his videos. It's his definition list.
Okay, cool.
You were talking about geomagnetic precession. What if there is no geomagnetic precession? It's just what we're seeing against everything else. Everything else is moving. geomagnetics of not the magnetics, the geomagnetics, which I think, which I know are two different things. I don't think it's moving. The Indians always claim that they have that line, and have always had that line at 79 east, 80 east.
I think geomagnetic precession would be talking about the macro, whereas Lamar precession or Lamar frequency would be talking about the micro, and the fact that those are in sync with one another, following this incommensurable ratio, shows all of the segues to the connections between the magnetic field and all of these things spoken of.
Yeah, because we've got two magnetic fields. We've got the geomagnetic field, which has its own geomagnetic equator, which is between the two geomagnetic poles, if those are the right locations. But apparently they fluctuate by like 80 kilometers due to solar flare, solar wind. So they always have theoretical locations as opposed to actual locations. But it's the first time I've heard someone talk about geomagnetics, because I study that a lot on Earth geographically.
Can you hear me? My Bluetooth just died. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Well, if you can hear me, it was Gyro, Gyro, not GEO.
Make a shit comment like these spirals of water in the oceans are called gyres, Gyre. Wonder if it just seems to look like they're induced by some type of electric current.
Yeah, I missed some of what you said. My Bluetooth ended up dying, so I had to switch to another one. But geomagnetic precession is GYRO, magnetic, and then precession, which is essentially just magnetic torque, or you could call it Lamar precession. But yeah.
Or gyro.
Yo, Dysel, is there a specific video? I gotta find this PDF in, or you said any one of his videos?
Let me take a look. Hold on.
Yo, that's slow. You said you had a PDF? Where the PDF?
Is it the free field definition course? Is it that?
Yeah, I'm sure it might be. Click on it. See, it should pull up.
You posted it? Oh, look here.
Definitions of nature and phenomena with a primer on cosmology. Let's see.
Yeah, it should be his field's definition list under his drop down arrow. You just got to hit more, and it'll drop down further, and you'll have all these free downloads.
Okay, I found it. Thanks.
No worries.
There's no definition for charge. Interesting.
Hey, Die Slow, you there?
Yeah.
Everything you explained about polarization before. Were you reading something? Like, can you post that?
Yeah, I just told you,
He
bro.
wrote.
It's under his definition list. So if you go to any one of his videos and you hit the drop down arrow, you'll see free PDFs. It'll say field definitions list. You can click that link and it'll be a free PDF where you can read about all of his ether field definitions.
So I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know you already. So what's the YouTube channel?
Theoria apophasis. It's here, I'll put a link. Hold on.
I got it already. Thanks so much. All right, I'm gonna find this. I'm already subscribed somehow. All right, so you said it's under all of his videos?
Yeah, I think every single one of his videos has it.
Free field definitions list.
There you go.
Yeah,
got it. Thank you. All right, awesome. I'm tapped
No
in.
worries. Yeah, don't say I never gave you nothing.
I won't.
And I didn't even sell it to you. That's the thing I like about Ken, man. He uploads so much fucking information. Like, he's got like hundreds of books on metaphysics and shit that he's posted to PDFs and just gives a lot of shit away.
Yeah, it's 34 pages. Oh, here we go. Dielectric field. Oh, wow. Let me bookmark this. Look at that.
Jeez, it's hard to understand.
Longitude and latitude looks just like the. This is where they get this from. This is where they get longitude and latitude from. It's from the magnetic field. I'm too slow for this right now. Yeah, I'm like.
Dyslow, is the magnetic field still an effect that is being caused by a certain build mechanism?
Just link to the PDF up.
I think it's a necessity. By definition, it's the basis and creation for space and literally our entire reality. Can't exist any other way.
Like a setup. It's part of the setup, but it has to be, let's say, inducted or caused into the system.
Magnetism comes from the loss of the dielectric field. So as the dielectric field loses its potential, magnetism is an effect of that. And everything exists within the magnetic field. And everything within counter space exists in the dielectric field, which is what we call.
And the problem
zero-point
is, none of
energy
you can explain this in your own words. You guys just literally quote
you're
entire
interrupting. You're
paragraphs of this
interrupting
stuff.
a back
If you
and
could
forward at the
put it
moment.
into
You're
your own
interrupting.
words, like give me an
Yeah,
analogy, paint a
we
picture
don't need your
with it,
feelings, man.
you
I
know,
can give you an
it
analogy.
would,
Just
it would,
look at a magnetic field under a supercell, and you'll see the holography right in
mhm.
front of your eyes. You have a toroidal field, right, which is the expression of the magnetic field, and you have the hyperbole field, which is the hourglass shape and the donut shape. And these two shapes are synonymous with one another. You can't separate those two geometries. They're connected. It's the yin and yang of the entire universe. And the donut shape
But
represents
how
the magnetic
does all
field,
that
which is
explain
everything
how
within our material world, and everything within that hourglass
you
shape
you're
represents
still just quoting?
field.
You
So simple,
literally
dude.
quoting what you said. I can literally find that word for word in that PDF. You have to put it
So
into
what's
your own
wrong?
words. Number one. Number two,
So what's
how
wrong?
does any of that explain how atoms get negative charge? I'm asking you to put it in your own words. To imagine I was like your 5 year old kid. I mean, are
This
you
kid
gonna
is
say
good.
what you just said to a 5 year
Yeah.
old?
So you have the
Break it
donut
down
shape.
for him.
So you have the donut shape. You understand what a donut looks like, right?
Yeah, but I'm still not done asking my question. My question is, how do atoms get electric charge, a negative charge, sorry, if electrons aren't real? Like, you haven't answered that, bro. You still haven't answered that. Where
Well,
does
look
negative
it up
charge
in the
come from?
definition list under electricity.
Yeah, but in his, I did. I looked for it. It's not there. His definition list doesn't speak to negative charges. You see, what he says about electrons is they're not real, but he doesn't say where negative charges come from. He just says electrons aren't real things.
Well,
I
because
looked at the
what you're doing is you're
list.
pigeonholing energy to be explained in this positive and negative charge, which is not an explanation. But that's a convention that you use to reify dielectric induction as being conceptualized as this discrete particle, i.e., an electron, which is not a thing in itself. It's a charge carrying particle. So explain to me what charge is in your paradigm, because I can explain it in mine.
Where do atoms get the negative charge from, dude? Come on, just answer that question like
I
yourself.
just told you what you're doing is trying to get me to
No, you
pigeonhole
just
myself into your
told me
convention
what
of
an electron
misapprehension.
isn't, and you
So you're just going
quoted.
to talk through me. You want to ask me questions and then chant through me when I'm giving you an answer, although you don't like it when I do it to you. It's kind of hard to have a conversation like that. So for one,
But
you made
you
a
haven't
claim.
given me.
You made a
You haven't
claim.
given me.
Let me respond to you because you said a lot of things and I'm going to address each and every one of them. You made a claim that all of my words that I'm saying
I didn't say a lot.
is being parroted and not my own, even though all of the words and
Yeah,
thoughts that we use for the majority, what we're willing to agree upon, has already been represented by someone else. So unless you've discovered, created, or invented something, you have no choice than to parrot someone else and who you ascribe to associate with in your thought processes. So with that being said, I
but even
ascribe
if
to
I
this.
parrot someone else's idea, I can take their idea and put it into my own words. I would be able to explain a complex idea in my own words to a 4 year old child. You can't do that. When I ask for an explanation,
So explain
you
charge.
literally just read the PDF.
Explain
You
charge.
putting something in your own words. All right. So
So
all I
rather
want
than
to
just
know
talk
is,
through each other,
where do atoms get their negative charges from if electrons aren't real? Like in your paradigm, in your worldview, how does it happen? But please explain it to me like I was a 5 year old. Don't just read the PDF. That's all I'm asking, man. Just break it down for me.
like I told you, a negative charge is a convention that you have to use in your atomistic, materialistic approach to explain energy. And you haven't explained energy. You haven't explained charge. The only thing you have to address that is a mere description, but you're never touching on what energy or charge is. You're only saying it's the ability to do work. I don't ascribe to that. All right. And I don't ascribe to positive and negative fucking charges. It's simply polarity. And
Okay.
I've already told you it's Mother Nature's simplistic force vector of expression of the magnetic. So you can't have electricity without the magnetic field. They're inseparable. Therefore, you have to conclude that
electricity or energy is not a thing in itself. It's a consubstantial relationship only existing or manifesting in existence by means of these two fields dynamically interacting, creating this curvilinear to the center nexus of the mass, i.e. Polarity.
You're reading the PDF again.
I'm not
You're just
reading
reading
shit.
the PDF.
I'm not reading shit, dude, at all. I can go fucking
Come
live if
on,
you want.
like,
I mean,
I can go to the PDF and point out what you just read, bro. Come on.
so again,
Stop it.
I want you to give me in your understanding what charge or energy is without telling me what science already tells us, being the ability to do work. So go ahead and give me your
Okay.
understanding.
So
Your
for
personal.
me, charge and energy, two very different things, right? Charge is just words. Charge is like a gives
You're breaking up an awful lot, man.
ability to enter. Am I?
Yeah, you're breaking up too much for me to make sense of what you're saying at all.
Yeah, just turn on your satellite connection or the 5G or something because you're breaking out.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
I mean, momentarily, so.
All right, cool. So in my own words, charge is like a superpower that allows particles to interact with a certain type of field, right? So if they can interact with this field, they can perform certain types of interactions, right? So if you have electric charge, it allows you to interact with the electromagnetic field, and based on that, you can interact with other charged particles based on the type of charge you have, whether it's a negative charge or a positive charge, right? But they are different types of charges. You get electrical charges, you get flavored charge, colored charge, all of these different type of charge. Based on the type of charge you have, it determines what type of interactions you are allowed to do. That is very different from energy. Energy is basically a property that allows you to do things. Without this property, you really can't do anything. If you lack energy, you lack the ability to do work or to do any type of interaction. Energy is a lot more fundamental than what charge is. They're not the same thing. So I've just broken it down for you. I've given
And
you
this is
very
what you would tell a 5-year-old?
easy. That's what I would tell a 5-year-old, and they would definitely
Wow.
understand. Yeah.
I gotta
I've
be honest.
5-year-old.
read a
be honest,
PDF.
bro.
Thank
I
God
don't
you're
know
not
what
near my
anything,
5-year-old.
and that's an explanation I've explained to my 7-year-old daughter, and she understands it. She when I tell her it's a
What's a
superpower that
field?
allows you to a field.
Yeah,
A
you
field
invoked
is
a field. I just
basically
wondered.
just a field is basically just a map of XY coordinates. Where they meet, we assign certain properties, right? We how can I say, we quantize these properties. The higher the quantity or value assigned at this location for that property, the stronger the effect of this property, right? The more it pronounces itself. And there are different types of fields. Each field describes a force, right? So you'll have a field for gravity, a field for electromagnetism, a field for the weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. And when you go into quantum field theory, you have fields for different particles, right? So I mean, that's me giving it to you simply, bro. I'm not reading a PDF. I'm not saying
So
something
what are the
someone else
particles associated with the magnetic field?
The particles associated with the magnetic field would be particles that carry charge, electromagnetic charge. So any particle that has positive electric charge or negative electric charge. And if you look at
So you're
the
saying every magnet has electric charge to it. So I could put a voltmeter on a magnet and I can read voltage. Is that what you're telling me?
what I just said, I mean, what I said is what I said, bro. Every particle
Well,
that
that's not
has
the
a
case though.
positive or negative
That's
electric
not even
charge
true.
is able to interact with the electromagnetic field. I mean, that's a fact.
That's not even true, man.
Can I
Yeah,
interject
sorry to
here for
interrupt,
just a
guys.
second?
Yo,
As
guys,
Why is it?
as a third party, real quick. So just to kind of break down Nate's explanation of charge, he was kind of saying that charge is what allows the interaction to take place within a field. And Dyslow kind of said that charge is inherently a polarity, and that polarity manifests the structure or the force vectors needed in order for that movement to take place. So to me, Dyslow gave an explanation as to this movement based on what Nate would call charge. And Nate, you just basically said that charge is what allows things to move, but gave no explanation.
Not what allows things to move. Charge is
Exactly.
an ability or a superpower that allows you to interact with a certain type of field, a certain type of interaction. You get different types of charge.
So how would you define this ability and its interaction within the field?
How would I define this ability? It depends on the type of ability you have and the type of field you are interacting with, the type of interaction that is that is being observed now. So not all charges or interactions are only electromagnetic in nature. You get nuclear charges or nuclear interactions as well. Those have nothing to do with electromagnetics or anything of that nature. So when you have
What's
something
nuclear?
like okay, for example, the neutron has a neutral electromagnetic charge, so it has no electromagnetic interactions whatsoever. All of the interactions we see when it comes to a neutron are nuclear in nature. So it's either a strong nuclear force interaction, a residual nuclear force interaction, or a weak nuclear force interaction. No electromagnetic interactions
Those are all
whatsoever.
conventions. It's just a convention, dude. That's you're not
Whether you feel it's
you're
a
not
convention or not, that
associating much
doesn't
with a
matter.
convention.
I'm able to explain it to you in a very simple, easy way to understand. You
You're
can't do
saying
that
words.
with
You haven't given an
with
explanation.
your Ken Wheeler stuff. I just
You're
gave you an
giving me
explanation.
you're giving me
I think
you're giving me a description of a concept is all you've given me. You haven't given me a logical explanation other than
I gave you a
superpowers and all this extra stuff.
explanation, bro.
It wasn't
What? It makes
logical at
perfect sense.
all.
so. I
It
think
was
the
logical.
confusion
What about
comes
it? Don't you
in.
understand?
So you guys are kind of talking past each other, and I think that's because Nate, you may be equating what Dyslow is saying strictly to electromagnetism, but that's not necessarily what he's saying. So you're saying that there's this thing that takes place that's outside electromagnetism, or it doesn't interact with electromagnetism. Therefore, what Dyslow is saying is incorrect. But I think you're falsely equating the principles that Dyslow is putting forth as what you would conventionally call electromagnetism.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying Dyslow is right or wrong. What I'm saying is if Dyslow asks me a question, I can explain it, I can simplify it in my own words and give you great detail so that you fully understand what I'm saying. The issue is when I ask Dyslow to explain something, he just reads the Ken Wheeler PDF and I have no idea what he's saying. I don't even know what his
A
position is on it.
convention is not your own words, bud.
It's clear to me that Dyslow doesn't believe in negative and positive charges. That's fine. But then he needs to explain to me how electromagnetic interactions take place in the absence of charges. Because that's how I understand them. And I do want to understand Dyslow. But I'm never going to understand him if all he does is read that PDF.
The problem is what you're doing is you're giving me your narrative, which is not your narrative. It's a convention that was created by materialists, and you're trying to spin it off into your own words. But you're using conventions like positive and negative charge, and you're using things like the ability to do work, which is not an explanation at all. You're not telling me what charge is. You're simply giving me what charge does. All right, but that's like me telling you like I am the ability to run and jump. Have I told you who I am or what I am? No, I told you of one attribute of what I do. There could be a whole multitude of other things that I'm capable of or consistent of. So you're giving me a very limited description. It's not of your own. It's just being butchered into your own words and casted to me as if it's like something that I need to accept, but it's not even logical to begin with. And what I given you is coming from not just Ken Wheeler, but a multitude of other people who have actually created, invented, and discovered things, unlike yourself or myself. So I'm choosing to ascribe to this as my foundation, whereas you're choosing to ascribe as whatever model you got going. It sounds like materialism, and that's fine. But to tell me that I'm parroting someone unfair due to the fact that you're doing the same exact thing, bud. It's just you're choosing a different source of reference.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, we're both parroting people. But my issue is, Dicelo, that I can at least take those ideas and explain it to you simply, right? I can put it in my own words. I can explain it to you in a way no one else has explained it before. You can't do that.
Well, you
You
failed to do
I
that
literally
did.
before
I mean,
charge.
that's an ad
stop,
hom
stop,
straw
stop
man
cutting me off.
attempt, dude.
I did not cut you off when you were speaking. Please don't cut me off, all right? You straw man me as well, and I let you get away with it, so please stop cutting me off, all right? If all you're gonna do is read that PDF word for word, then there's no point, Dicelo. Just say that you can't explain it in your own words. That's fine, and maybe point me towards someone that can, bro. That's
Kalori,
all
Bro,
you gotta do.
can you explain it to me in a way that I can understand it?
yeah, donut. I think you
Explain
understand
what
what
to
a
me.
donut is, right? It's like a ring shape. You understanding a donut? It's called a toroid. That toroid, that donut, represents the magnetic field. Okay. And the hourglass shape. You ever seen an hourglass? That's called the hyperboloid. Those two shapes are synonymous with one another. So when you have the hourglass shape, the negative inverse image of the hourglass shape is the toroid. The negative inverse image of a toroid is the hourglass shape. They're connected. These two geometries represent two different fields, being the dielectric field for the hourglass shape and the hyperboloid, and the magnetic field being the donut shape or the toroidal field. Okay. And those two conjugate fields represent the ether as being the expression of one field. So when I say consubstantial, that's another good word you should look up and understand. Maybe your high school or professor teacher never taught you that, but a consubstantial relationship is something that requires two things to come into existence in order for this third thing to manifest. So I'll give you a simple analogy. If you had a flashlight and a filtered lens, let's just say it was red, and you put those two things together, you put that red filtered lens in front of that flashlight, you're going to get a red projection on the wall. That red projection can't exist any other way without this consubstantial relationship of these two things coming in proximity to create the manifestation of this third thing. This is the most simplistic way to explain what the ether is. It's these two fields being expressed as one. Now, if you want to dive further into that and try to understand magnetism, light, and electricity out of that being the attributes of the ether, well, that's going to require a little bit further explanation. But I just gave you the basics of what ether field theory is. It's the relationship between these two fields that are inseparable from one another and undeniable. You can look at this under a ferrocell or a supercell, and you can see the representation of that magnetic field being expressed, representing these two geometries as one.
I think I seen someone doing something similar to what you're talking about, because he made like a chamber filled with, I think, a specific gas, and then he had a magnifier as well, like a magnifier glass, and then he put a magnet under it, and it will express this field inside of the chamber. It will kind of express the field in the chamber.
It's two optical lenses sandwiched together between a small amount of ferrosurfactant fluid, basically just iron filings within a liquid, and it's like literally less than the thickness of a hair, maybe a drop or two. And out of that little bit of liquid and those two optical lenses, when you apply a magnet underneath that and some light, you can see the magnetic field being expressed in this holography And extrapolatively, what is given is these two geometries, which I told you, which is represented centripetally, centrifugally, divergent from one another, coming from this nexus, this center point, which is basically this black hollow sphere where nothingness seems to be, although nothingness is only a concept, but no thing is more explicit to say this counterspatial dielectric field, which is where magnetic field is coming out of, right? Circling around in this weird curvilinear vector following
So
this
that has to
incommensurable
do with the
geometry.
question that I was asking you earlier, because we see the expression of the field, but within the mechanism there is some type of construct, or let's say this magnet, right, that is outside of that field or in between the fields. So
yeah, you have constructive phase interference and destructive phase interference taking place, giving you this interlacing of the magnetic field and the dielectric field as one. So where you see the black lines, that's the dielectric field as being represented within those dark lines, and where you see the light, that's the magnetic field. And they induce one another and create this holography. And then within an analogy to kind of help drive it home, you have the shower head, which emits the water out in a centrifugal divergent vector expressing the magnetic field. And at the bottom of your shower pan, you have the drain where all the water collects convergent in a centripetal curvilinear fashion, going back into the drain and replicating this cycle, this precessional cycle. And that explains, the geometry of these two fields in unison.
So I think that is something similar to possibly where we are in. Let's say we are inside the chamber, the layers that there is, let's say the roof above our heads, and then above that there has to be the cause of the effects, the thing that is causing the field, the toroidal field, or causing the magnetic field and all that stuff, inputting into the system, causing the effects, causing the field in the system. Let's say a magnet. Let's say a magnet that is above this chamber that we're in.
Sorry, I had someone saying something to me. Was that a question towards me?
No, I was saying that that example that I've seen and I described to you, I think you described almost the same thing. It's similar to my understanding of the place that we're in. We are inside the chamber, and then there's the layers above, and there is, let's say, a magnet above that is causing the effects, or the toroidal, or causing the field that we in, the toroidal field, and all the effects that we see as the field that we're talking about.
Everything within a magnetic field exists at the plane of inertia as far as life goes in our reality.
Yeah.
And that's why most people they're kind of perplexed when I tell them that there's no magnetism at the center of a magnet. Like you can't generate a Gauss reading from a meter because there is no magnetism there. That is the dielectric field right there that magnetism's coming from. And you can see this with like a steel ball bearing magnet. If you place it on top of a cylindrical magnet, it'll fly off to the edge and just spin around the edge, because that's where magnetism is, at the plane of inertia. So yeah.
That's interesting what you've been saying about the magnetic fields and all that stuff, and the relationship with the you said the polarity.
Another more
is that like
counterintuitive thing is as you increase the strength of the magnetic source, the magnetic field decreases. So like if you had a N55 neodymium Gauss magnet versus like a N35, the N35 is going to have a much larger spatial footprint than the N55 is. because the higher the power, the smaller the spatial field, or the higher the power, the
So
more
is
the
all
capacitance.
so is all this an alternative to gravity? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's an alternative to a lot of things. It's like I said, it's the only true fundamental force.
Well, if you put a piece of plastic amongst a bunch of magnets, will it explain why the magnet goes down?
Yeah, you could take a piece of plastic, metal, rubber, wood, whatever you want, and you apply an electrostatic charge to it, and it'll defy gravity. Like my son did this a couple months ago. He took his number 2 pencil and he slid it up the wall, just in our house, the vertical drywall in our house. He slid it up the wall a few inches, and that was enough to generate an electrostatic charge to where the pencil just stayed there. And he did it with his eraser. He did it with his pencil sharpener. He did it with his pencil. So, I mean, you can see living frogs and strawberries levitating in a strong enough, magnetic field. Universities have done that. So, yeah, there's an association between gravity, electrostatic charge, and magnetism. They're all three one and the same thing, dude. They've just been misappropriated. So they're only different in their expression slightly. Like if you have a laser and a flashlight, right? They're both light, but they're fairly different, or largely different, should I say? One will burn a hole through you, and the other one is, you could read a book next to it. But it's analogous to gravity and magnetism as being, this coherent versus incoherent point source emission.
I find it interesting that in opposition to all that, in mainstream science that we call it, they just say mass attracts mass, and that's it.
Mass does attract mass, but that's only a part of the story. Mass attracts mass at the lowest null pressure point between the two said objects. And things don't come together, like, directly together. They process each other in this curvilinear fashion following this magnetic expression. So you could see that with stars actually coming in close proximity. They don't just completely come together. They'll spin around each other for quite some time before they ever meet. And they don't meet at the mass to mass. They meet at the pressure point, the lowest null pressure point between the two objects. And this is where you get gyromagnetic precession or Lamar precession on the micro level. Everything in nature is expressed, in these archetypical fashions of force and motion, inertia, acceleration, charge, discharge, and centrifugal and centripetal.
That's it. So.
Hello?
Hola.
Hey, what's up, Howard?
How we doing?
I'm good, man. Are these guys done maybe making stuff up?
Listen, do you think you can have empty space with nothing in it?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up?
What's good, bro?
What's good? What's up? Hi, hello, how are you?
Alanaki. Sorry, man. What were you asking about? Empty space?
Yeah, do you think there can be nothing?
Do I think there can be nothing? Yeah, I mean anything's possible.
Space with nothing in it. Space with nothing.
Maybe. I don't know.
Can you point to a spot anywhere in the universe where nothingness exists?
I can't. I can't. But just because I can't doesn't mean it's not possible.
Do you think there's a difference between nothing versus no thing?
What?
What if I were to tell you that nothing, i.e., nothingness, emptiness, was just a concept, and that no thing was actually something that could be substantiated and validated?
I would ask you to substantiate and validate it, but I don't even understand what you say, man. What is no thing? What is that?
I mean, if you can't take step one in understanding that nothing doesn't exist due to the fact that it's non-reproducible, or there's nowhere you can point to showcase this understanding. If you can't take that pill and accept that, then I don't know how much further we can go with the conversation.
All right.
I want to take.
Yeah.
I want to take
Then
something that.
we don't need to go further with it at all, man. We can end it here. So Jeremy, what was
Perfect.
your question?
So hold on, Nate. You said something. You said anything is possible, right? That's kind of like a trope or a phrase that's commonly used, right? Anything is possible.
Uh-huh.
There's also another phrase that's very similar to that, and it says nothing is impossible. I think there's some truth to that statement, kind of along the lines of what we were talking about. You say anything is possible. Yes, anything is possible. Nothing is impossible, quite literally. It's impossible to have no thing.
Okay, man. Jeremy, what was the question you were asking?
He's basically saying, if nothing, then why rather than anything at all? How you feel about that? Or is that just over your head?
It's over my head, bro. I don't understand nothing you two are saying, and I've said it many times. I do not understand you guys. So I don't.
It's a pretty.
We don't have to go further down this road. I don't understand.
It's a long-standing scientific debate. If nothing, then why anything at all? I mean, this has been the point of contention for a long time. I mean, the fact that you don't get that shows that you haven't gone down the logical premises of the fundamental understanding of cosmology to begin with. Like, you're hung up
Yeah.
on the little nuances of misapprehensions rather than the logical premises that could only be followed by natural order and principles and attributes. Like, it's pretty simple.
Maybe you would have to explain it to him like he's 3 years old.
Like I'm through
I guess.
exactly like I'm 3 years old. That's all I've been asking for. But they don't want to do that. Number one. Number two,
We
I
went
think
from 5 to 3.
this is more a philosophical discussion, nothing and no thing and things being impossible. I've never heard this being debated or discussed in science. This is all philosophy.
What do you
Number
think a
three, I
PhD
don't
stands for?
understand you. Daiso, you and Napalm, when you guys talk about this Ken Wheeler stuff, I don't understand you, bro. Like I don't know what else you want from me.
I think you're choosing to not understand rather than simply not gaining the logic within what's being addressed. I mean,
Cool.
I think
Then I'm
even a
choosing. But
3-year-old
what
could
can
could
you, bro?
could
Like
gather.
why do you persist with me? I don't understand. Like just leave me alone about it, bro. I really want to know what
addressed
your
me.
question is. I didn't. You said something. I said cool. I tried to speak to Jeremy. Napalm came in. I said cool. I tried to speak to Jeremy, but you and Napalm just want to address me. I don't understand you guys.
Well, you
I think you were the
initially
first one who addressed me.
opened your
Yeah, go
mic.
ahead.
Yeah, you initially opened your mic and
And
started addressing
I let that go. I
No,
let
but
that go long ago, man.
here's the thing, Nate. It happens all the time, and then it gets to the point where you say you just don't understand what we're saying. Well, if you don't understand what we're saying, then why are you trying to argue against it? Because you don't seem to be trying to
I'm
find
not
a more
arguing against it at
fundamental
all. I'm not arguing with
understanding.
you at all. I've never once said you two are wrong. All I've said is I don't understand you. That's not me arguing. That's me admitting I don't understand what it is you say. I don't want to argue with you guys, but you guys seem to have this point of contention with me. I'm not the one arguing with you guys.
Telling someone they're parroting mumbo jumbo all the time instead of actually substantiating things
That's
within
not
their
true.
own personal context, which you've tried to basket me into.
I've never once said you're
And you've
parroting mumbo
repeatedly
jumbo.
done it. Every time you're in the room
All
and I
I
get to talking, this is what you do.
all I've said is every time I ask you to explain something, you read the same PDF. I've just asked for you to break it down, simplify it, as if I was a 3-year-old. I've never once said what you read in the PDF is wrong or right. All I say is I don't understand it. Like, come on, man. I don't see what the issue is. I'm literally admitting
Gave
I
you a
don't
simple word, man.
understand what it is you and
I
Napalm
gave you
say.
2 words. I summarized everything into 2 words: dynamic polarization, and you were just like drooling on yourself rather than trying to understand those 2 words, to where you forced me to go into a long contextual explanation,
I
which you
didn't
still didn't
force
get.
you to
Then I
do
had to
anything.
break things down into further explaining to you that what you're portraying is a convention that I don't subscribe to. So to have me
Yeah, you don't.
reify to have me
That's the only
reify.
part I
Hold on,
do
hold on,
understand. You
hold
don't
on. To
agree with
have me
Charles,
reify,
which is fine, man.
to have me reify your convention as my own is not what I'm doing here. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, Dicelo. I mean I've accepted. You don't agree that there's such a thing as charges, and that's fine. That's why I dropped that point long ago. What I'm saying right now is I don't understand you or napalm, and that's the gist of it. It's not to say that what you're saying is wrong. That you guys are quoting mumbo jumbo. Those words never left my mouth. You literally straw manning and lying.
No,
All I've
that's what
said, and
that's
I'll
what
say
you
it,
said,
and,
man.
and
It's
I'll
all
say it
recorded.
again. Please stop interrupting me. I'll say it again. I don't understand what it is you quote when you read that PDF. That's all, man.
Well, I always have the fine understanding of expressing things the most simplistic way. So again, I summarize energy in the fields. I summarize your charge into dynamic polarization. I mean, these are all you got Google at your fingertips, man. I suggest using it instead of just trying to demonize my character continuously.
I haven't demonized your character once, bro. Like, why? You see, you go and strawman me like that. Like, why do that? Number one. Number two, I just Googled dynamic polarization.
Yeah, what'd you find?
And what comes up, it's to do with nerve impulses in neuron cells. It's to do with biology. Is that what you were talking about?
No, although there's still
Then I don't know. I mean, what should I Google? Like, do you have a link on dynamic polarization?
I mean, I gave you my PDF that I sourced, but if you'd like to give me something off, or if you'd like me to give you something off Google, then I'll do that. I'll post something for you in live stream. Okay.
Okay. Let me look into the PDF because I see he's put things in alphabetical order. So I'm sure if I go to D, I'll find something on dynamic polarization. E dielectric dark matter, counter space. Nothing on dynamic polarization in the PDF. Let me try search for it. Maybe it's in the phrase or something. All right. The electron is a fiction of fallacious observation. Blah blah blah. Electricity is the ether in the state of dynamic polarization. So in this entire PDF, that's all he says about dynamic polarization. That electricity is the ether in the state of dynamic polarization. So I don't understand what that means, bro. And when I try and Google it,
So
neurons
I
and
googled it.
synapses is what
Yeah, I
comes up.
mean
So
that's probably just a biased search, but I googled it and I found some good information. Again, like I said, I'll post it in live stream text one right now.
Right.
So there's that. That should be for your colloquial understanding, I guess.
This is electric polarization. This isn't dynamic polarization.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you talking about
Read
dynamic
into it.
polarization. When I hang on, Dicelo, this isn't fair. You told me to Google dynamic polarization. When I Google it, something
Yeah.
totally different comes up. You don't even Google what you told me to Google. You Googled something totally different. Electric polarization is a well-known thing. That is not the same as dynamic polarization. When I look for dynamic polarization in your PDF, it doesn't speak to electric polarization. It speaks to the ether. So I mean, bro, like you all over the place. Electric polarization and your dynamic polarization are not the same thing.
So here's another one. Okay, here's another one
All
stating
right, but
dynamic
is it going to be dynamic?
polarization.
Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't read the article, but let's see what it says here.
All right, I'll click on the second one. Dynamic polarization control. Okay. Dynamic
I don't
polarization
know what
control
it
for
is.
speed, space, continuous variable quantum heat. So you haven't even read this.
No,
You just
I'm
type it
I'm
in stuff
googling
in
stuff for
Google and
you.
whatever comes
Since
up.
all you're saying is that it's biology, so I'm trying to find something that tickles your fancy. Since
No, not something that tickles my fancy. Something that explains to me what it is you're talking about, Dicelo. Like, bro, I'm trying to understand you. I'm trying to learn from you. Is this how you teach people? You just Google something and whatever comes up that agrees with the words you said, you throw at me? Like, how am I supposed to learn from you if this is how you go about doing it? This isn't
well, it doesn't
teaching.
sound
This
like you're
isn't
trying to learn.
sharing
I
knowledge.
mean, it doesn't sound like you're
I
trying to
am
learn. You're
trying to
not.
learn, Dicelo. I'm
No,
literally reading
ask.
PDF, Googling what it is you're telling me to Google, and nothing comes up that agrees with what you were saying. And then when you Google it, all you do is share the first thing that comes up in Google, you know? You don't even read it. Like,
I
come
told you
on,
I
man.
didn't fucking read it. You're creating a fucking straw man attempt here against my character. Once again, it seems like that's all you're here to do. Like you're portraying that you want to understand while simultaneously shaking your head saying, I don't understand, refusing the simple information in front of you. Like Jeremy asked you, do you think nothing can exist? And you just run off the deep end, bro. Like you're not willing to be logical. Really hard to have a conversation and explain reality to someone that can simply say that nothingness is a possibility. When you got somebody over here, you got multiple people over here telling you how illogical you're sounding, but you want to die on the hill. It's not there's nothing I can do. I can lead you to the water, but I can't make you drink it, bud. It's not my fault.
Okay. So, Dicelo, do you have something on dynamic polarization that you've actually read? So that when I read it and I'm going through it and I have questions, I can bring those questions to you and you can help me work through it. Do you have something that you have read on dynamic polarization? How about sharing that with me?
You read it yourself. You read what I sourced originally, which was an understanding of how electricity works coming from the ether and what it's summarized as. So if you want to go with that definition, that's fine. If you don't want to go with that definition, then I posted a few others. Like there's another one I posted shortly after. So I mean, you got Google. You can go through it and try to make sense of it, or you can just simply say, "Oh no, the first thing that came up was biology. Therefore, this isn't true." Like you're doing. So that's up to you, bud.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm doing or saying, Kaisla. What I'm saying is I don't understand what dynamic polarization or these other things are that you were talking about. And I'm asking you to help me understand it, to teach it to me. But the
It's
way you are,
electricity.
please don't
That's.
interrupt
I
me. Please
mean, I
don't
don't
interrupt me.
understand how much
Come on,
simpler I can.
Kaisla, stop it, babe. Stop it. You spoke, I didn't interrupt you. Please let me finish what I'm saying. Well, all I want is for you to hold my hand and walk me down, this road very slowly, explaining these concepts I've never heard of before. But instead of doing that, what it seems to me, what you are doing is you are just trying to find links that have the word dynamic polarization in them, and then you're posting that. I don't know if you've read the links. Some of them you've said yourself you haven't read them, and that worries me now because if I read that, and let's say I read that page and there's things in that page I might not understand, I cannot come to you with questions because you haven't read the page yourself. So that really doesn't take me anywhere closer to really understanding what it is you were talking about.
I only posted that because you said that dynamic polarization was in reference to biology. I tried to show you that's not actually the case. You only got one article, and instead of diving further into it, you lazily wanted to spin it back off onto me as to not understanding when I already gave you my definition, which you didn't agree with, coming from my source, which I sourced to you, gave you, which you can try and understand yourself. You refuse to. I try to simplify it for you by saying it's electricity. You refuse that. You want to pigeonhole me into your construct of positive and negative charges, which I don't subscribe to, and then hold me responsible for it. I mean, this is childish, dude. I gave you enough information to hang yourself, and instead you just want to attack me with it. It's kind of cute, I guess.
Okay. So the only information you've given me is a PDF which says dynamic polarization, the Ken Wheeler one. It says it's the ether, and the other ones you haven't read yourself. So if to you dynamic polarization is just electricity, fine. I don't know what to do with that, but I'm gonna have to accept that dynamic polarization is electricity. But when I read the links you've posted, they're not saying that. The first link you posted on the dynamic polarization speaks to quantum computing and quantum mechanics. The second link you posted, I'm opening it now. Okay, it won't. It's not. It doesn't open for me. I don't know why.
I've already, yeah.
When I Google
Here's another
dynamic
one.
polarization, yo, please,
Here's
bro.
another. I can give you every single
There's
one.
another.
That doesn't mean I agree with all of them. That's not my point in giving you the citations of reference. I'm
I
simply
know,
telling
but
you.
I
I'm
want
simply
the
telling you
one
that there's
that you
plenty of
agree with,
information to
Dice Lord.
source. And I gave you the
Yeah,
one I
but
agreed with. I gave you the original one
which
that I
one?
agreed with, coming from
The
the
PDF one.
PDF that I sourced to you, and you can
So
try
it's
and
the
make
ether.
sense of that, and in multiple ways, however it suits your needs. That's up to you.
Dynamic polarization is the ether. Then,
No, that's
right?
not what I said. That's not what I told you. I said it's an attribute.
electricity.
It's an attribute of the ether being electricity, which is an attribute of the ether. Yeah, light,
All right.
magnetism, and electricity are all attributes of the ether.
Of the ether.
Correct.
So that's what dynamic polarization is, an attribute of the ether.
Right, as manifested in electricity. So the formula goes phi times psi equals Q in Planck of electrification. So essentially, the magnetic times the dielectric field equals Q in Planck.
So what causes electricity?
What?
Dynamic polarization.
What did he say?
Duh. He asked what causes electricity. I'm telling him it's dynamic polarization. Right?
Well,
No,
no,
I
that's
wouldn't. That's not the answer.
not what I was saying. You know, you're
It's not
misconstruing
dynamic
things.
polarization.
No, I told you electricity is a circuit, and I'm going to read you the definition from my PDF here. Is a circuit composed of dielectric and magnetism, or in other words, a whole entity comprised of two constituents for its existence, meaning it's not a thing in itself, similar or analogously to the wave analogy, right? A wave is not a thing in itself, it's what something does. I don't know if you can wrap your head around that one. I mean, I think that's pretty simple for
No, I got
most
that.
people, but so again, the dielectric induction voltage is always proportional to the rate of increase of the magnetic field, of which this is so deemed the electric circuit. So comprising these two field modalities, we have the conjugate pair, meaning the magnetic times the dielectric equals quantity of electrification. So electricity in nature is nature's more simplex circuit, and its own field conjugate phenomena allows electricity to propagate without guiding wires on its own. Hence, we have light. There's a quote there from Charles Proteus Steinmetz getting into the electron and electrostatic charge. But needless to say, I think I've summarized electricity fairly accurately. So.
This might be the wrong question to be asking, but when you say a field, that's just where objects interact with each other.
Like I said, there's two fields that represent the ether in its entirety. So it's the dielectric field and the magnetic field in unison, creating ultimately one field being the ether itself.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend time looking into this more today. So thanks for the topic. I gotta look into this.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got over 7,000 videos, I think, at this point. Thousands of them on this exact topic, and then he goes through it with a fine-tooth comb, explicitly denotating everything, based on logic and giving examples. So I think he's done a great job, dude, at creating a unified field theory. He hasn't done it on his own. But there are a lot of things he has. So, hats off to him. And I think it is a very interesting understanding that should be addressed. And without addressing it and either agreeing or debunking it, then you're not doing your due diligence and trying to make sense of truth and reality. So there has to be a prominent thought in our investigations, I think.
I got one for now, but I appreciate everything.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen on a video here. If anyone's interested.
You watching this Ken Wheeler night?
What did you say, Coach?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? All right, that was cool. I like that video, man. Damn. Nobody stayed and watched it? Well, I don't know. I kind of get it.
Does the way he explains things, does it make sense to you, Electric?
He has a lot of information in his head that he'll reference, and he'll just like breeze by something that I definitely need to, know what he's referencing.
Yeah, no, it does take a little bit of time to understand the terminology, and he does define most of the terminology that he uses. It's just not in every single video.
I'm sure once I read these papers, then when I start watching his videos, it'll make more sense. I got to read these papers too.
Yeah, for sure, because you want to have an understanding of the words that he's saying, like understanding the words that he says, and then when he says them all together is when things click. And I think that's where most people struggle with his information is they don't take time to understand the terminology. So they think what he's saying is just gibberish.
But if I could try to summarize with my dumbass, he's trying to explain this force of attraction that we see. He's explaining magnetism. You don't need to try to explain gravity if magnetism can be explained in gravity, I guess. And then he explains that with like duality and induction, and it gets really complicated with this guy. But I get it. He's talking about a dielectric field causing like friction between a magnetic field, and the objects in the field are just moving about through this ether, I guess. I'm so new to this, man.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe a simple way to break it down, and this might not be the exact perfect explanation, but the consubstantial nature, so the conjugate nature of the dielectric field and the magnetic field is what allows for everything to manifest into physicality, into space. It's kind of a
Yeah, so
unified.
this isn't just explaining electricity or gravity. This is explaining reality.
Yeah, it's the fundamental
I got it.
construct of the universe. But yeah, it does explain things like electricity and magnetism. And that's the thing is what he's saying is most people are just calling things that are one and the same different things. Like calling gravity the bending and warping of space-time is an improper explanation. It would be more prudent to call it incoherent magnetism. And then if we're defining magnetism, he kind of puts it as dielectric acceleration. So it would be coherent and incoherent dielectric acceleration.
This definitely makes more sense than gravity and
So
space-time curvature. I'm telling you that. I know that.
it gives you a unifying concept, right? A basis, an underlying foundation in which all things work in harmony based on energy, frequency, and vibration. Exactly as Nikola Tesla said when he said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And all of that takes place within this one ether field.
Yeah, I got a lot of learning. I got to look into this.
Yeah, because really he's just kind of giving the fundamental basis for any type of energetic movement that we see within the world and the laws in which it adheres to, or
Right.
they adhere to. Whereas nowadays, science is going to tell you that there's a quark field and a gluon field and a Higgs field. And they say that all of these things are different fields, right? And some fields interact with other fields and blah, blah, blah. It's all interaction within one specific field. And I look at it as the different fields that they're talking about have different energetic levels to them. So they keep trying to find these different discrete particles, and they keep trying to drill down and down and down into the either highest or lowest vibrations. And it's all one song being played on one instrument. It's just a change in octave.
Yeah, wow.
There's harmony between certain nodal points. That's the way I like to think of it. That's the way that best wraps my brain around the idea, is thinking of it kind of in musical terms. You know, you can have the key of whatever. you can play a G, but you're going to play that G at various octave points. Now that G is going to harmonize with an E, right? But they're also going to harmonize on another level. And there's just various interactions that take place within the harmonies of the energy that manifests this world around us. And it's pretty beautiful when you think about it. Did you catch that, Electric, or did that take it too far into the weeds for you? Not a good analogy.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What does the dielectric field do, and what does the magnetic field do? I could just read these papers and just. That's what I really should be doing.
Yeah, for an understanding of the dielectric and the magnetic, Steinmetz did a lot on that to get a better understanding. Read into some of the works of Steinmetz, but the dielectric and the magnetic are what makes up the ether, right? They have a conjugate nature to them. One basically runs counter to the other, and like a loss of the dielectric increases the magnetic. The loss of the magnetic increases the dielectric.
What was the question? What's the difference between the two fields?
Yeah, what does the dielectric field do?
Yeah, they're only different in their attributional expressions, but essentially there's only one field being the primary half of the conjugate pair, which is the dielectric field. That's the magnetic field is the loss of inertia within the dielectric field. So it's one and the same thing, just different due to the attributional expressions, analogous to like water, steam, and ice being all one and the same thing, just different in their temperature and pressure mediations, which is how everything in phenomena is governed by, which is temperature and pressure. But needless to say, that's the difference. One is the magnetic partakes on mass and magnitude, which is what everything exists within physically, and dielectric being the counterspatial portal, I guess, of of pure potential. So the dielectric field would be that pure potential of energy, and the magnetic would be the release of that energy as manifest, being everything in phenomenal existence. I can play a video if you want to watch it and explaining that, but all right, give me a second.
Oh my god, dude! I didn't realize you started streaming until now. I was waiting for it to like start talking, but I didn't click it. Yeah, 3 minutes, and I missed the first 3 minutes. Thanks, man. Wow, everything you said right there explains everything. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It makes perfect sense.
Yo, that made a lot of sense. Man, that was the fastest 10 minutes ever.
Good, man. I'm glad you're starting to comprehend it. Like it's simple concepts that you either kind of like get it or you don't. And if you don't get it, I can understand where people just feel like it's gibberish. But if you understand what he's talking about, if you can see it within your mind's eye, it makes perfect sense.
I want to know more about this toroidal. Why is it making this shake?
That's a good question. So it's following this incremental expression, which is room for another video if you don't mind. But it's a great question,
Yeah,
and if you, yeah, okay, give me a second.
We really kind of see everything in all life follow that as well, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, flowers. It's dude, I have a Mandelbrot set on my arm. Like I understand this part of the fucking shit I think.
Yeah, if you understand that, you would probably like his talks on the Fibonacci sequence and its relation to time being the number 4, and the number 4 is the only number that doesn't exist in the first 5 numbers of the Fibonacci sequence.
Oh yeah, huh. My neighbors are going from like lawn mowing to power drilling to blasting music to fighting. Like
Sounds like drugs. All right, I'm playing the video right now.
great, thanks. Let's go.
It's a pretty cool video, and it's the depictions that he made in the chalk in the board. It comes full circle to the structure up in the sky, the pyramid in the sky. It does. Kind of funny.
I'll be back later, guys. Thanks for
Well,
that other video right there.
yeah, real quick, if you look at
Got a
that
lot of
spiral, if you look at that spiral, it follows the same pattern of the magnetic field. It follows this incommensurable expression.
Yeah, Jimsy, what you were saying, this will trip you out even more. What did they call it? The lights in the sky?
Tell me.
Stars, right? What is the pentagram? Tell your kid to draw you a star. What do they draw you?
Tell me, bring it full circle. I get it. I'm visualizing it and driving at the same time.
Yeah, because that triangle, right? Do you understand when he was drawing that triangle on the board, and then he drew the pentagram? That the pentagram is made up of 3 of those triangles.
Yeah.
Interlocked together. Because when you look at a pentagram, when it's completely, drawn out, so you can see all the lines intersecting.
Yeah, because the triangle is in the 2D surface or whatever, but the actual structure that he's depicting is a 3D structure, from my understanding. So it's an actual, I will say it's a pyramid shape, 4-sided.
Yeah, the important part was that spiral connecting through that pyramidal that pyramid shape, that 108 36 36. That right there is following the magnetic field, which gives you that increasing circle.
Yeah, and I will say this. From what I visualize and the imagery that I've been looking at, and when you look at the shape of the expression of this into the world that we live in, I can see what he's explaining. Yeah, and the spiral and all that stuff. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me, and it comes full circle to what I've been kind of proposing a little bit. No one here has the whole thing 100%. I don't think so, but it adds up pretty well to my understanding. Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me.
So the more I think about this, the more I wonder about things. So if you look at the Great Pyramid at Giza and you look at it from the side, I wonder what that triangle would make up. I don't know if it would be a 36, 36, 108, but I'd be interested. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just look at it from one of the corners.
When you add the pyramid and the expression of the full circle around it, like the rainbow around the pyramid, and when you add everything up, it represents the shape of creation.
It actually is. It actually is a 108 36 36 in its pattern, in its geometric pattern.
Great Pyramid is.
Would you describe it as the shape of creation? Some people have described it as that.
Well, here's the thing. The shape of the water molecule, which is the basis for all conscious beings, being that you can't have conscious life without water. But the water molecule makes up this follows the same geometry of 108 36 36 at the nucleus of each atom within the molecule. So there's another connection.
Mickey Mouse. Wouldn't that be like the water molecule if you drew Mickey Mouse? So you put a dot in the center of each one of those circles and draw that triangle. I bet you that's 108 36 36.
Maybe. I haven't done it, but Yeah, it could be a connection there too. But the ancient, all the ancients talked about that number. 108 was a big number, even still today for the Indian culture.
Well, I
Not
say
Native
Mickey.
American.
I say Mickey Mouse not just because of the implications of Disney or whatever, but if you had those three circles that depict Mickey Mouse and you make them balls or molecules like hydrogen and 2 oxygen, it would be the same thing, I think. So when you say the structure of water has that, I'm assuming it's probably the same kind of geometry.
The pyramid, the triangle makes the pyramid makes the perfect ratio for the rainbow. That circle that we see of the sun. So it's a full expression. You describe it. I forgot the term. Not projection.
Geomagnetic precession follows after this incommensurable expression. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to probably watch some more videos to try to summarize it all. It does get a little kind of complicated, but once you gain the understanding, it's quite simplex.
So I'm proposing that there is an actual structure above the construct that we're in, and it's it is a pyramid up above in the sky. That is the cause of the movement of the material that we see moving above our heads, everything moving, and the cause of the effects. A big piece of it, because it's part of the construct. It's not just that; it's everything you're proposing and that on top of it. It's not just magic moving things around or nothingness moving things around. There is a cause and effect relationship, and it's structural. And the triangle, pyramid shape, pentagram, all put together with the spiral, cause and effect.
Yeah, definitely a big connection there. The egg follows after the same geometry too. That quintessential shape of that elliptical spheroid of the egg follows that same geometry.
The spheroid, the circle, or the
No,
let's
the
say
egg.
the how do you say?
The chicken egg.
Oh, the egg. Yeah.
Yeah, he does a few videos showcasing that. He also does a video saying that if we were to create a craft that could defy what you call gravity, it would have to follow this incommensurable geometry of that egg shape. That was a pretty interesting one. Let's see if I can find that one. It was actually a pretty cool video.
There's a lot of pieces in here that definitely build a very interesting picture, and it's, for me, it relates to the whole I don't know, the whole, I can describe it as construct or whatever. I don't know the right word, but the whole set of the whole setting that we're in to be able to experience what we experienced it in this place. So yeah, it's a lot of things add up with what is being proposed here.
Here's another cool video if you want to check it out. Play her in.
Yeah, Jimsy, if this stuff is fairly new to you, you just need to go down a Ken Wheeler rabbit hole for a few months and just listen to some of his videos.
I'm not sure if anybody was following that, but that explains the question earlier about the holography within the magnetic field following the incommensurable geometry that I was trying to share. All right. Well, I guess I'll be back later.
Jay, what up?
What's good, bro?
Chilling.